any industry that isn't making games. I don't think it would be as enjoyable, as challenging, or as interesting.
Yeah, kind of same. What would I even do? This is kind of yeah, it feels like, I don't know, especially like this time of like not being physically at these events kind of made me realize how much I enjoy this kind of like video game developer community. So yeah, I don't think I would want to like work without this kind of surrounding. It's just such a nice place.
If I'm honest, it's a little bit of a cult. You come into it, you fall in love with it, and you just struggle to interact with the outside world once you've been around game developers and the industry for a little too long. So I don't even know if I could go into any other industry. Not that I'd want to.
I think one very interesting aspect about the games industry as a whole is how connected it is to different forms of entertainment. Like myself, I really would like to get an opportunity to have something to do with the music industry further down the road. But the video games industry being in a form of entertainment that's just interconnected with any other form of entertainment these days, or at least has the possibility to do so, will open up so many opportunities for us further down the road to even experiment in very closely connected industry while never potentially leaving the games industry.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I agree. That's just. Oh.
Sorry.
Please.
Just
I think it's just so fun to have that experience to like experiment with like different things, because like as I said, at Girls Make Games, we get to like make the drawings ourselves, like do the art, and then do the sound and like do the actual programming, and it's just fun to get to experiment with everything.
For potential listeners that don't know too much about Girls Make Games, is there could you maybe share like 1 or 2 sentences about what that camp usually looks like?
Yeah, for sure. It's usually like 20 or 30 girls. They have locations all over the US. And it's like a 3-week camp, and the first week you spend like learning about how the programs work, because you've used various programs throughout the years. But like this year we used Construct 3 and we were online. So we spend like the first week learning, and the second week you get placed in teams and you start to brainstorm a game idea with your team. And then the next 2 weeks, those last 2 weeks, you work with your team to make a prototype of the game, which is then submitted to Girls Make Games HQ. And then if your game is selected, then they make it into a like playable game, like a full game, and release it on Steam.
Yeah, it's a wonderful camp, and overall over the years what Layla and the team have built is definitely phenomenal and impressive. I noticed while sort of getting this panel together and just taking some notes on all the individuals here, how there's a certain aspect that I may not have thought about that well in hindsight, is being a good example when it comes to sort of the path of education. As far as I remember, Henning, myself, George, the 3 of us do not share a bachelor's degree. Is that accurate?
No.
Yeah, so my highest education was...
Perfect.
I know, I don't. That's what I'm saying, me too.
Oh, you don't? Oh, sorry, my bad.
No.
Okay.
I just look very educated.
You do look very educated. You feel very educated. But yeah, I was planning on going to university or college and studying maths. There's a university here called Cambridge, which is like a very big one here, and I really wanted to go there to do maths. And I kind of took a gap year, just wanted to see what would happen in a year, and then ended up never going, just because I realized actually, what does a piece of paper mean when it comes to video games? Like, how does that change my thing? And I think just even now as an employer as well, and I look at, when I'm hiring, I never look, like, it's almost like a last question in an interview is, oh wait, did you go to university, or did you study something, or what have you done? I just ask it out of curiosity, not as a definitive thing to separate a candidate. If someone comes to me with a really good degree but no passion, it's like, what's the point? I'd rather someone says, I've been making really small prototypes for the last 4 years and not done anything with it, but just been showing that passion. That's all I care about. A piece of paper literally is insignificant. So yeah, that's my view on it at least.
To speak on that, I am also of the belief that it's less about whether or not you have a degree, but whether or not you have a strong portfolio and you've self-taught to a degree, or you have a passion for it. So the studio I work for, Nyamakop, we have what we like to call a growth mindset, where we like to see the potential and talent and people, and we'll actively help them skill up in whatever way we can, if this is what they want to do and they have the passion for it, the talent, and they can show that they're self-starting and work for themselves. So that's a very important part. On the other hand, surprisingly enough, South Africa has a few game development courses. And as someone who didn't complete my bachelor's but studied film and screenwriting, I can see the value in learning those modes of thinking and going through a course like that. But it's important to know that it's not necessary. It's not mandatory. It can be an additional benefit, but don't stress out if you haven't gone to university for game design. This is a creative industry to a degree. And it's very much about, depending on which part of the industry you want to go into, do you show passion for that? Do you have skills geared towards that? Are you willing to start and learn and work really hard to achieve those goals? And if the answer is yes, then you're more likely to get hired than if you have a fancy smancy degree from Cambridge or Oxford.
Yeah,
Sorry,
for me,
I like to dunk on Cambridge and Oxford.
Yeah, for me, the situation, sorry.
That's all you go.
For me, the situation was kind of that I started, as I said, like I applied for an internship at this indie studio, and they were like, hey, like 2-week high school internship doesn't really make sense for them, but I could just work there like in my free time a bit, because at that point I could already do Unity and I was already somewhat okay of a programmer, I would say, like looking back at it now. So I basically worked there, like I was at high school and then kind of worked there at the same time. And at some point it was really just, okay, this one thing like is so much more interesting and also, you know, pays money. So I was at some point just like, okay, maybe education is kind of not the path for me. Yeah, and then like at last, like when I was at, I don't know, the first Gamescom, which luckily was during like high school vacation, like high school, like, how do you say, like summer vacation? Summer holidays, whatever.
Yeah, summer vacation, same thing.
Yeah, so basically I was there and seeing all of that and was like, hey, maybe this is cooler than, maybe Gamescom in game industry is cooler than high school. And then kind of, yeah, that was kind of the decision at that point. I guess in hindsight, the only thing I guess you really have to consider is that like getting into the US, for example, if I would want to work for like a US company would be super, super difficult. I mean, it's always difficult to get like a visa outside of like it's always difficult to get visas, but without any kind of like academic background, it's next to impossible, I think. So I guess that's the only thing to consider from my side. And yeah, if we are hiring, then we never. Sorry.
You never check. Sorry, no, I just want to jump into that sort of visa point, which I think is a very good point, particularly if you're coming from developed states or from Asia or Africa. Even if the degree won't get you a job necessarily, it's also a huge benefit to have for visas, as Henning stated. But also if you know, a lot of the industries in the developing nation are still growing, so we don't have the capacity as of yet to take in all the graduates. But you can get game adjacent degree jobs if you do game design or if you do computer science, and still be able to work on games in your spare time and find a way to turn it into a career long term versus expecting that straight out of university you're going to end up at a gaming studio necessarily. It also depends on where in the world you are for you to make that decision as to whether or not it's beneficial to study. Because I mean, you do make a lot of contacts as well, and I think networking to a degree is an important part of the gaming industry.
Yeah, I guess
find those spaces, even if it's not university.
I guess studying also just gives you, I mean, if you study games, then you just have 3 years where you're expected to learn about making games. So I guess like that just is a lot of time that you can use. So I definitely don't want to say that it's a bad idea to study or discourage anyone from that. And I mean, in Hamburg, where I live, for example, the university has a games course and they basically spit out 1 indie studio per semester on average, I think. So that's really cool. All those people definitely made the right decision. But for hiring, it's not like you hire people because of a degree.
Yeah, but I think as well, I guess I can't talk from first-hand experiences, but I guess you meet other like-minded people and that kind of networking is really good. I think just from my experience living in the UK is, you know, it costs £9,000 a year to go to university, which is just extortionate. So that's, I think, again, one of the reasons which didn't encourage me to do that. I think there's no rush in life to do things. So I think I think if it's not a massive financial burden, then I can see the benefit definitely. I think the point that we're making is it's not needed. I think if you can show passion in other ways and show experience in doing things and teaching yourself and just a general love for video games, then I think that always goes further than having a piece of paper. With that said, I still think, I think you can do both and still do very well. But yeah, at least that's my perspective on things.
I'm trying really hard not to go into a rant about how a lot of games courses don't focus on production and a lot of the business aspects of game design, and it drives me crazy. So if that's something you're really interested in, a games degree may not necessarily be the best thing. It's also about figuring out what it is you want to be doing in gaming and how you can get the best experience for what it is you want to do within the industry.
Yeah. I think an interesting point on that as well. I think the video games industry has so many different career paths. It's not just about making a game. It's, you know, making a game itself has so many things, but then the extra parts. My experience has always been in kind of publishing and sort of production and marketing, and those things are not necessarily things you traditionally think about a video game. It's, you know, even, you know, things like, you know, community management, QA testing, all these different things that you just don't consider are just all different career paths. And I can imagine, I haven't done much time looking in kind of game design courses, but I presume they're not very touched on. So yeah, I completely agree. I think, you know, game design and making a game is such a, you know, is a massive fundamental part of the industry, but there are these other things that come out of it that I think are all, you know, extremely good careers as well.
Yeah, I think so as well. I've started taking to referring to myself as a game developer because while I'm not tech, I don't code or make art, I'm still like, production is still a vital part of creating the game and ensuring it gets out before you run out of money or that you have money to make it. So I think it's also really important, as you said, to highlight the different career paths within gaming and the different ways in which you can access the industry, get involved in the industry, and make a full career out of it.
I think you're bringing up a very interesting topic, especially on how to figure out where your space in the games industry may be. With Dylan, sorry for going back to you, but I think you may have a very interesting perspective on this since you're still in high school and figuring out if the games industry may be something you want to pursue later on, and if so, in even which direction within the games industry you may want to pursue, since it has such a wide spectrum of jobs. Is that something that either throughout your personal life or throughout the Girls Make Games camps you've been able to get a better understanding of?
Yeah, actually, I've been spending a while trying to figure out like where in the games industry I want to go, because I do know that I want to work in the games industry. And like this year specifically, I took a AP computer science course at my school, so that kind of really like we learned a lot of like programming knowledge, and that made me really excited. I liked programming a lot, so that's probably where I want to go, because it's just like fun to like have things work, because once they work, it's just like wow. And like even if they're not working, it's fun to like try to figure it out and get there. But yeah, and it's been a long time to try to like figure out like where in the industry. And like I don't know, I get promoted like colleges a lot, like that's something I get told a lot, like you need to go to college, like you need to do this. So it's like cool to hear there's like other options too. And like it's also cool because since like making video games and like programming and like art and like game design is such like an online thing, because it's like video games, there's a lot of online resources too. I've learned like just communities online and like YouTube, so it's cool that there's so many places to learn as well, and that's something I've been exploring too.
That's a perfect transition. So about networking and communities, especially during times like 2020, where all of us have been stuck at home, the pandemic is still ongoing. It'll, well, very much likely will still be ongoing once this panel is published to during PAX Online in September. We're all sort of stuck in a situation where what used to be the perfect networking opportunity, or just getting to know other people and getting your foot into the door, meeting in person at events or meetups or so on, has sort of vanished. Is there anything particular, any tips you all of you might be able to share on how to learn about the games industry and how to reach new people?
I am at pains to say this, but Twitter, a lot of the online spaces are great places to find other game developers and find a sense of community. In South Africa, we've got the Make Games South Africa website. We've got a Discord channel, a Facebook group, sort of ways to keep in contact. And a lot of our meetings have moved online, which, while I miss meeting people in real life, it is also a lot more accessible when it's online. It's safer because you're in your own home. It's easier to meet a wider group of people. And I know for me, I've definitely gained access to a lot of opportunities because events are online. So you no longer have to worry about flight tickets and hotel stays and traveling around a lot, which makes it a lot easier to connect with people. And I think the other thing is to also just be very open to meeting new people. I think it can be difficult to try and make friends and to talk to people. So I guess this is a great time to talk about the games industry gathering.com. If you're a professional, it's a great tool to have because you can meet so many people who can either become mentors or you can just discuss struggles within the industry or just make friends and have a good time. So I think networking can be quite important, and I do think there is a lot of benefit to it being online in terms of access.
Yeah, I think just to touch on that as well, I mean, yeah, I usually meet people online before I meet them in person. Which is weird because if I think about my social life, it's completely the opposite, which I guess makes sense. But for me, I think one thing I realized is that everyone's very approachable, even if they seem like they're, hard to get in contact with. They usually can be, even just an email. If I were to ever receive an email from someone I didn't know asking a really genuine question, I would always reply. I think asking for advice or asking for feedback or asking for anything, I think is always good, as long as you're not doing that in like a pestering way and constantly nagging them and stuff. But I think, a really genuine question or interest, or even just complimenting someone, I think is really, can go a long way. I think once you get into the industry, I think it then becomes a bit easier and it's kind of, you can talk about mutual interest. I mean, with me personally, the work I do at the moment is all business related. So it's always, reaching out to new publishers and exploring opportunities there. And that becomes quite easy because things like Twitter, things like email become quite easy like that. So I can't talk necessarily from a development perspective, but I definitely think that's my main thing, is everyone is actually really approachable. Everyone in video games is usually just a really nice person who likes making video games, and you messaging them randomly is going to be completely fine as long as it's done in an appropriate way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Speaking of advice and mentorship, is that something that you were able to sort of tap into yourself while you were trying to get your foot in the door?
Is it me personally having a mentor or the other way around?
A mentor or someone you should just generally go to someone to get advice?
Not particularly, really. I think for me, at least now, the position I'm in, which is very fortunate, I've tried to do the opposite and be a mentor to people. So it's quite a lot of university students that I kind of taken under my wing and sort of offer advice for them during kind of development and stuff, which has been good. But yeah, I think, yeah, not particularly the other way around.
How about everyone else here?
I think not one specific mentor, but just like a lot of, if I think about it now, there's like, I don't know, probably like a lot of people you meet at different events. You have like, I don't know, that person you had that 1 hour conversation with at, I don't know, 2 in the morning that taught you so much about like how to approach your job or how to think about the industry. So I couldn't point out a specific mentor, but there's a lot of people who gave me, I don't know, like, yeah, just a lot of insight. And I guess, so yeah, I guess you just like, once you're in the industry, you kind of meet those people, at least, if not a like specific one mentor person. Yeah.
That's a really good point, actually, because I think in my head, when we were talking about like this idea of a mentor, I think it's almost like some person that you go to for everything. But that's a really, really good way of putting it, actually, is that everyone has this collective massive knowledge that, I think it's good to sort of approach different people for different things. And again, as you said, it might just be a conversation at a bar at 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing. I think everyone has, and this is what's so good about the industry, is about, I think just in life in general, is there's always going to be someone that really knows such a specific topic better than you. And it's about how can you use that information and help you grow as a person.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure... Oh, sorry.
No, you go. I was going to say is that I think I've probably gone to Chris for advice at some point because there's things that Chris knows better than me and stuff. So I think it's like that.
And vice versa.
Yeah. I definitely have. I have a handful of people that I go to for advice. I think, especially if you're a woman or a person of color, it's useful to have people who are willing to open doors for you and to give you advice. Because a lot of the time, I think there are a lot of talented people, but it can be very difficult in the beginning to access those networks, and to access people who can give you advice. So I've been very fortunate that I have, you know, a few people that if I'm confused about something or I need advice or just letting me know about opportunities, that I can reach out to them, I can talk to them, and use that to grow as a person. So hopefully I can pass the buck forward, not pass the buck forward, you know what I mean, you know, open the door for the next person and be a mentor for them as well. What about you, Dylan? What has your experience been as a youth?
Yeah, not actually. Since I'm not like in the industry, like working in games, it's like a little bit harder to access like people who like, because I'm not surrounded, but teachers and counselors and just like older people that I meet who are in the industry are usually very open to questions. Like I know at my school, my teacher would always accept questions, like just about anything. And like at Girls Make Games, the counselors are always really open, and a lot of them are like college students. So it's nice to be able to ask them about college experiences and like what colleges they go to and like what they like about it. And just, yeah, meeting older people too, who are just like a little bit older than me or like in college or like in the industry, and like talking to them about like what it's like or like advice. It's like, it's very helpful.
Perfect. So I hate to to take this very positive topic and sort of turn it into a little bit more, not pessimistic, but a little bit more careful topic. Obviously, the games industry is a wonderful space 99% of the times, but there are here and there companies that tend to potentially maybe be looking out more for themselves than they may be looking out for other people. How do you make sure entering the industry, especially, that you're getting something out of an opportunity, no matter if it's a job, an internship, as any form of opportunity, without just being taken advantage of, even in the worst case?
If a studio says that they are like a family, run away, run far, run fast, change your name. So I think the thing to be aware of is that for a lot of us, making games is something we're very passionate about, and it's something that we care deeply about. And unfortunately, there can be studios that can take advantage of that and make you work for much longer than you ought to, than is healthy for you. That will make you feel as though you're being disloyal if you're not putting your entire life into working for that studio. And I think when you reach that point, you should start to evaluate whether or not that's the best space for you. A lot of the time, companies will talk a lot about loyalty, and I generally am a little bit hesitant and use that as a bit of a red flag, because usually that loyalty means giving your all as an employee into that company without necessarily getting benefit back. I think that it's important that wherever you're working, you're ensured that you're being treated well, or at least as reasonably as possible. And if that's not happening where you are, even if you love the project, consider going to other places. You don't have to stay at one place forever. One place doesn't own you, doesn't own your talent. And if you feel that you are unheard, or you feel unseen, or you feel taken advantage of, don't be afraid to look for other opportunities if you can, because there are a lot more opportunities in the industry globally than I think most people realize, in different places, in different spaces. So yeah, if they say that it's just like a family, you're not. It's like that toxic, terrible family that you never want to visit at Christmas. It's like that family. Makes
sense. I think as well, like, I mean, I think because we work in this industry that everyone is so passionate about, it's so easy to be exploited in that sense, because you're doing something that you do love. I think the best example is, you know, something you can see in AAA companies, you know, that almost expectation to work longer hours and to do more, because, and then you kind of almost justify it in your head because, oh, I do love doing this, I do enjoy it. So you kind of, I think it's important to always, with any job, to separate that time for yourself and time for working. And as an employer, I would never ever expect anyone to, you know, it hits 5 o'clock and, you know, go home. Don't say, I want you to go and work. I want you to go home and do your things and not have to work and think about that. And as you said, I think there are so many opportunities that if you are in that toxic environment, it's important to see that. I think when you are in toxic environments, sometimes it's hard to see it, and that's why it's important to have people around you that are close to you. And again, I don't think this is the case, and at least from my experience, it's always been very positive, but these places definitely exist, and you do hear about it. That's the thing, is to know your own worth, and to know that. I think, I mean, one of the things, at least for me, working in indie space, all my experience has been indie, and I think from that you realize that, I don't know, at least my experience with indie has been a lot better because it's not that corporate feel to it. Whereas I can imagine when you have a bit more of a corporate feel to it, there's a bit more of a, less about caring about the game, but maybe caring more about the bottom line. I don't want to just, generalize every company, because it's definitely not like that. But I think as soon as that corporate style comes back into it, then maybe that's where it can become a bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, as George says, please know your value, know your worth, because I think sometimes a toxic space can make you feel as though there is nowhere else to go, that your value is contingent on being with the studio, but oftentimes that is a lie. So always know your worth and what your time is worth as well. And if a place doesn't want to pay you that or show respect in certain forms, it is also okay to leave that place.
I must say, you go. Sorry. Yeah, I must say that, like in general, a narrative I heard from like different people who worked at different like problematic environments, I would say, is that like directly or kind of implicit, they say, hey, look, if you don't work here, you're not going to find another place in the industry, and that is like a very big red flag. And I mean, of course, it's also completely pointless, because if you wouldn't get a job anywhere else, why would they have hired you in the first place, or why would they keep working with you? But in general, it's just like, yeah, it's like if somebody implies, look, if you don't work for me, you won't get another job, then definitely run and get out of there. Something that unfortunately goes perfectly hand in hand with that is imposter syndrome, and it's something that throughout my entire career I've been dealing with. Even to this day, it's something where every once in a while I just sit there and I'm like, oh wow, this is like, maybe it's all just a stupid dream and I have absolutely no skill in what I'm doing. How do I deal with that? Is that something that once in a while you have to deal with yourself?
Yes.
yes, definitely.
Oh gosh. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm doing on this panel or any panel, or why people ask me to do talks, why people come to my talks, or I just, the imposter syndrome feels like it's less, when do I have imposter syndrome, and what are the few times I can count when I felt like I belonged somewhere, like I should be somewhere. I am a big advocate, if you can access it, I'm a big advocate for therapy. I think therapy can be very beneficial, even if it's just around work and how you feel about yourself. And I think that an important skill to have is to be able to celebrate your victories, big and small, because I think it's very easy to, especially if you're someone who wants to grow and get better at what you do, it's very easy to focus on where you've gone wrong and your mistakes and what you need to do better. But it's also important to take a step back and go, hang on, even if I made this mistake, I did other thing incredibly well. Of course, people want me on their panels and doing talks. I am gorgeous. You know, it's about finding, it's about finding, it's about being able to assess not only your weaknesses, but your strengths, and have pride in those strengths, and keeping that balancing act of always wanting to grow and knowing where you need to grow, but not solely focusing on your shortcomings is the best you can do. And then if you can't do that, then you just have to fake it. You just have to push very hard to convince people that you know what you're doing, or have a mask that shows that you're a confident person, like right now.
Firstly, you definitely belong in this industry. It sounds like you're doing some amazing stuff. So yeah. Everyone here. Yeah, I was gonna say everyone here. I'll say my perspective on it was definitely, I think I experienced it when I got into the industry when I was 18. And I think my age always felt like it was something that hindered me. It always felt like I would talk to people and they would almost look down on me because of my age. And I think it got to this point where, especially like, I was 19 at GDC pitching to sort of quite big publishers. And it was always quite daunting. It's like, you know, these are kind of very corporate people, and I'm here. I'm just some kid that has video games. But I think over time, I've come to realize my value in the industry. Not that I have much value, but I do have a place in the industry. And I think, again, I think not working in development explicitly, I think sometimes feel like you're not a game developer, but, you know, if you help in any way for a game to be either experienced by someone, whether that's marketing or actually the game being made, then you're a part of the industry. So I think over time I've become very self-confident in that sense.
The game developer.
Yeah, exactly. We're all game developers.
I think. Sorry.
No, you go.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say yes. I think I kind of feel like I've got that value now. I think again for me it was an age thing. I think that was one of the things that most got to me. And as soon as you realize, I think as soon as you earn someone's respect by realizing that age is literally just, you know, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily define who you are as a person. I think as soon as people realize that actually, whilst it is a niche, I'm good at what I do. So I think as soon as you kind of have that respect, then people see you differently, and I think it's been fine now. So I definitely think I've come out the other end of it, which I think is good. And I think the way I did that was just, you know, almost seeing it from a bigger perspective and seeing actually I'm working with games. I've been doing it for a while, and yeah. So I think it's a challenging one definitely, but I think it's important sometimes just to try and see it from a bigger perspective, as hard as that can be sometimes.
I think the game industry, because of the nature of this medium and because this industry is so young, also maybe that is why imposter syndrome is more common in this industry than other ones. At least I think like most people I know, if not all, have that to varying degrees. Because I don't know, like making a video game now is so much different to making a video game 10, 15 years ago. And I guess that it's way more, of course you have that in all entertainment, but I think it's more extreme in video games. And I mean, nobody, like, I don't know, like nobody has made Souls-likes for more than 10 years. Nobody has done this all their lives, kind of, like, you know, just as an example. So I think like everybody is at least somewhat new to any topic they work on, I would say, because technology and the game design and like and the market is changing so rapidly. Yeah. And something I read on Twitter the other day, and I wish I would remember by whom, is they wrote something like that they kind of channeled the imposter syndrome into something like the mad fake genius syndrome or something like that.
Yeah, like a con man. I've read that one as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
con man that it's great. You're fooling everyone. No one knows the truth. Yeah. You're a lot worse than people think you are, but look at you go. There's that. Look, I will also say that, you know, unfortunately, we're still in a place where being a woman or queer or a person of color can make you feel even more of an imposter, because I don't think we've reached parity within the industry yet. Unfortunately, not even in South Africa. I always say there are more white men named Ben than women of color in my industry, which is unfortunately a very accurate statement, as funny as it is. So that can also feed into it. But I realized very early on that no matter what the demographics, nobody can welcome you into gaming. Nobody can give you that gamer or game developer card. You just have to enter the space and act as though you belong there, because you do, because this is a space for everyone. And if you're working in this industry or doing anything within the industry, you belong here, it's your space. No one gets to take that away from you or welcome you or kick you or gatekeep it from you. It's yours. Just own it and take up that space.
100%.
People will love it.
Agree.
Yeah.
Dylan, did you want to add anything to the imposter syndrome question?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in a school environment, it can feel like a little bit different too, because like you're surrounded by people who are at similar levels sometimes. But also, like, I tend at my school, like grades and like pressure is just a lot sometimes. Like specifically, just there's a lot of pressure on us all the time. So you definitely feel that a lot, and it's a little hard to just see everyone around you, because there's a lot of people in my school who like are really far ahead. So it's like a little intimidating sometimes. So in like a school setting or like a learning setting, I feel like it's important to, like, of course, realize like when you're falling behind, and like don't be afraid to ask questions and like talk to people and be like, ask questions and like try to learn more. But also like don't be super focused on like other people, or like place your worth on your grades or like how well you're doing in school, because like of course like that can be important, but it's definitely not like a defining trait, and like your grades do not define you as a person or define your worth. So like I feel like that's really important to remember, because I certainly struggle with that a little bit. But so it's an important thing to realize, because it can be really hard to get over.
You're so wise for a 16-year-old. I'm so impressed.
I would
just to add. Oh my goodness. I feel so terrible about who I was at 16.
Same.
Just to add on to that, Dylan, I think that's really good advice. I think a thing that I came to accept, and I think that I find really freeing, is there's always going to be someone better than you. There's always going to be someone taller than you, skinnier than you, prettier than you, smarter than you, a better producer than you, a better game dev, further along in their career, much younger than you. There's always going to be someone better than you, and that's fine, because you're not in competition with other people in that sense. It's not about there being a roadmap to life and you have to reach X amount of goals before you reach Y age. You're on your own path and you're figuring it out yourself. And so what matters is being as true to yourself and as kind to yourself as possible. I think when dealing with imposter syndrome, that's vital, is that it's very easy to be understanding to what other people go through, and you need to give that same level of understanding to yourself and not worry too much about whatever it is everybody else is doing.
Can I throw in one more thing
I'm
about...
wise now. Now I'm wise.
Can I throw in one more thing about like being like young, I don't know, 18, 19, and like going into meetings and stuff like that? My experience talking to some industry people like now a few years later, it's because like when I was 18, I think I looked more like I was 14 or something. And I think at least some people who I over the years became friends with later kind of told me that, you know, they were like, hey, there's this person and he looks like he's, I don't know, he's in a meeting here, he looks like he's 16, but that doesn't make sense. But that probably means then that he just looks young and is like 28 or something. So I think, I don't know, I think like a lot of times, I don't know, like if people think you need to have a certain age and to be in a meeting like that, then people often like think, okay, then by that logic, that person is at that age. So I had that, I don't know, I had that a lot, that people just think then that you're older because yeah, or they think young people can pitch to major publishers and then it's also cool.
I fully agree. Oh, go ahead, Dimple.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing.
I was in a similar situation where for the longest time, even these days, like people, maybe I don't look like 14 anymore. I think like I'm reaching like 15, 16 level, which is good. That's something.
I was about to say you look 16.
Thank you. Perfect. See, it's getting better. But for the longest time, like in meetings, especially back when I was working with the Indie Mega Boost, people always thought like I was, I know, someone's nephew or something like that, just sort of tagging along and having a good time. At the end of the day, like being at a young age in the industry also opens up such a big opportunity to impress other people. Not that that's relevant at the end of the day, but I think in no matter which age you enter the industry in, there's always a space for you. It's a very open industry. It comes down to what we talked about earlier on. It's about passion and wanting to work in games, and not about how young, how old, how experienced you may be when you first enter the games industry. There's plenty of examples of folks that sort of worked for the longest time in tech industries where they may be able to even make more money, which is unfortunately still a reality of video games. We're not necessarily competing with the high level tech industries, but at some point they maybe realize, hey, this is not for me. I would rather work on my passion project or for something I really have passion for, rather than make huge pots of money at the end of the day. Imposter syndrome generally is, Dimple, yeah.
Oh, no, I was about to rain on the parade a little bit, but it's fine. I'll wait until after your point's done for that. I think, well, I do love working in games, and it is an incredible industry. Let's not just sell the rose-tinted version of the industry. It can be incredibly difficult. It can be incredibly demanding, and it can be hostile. Feels like a very strong word, but it also has the potential to be unfriendly. And I think it's good to be aware of that going in so that you're not surprised if that happens to you. And it doesn't mean that it's you attracting that kind of experiences. That is also just a part of the industry. And it's definitely growing and getting better and becoming more aware so that, you know, as to how to treat people, especially younger people, how to create a safer, more inclusive environment. And so it's definitely a good thing that that's being worked on. But it can be very challenging and very difficult. So you also have to be prepared for that and to make sure that you take care of yourself first and foremost as you're going into this industry.
Very good point.
Debbie, down and down.
Since we're now in the last 15 minutes, I wanted to sort of like open up the floor to have a little bit more of an open conversation. Is there any advice, one point of advice that you would that you would have loved to have received back when you were first trying to enter the games industry, that could have helped you, could have just been a warning, or overall just something valuable to know when you first took that leap of faith?
I think I just gave my advice.
Fair point.
Also, at some point, you're probably going to make a horrific mistake and fail terribly. It's okay. Everyone does. Nobody knows what they're doing. And just enjoy it, keep learning, keep growing, and trust in yourself. No one has any idea what they're doing. It's okay.
That's a good life advice as well. No one actually really has it all together yet. I think from my perspective, again, it's about everyone in the industry has all their different insights into things. I think it's so important to use who's around you and to use, the amount of times I ask for advice. I mean, I'm still obviously very young and still growing as a person, but there's always someone out there who has a different perspective on things. And it's so important to use that information. Just not take yourself too seriously as well, I think. I think my whole mentality I take my life is always very, I don't know, just try and enjoy it and not to, take yourself too seriously or get, too bogged down with that. But definitely I think use who's around you and use that information around you. And there's always someone out there who's gone through an experience that maybe you haven't, and it's important to take that in and take their perspective into account. Whether that's, I don't know. I think that's my perspective on things. I've said that phrase way too much. Sorry, I keep saying that's my perspective on things. I just realized I keep saying it. I mean, sorry, but that's my perspective on things anyway. Sorry.
I think one thing is that I guess if you start making your own game, start out as a student team or just as a hobby project to make a first game. Don't necessarily expect that first game to be a huge success. And don't necessarily spend 5 years on that first game, but, make a bunch of things, make small things, and kind of grow as a developer to just learn how things work. Go to game jams. I guess that's an important one. Game jams, online or offline. This year, probably only online. Make a game in 48 hours alone or with, new people you met or with friends, and just afterwards you have made a game. And then you have made one more game, and after 100 games, you will start to figure out what you're doing. Maybe I didn't yet, but I guess that's down the line somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. That's
talking.
But I think as well, I think it's one of those things where I think there's so much information out there that it's free that you can access. If you've got a laptop, that's effectively all you need really. You can go online and you can find all these resources to make games. The same way me and Henning were talking about earlier about Game Maker. Literally, Game Maker was free. I downloaded Game Maker and I just started playing around with it. My art was terrible. Everything was terrible. And I'd spend an hour making a game and get bored of it, and then just move on to something else. And then I'd spend a week doing something and then move on to something else. But that experience is so cool. Just that kind of very quick kind of prototyping and just. I think this is the thing. I think there is so much information out there. And if it's accessible to you, then, it is accessible to you if you have the facilities to obviously have a laptop and have internet connection, which I know I take for granted, I think, as well. But if you have that stuff, then you can go out there and you can find so many tutorials on whether it's Unity, Unreal, Game Maker, or whatever other engines there are and stuff. You can literally just get access to it and find a YouTube video and watch someone talk you through how to start making a game. So I think, if you are hesitant and sort of want to get into things, literally just jump straight into it, start making a game. I think it's much easier than I think people realize, which is, I have no skills whatsoever. I can code a little bit, but I still made some really weird. I made a whole RE, so religious studies project in the UK. I made a project depicting Moses' life. It was just the most random game ever, but it was, I got a really bad grade in it, but it's cool. So I think that's what I'd say. Just jump straight into it. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah, I would second that. And
no, please, Dylan, please go ahead. Please.
All right. yeah, I would second that with that. And like as a young person, just trying to take as many opportunities as you can if you can get them, and like doing camps and clubs and after school programs if you can access those. And as everybody else said, if you don't have access to those kind of programs, or if like money is not, it's like not available, or like they're just not available in your community, like try to get online, like YouTube, I want to say like Reddit, other communities, there's like forums and things that you can talk to. You can, as you said, email professionals, talk to them, and just like try to consume content and meet people is another big one, as we were talking about earlier, like getting networking, so meeting people, like just trying to learn as much as you can, and like just understanding what's happening, I feel like is a big thing.
Yeah, definitely. If you have the opportunity to go to events, whether in real life or online, whether that's monthly meetups in your neighborhoods, you know, festivals or conferences, definitely take up that opportunity. You have such a great potential to meet incredible people. And I think one of the biggest pieces of advice that really helped me is don't be afraid to ask for help. People usually, assuming you're not a terrible person, people are usually so open to helping you, especially if you're passionate and you care about this and you want to learn and grow. People will always find time to give you advice or to help you out in whatever way they can. So don't be afraid to ask help. Ask for help. Everyone needs help.
Yeah. I think it's well go on that point. I think again, people are so accessible, and sometimes like literally just if anyone emailed me, I'd always try and reply if I had something interesting to say back to her. People are so accessible. You know, even if it's just tweeting someone, just saying, "Hey, I've got a problem. I'm just interested in your perspective on it." I think a lot of people will reply, and sometimes people will just miss it because they're so busy or they have, you know, a million Twitter notifications. But again, people are more accessible than you realize, which I think is a good thing to remember.
One final thing that oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. Something to, I guess one other thing is if you have the option volunteer at events, at like conventions and conventions, conferences and so on. There's always there's always I don't know, something like Gamescom or PAX needs hundreds of volunteers in order to like be operational. And and as one of those, you are at the event, and then you will have the option to go to all the events and talk to all the people and so on. And that's how I don't know, that's a good way to get this initial kind of like circle of like game industry people, you know, and then from there on, it's kind of, once you have that, it's like make things a lot easier.
Fully agree. I mean, for me, my career path into the games industry was totally based on volunteering. I volunteered my way into the games industry straight out of high school. Met my first employee sell me games out of Munich at like a Gamescom, then a week later at PAX, and they were like, what's this 14-year-old kid doing on two sides of the Atlantic? Well, I guess he's passionate. And the one thing I want to say about volunteering, since there's more and more events than ever, and since there's more and more events that very much rely on volunteering to actually be able to pull it off, is it always needs to come with something in return for yourself. Volunteering is fantastic, and many organizations simply cannot afford to pay volunteers. PAX Online, or PAX as a company with their enforcers on the show floor, luckily do so these days at all of their conferences, as far as I'm aware. And I think that's a great development, but it's understandable that that's not necessarily a possibility for everyone. And that's fine as well, as long as companies on the other side of the spectrum make sure that the volunteers that are offering their free time to them at the end of the day will get something in return. I think a phenomenal example is the Indie Arena booth that does so many things for their volunteers, anything from food and drinks, from networking opportunities, pitching courses. I've been a volunteer for them for many years in my early years in the industry, and they're one of the very good examples of how to do things right for people offering their time.
Yeah, I think as well, I think it's such an interesting point, because I'm exactly the same when it comes to either volunteering or doing something for free. It's so important to know your value of your worth and make sure that you're getting paid in some way. As you said, it might not be monetary. I think it's so important for that to happen, because otherwise we create this precedence in this industry where people just do stuff for free and get exploited for that because it's a fun industry. But again, if you get something out of it, it's the best thing. If anyone ever came up to me and said, I want to do something for free, I want to do this, there's no way I'm letting them do that for free. If they're doing something for me that's beneficial, then I'm paying them for it. And again, as you said, sometimes that's money, sometimes that's about opportunities. I mean, personally, I'd always pay them just because I'm in a situation where I can pay them. But again, I think as long as you get something out of it, then that's all fine. But it's important to know the value of your work, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. I guess we've reached the end of this wonderful panel. Thanks so much to all four of you for joining me today on this digital stage for PAX Online. We've done our closing words so far, but as sort of like a final round, if you want to tell people how they can find you online, your websites, your Twitter handles, if it's not online, just anything that you want to share as sort of like a closing statement. We have 3 minutes to fill. So let's start alphabetically again, and then go from there.
Again, I'm Dylan. I don't really have, like, I do have social media, but I'm not really, like, I guess I don't know, but like, yeah, I don't have that kind of social media. But I would just say, as I said earlier, like, don't be afraid to talk to people, meet people, ask questions, like, just follow your passion and see where it takes you, and like try to take opportunities when you can get them, and just learn. Learning is a big thing, I feel.
Yeah. So yeah, yes, my company called Super Rare Games. So superraregames.com is our website. We always sell sort of indie Switch games. Always stuff going on there. My Twitter is like Super Rare George. I usually just tweet random things occasionally, like every month. And usually it's very nerdy video game stuff. But if you want to follow me for that, then I guess come and see me there. But yeah, I'm not a big social media person.
Yeah, my Twitter handle is Henningboat. And I guess if you like have any questions about how to get into the industry and get started specifically with programming, or even more specifically with shader programming, then sure, feel free to reach out. I don't post much there, but I guess I check every now and then, and I am generally reachable. Yeah.
Yeah, I am on social media. You can find me at just Dimpo, hopefully a little bar at the bottom, because it's obviously spelled differently to how it's pronounced. Follow me. There are a lot of hot takes, funny tweets, because my creative director forces me on pain of death to tweet at least once or twice a week. So you can find me there. I'm always happy to answer any questions anyone has, to have any discussions around game development, production. I love talking about production. Thank you all so much for this lovely opportunity. This has been a great panel. Hopefully I get to meet you all in real life one day. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that as well. I didn't know any of you going into it, but it's been really lovely. And again, hopefully catch you guys in person.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's an amazing opportunity to meet everybody. It's just nice to see what the industry's like.
This is very wonderful.
We can all go for milkshakes, because we've got 2 teenagers here.
Sounds good. Well, thanks so much. Everyone that's been watching, have a great PAX Online. You can find me online as chriswolf_ on Twitter, or check out Floppy Nights, which is a project that we're publishing now on Steam. Please wishlist. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. And we're really happy to bring post-apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurs tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and I have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm gonna go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
Hello, and welcome to TTRPGs and Kids, Engaging Children in Tabletop Role-Playing. My name is Kyle Allen, and I am the moderator for this panel. Before we go around and introduce our panelists, I want to do some housekeeping. For the audience, I'm not sure if PAX has made this apparent, but this panel is pre-recorded, so we will not be answering any questions in real time. Instead, members of the panel are in chat to make any clarifications or engage in further discussion if you have questions. This panel is being run with safety tools. To ensure the comfort of everyone in the discussion, we are privately utilizing the X and O cards. If you're unfamiliar with what that means, I encourage you to go to bit.ly/TTRPG safety toolkit. Every tabletop role-playing game can and should use safety tools, and they can be used in other facets of life, such as a panel. Yay! With that, I would like to pass it around to the panel to introduce themselves. Would you please tell everyone your name, pronouns, and any relevant information as to why you're on this panel in particular? So we'll start with Russ.
Hi, everybody. I'm Russ Wild. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm on this panel because I am the guide/creative lead for a podcast called Prison Pals, which is an all-ages podcast.
Thank you, Russ. And Finley?
Hi, everybody. My name is...
Finley, you're muted in Zoom.
Hi, everybody. This is my first virtual panel, but not my first panel altogether. My name is Finley Logan. I use they, them pronouns. I'm on this panel because I am a middle school teacher. I've been teaching middle school for almost 10 years now. And I've also been writing and running RPGs for my students for over 5 years. And like I said, I've been doing PAX panels for a while, so it's actually my third consecutive year doing a PAX panel about kids and RPGs. So thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. And Riley?
Hi, I'm Riley Rethel. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a tabletop game designer. And I've also been a camp counselor for the past 3 years and the tabletop RPG specialist at that camp for the past 2 years. So I've played a lot of games with kids. This also isn't my first panel about playing RPGs with kids, but it is the first one that people are watching.
That's a mood. That's a big mood. And Marissa?
Yeah, my name is Marissa Kelly. I use she and I make games. I'm the co-owner of Magpie Games, and I've been invited because of my work on Appillion, a Dragon Epic, which is a tabletop RPG featuring dragons and how they grow up. My company has also released Masks: A New Generation and Wizard Kittens, the card game, which kids, young adults, and adults all enjoy.
Super excited to have you. Appillion is like the one game that I can GM and not feel like I'm going to have a panic attack. So, love it. Okay. And I'm Kyle. My pronouns are he, they. I am a producer and cast member for Prison Palace Podcast. Hi, Russ. Like Russ said, we are an all ages quest actual play. Did you say quest? Quest actual play game with an entirely LGBTQ plus cast. I have also worked personally for a K-5 elementary school in latchkey services and as a substitute teacher for 5 years, as well as a grades 4 to 8 camp counselor. Nothing TTRPG specific working with them. I just work with the kids in other aspects, not assets. Additionally, I have worked in kid-focused theater, including college and community experience. So, all over the board. As you may have noticed, this group is diverse in experience. Our discussion will be jumping around from what it is like to game with kids, produce podcasts or streams for kids, and designing all ages oriented games. It is a common approach in these discussions to focus on what it's like as an educator or a parent, but there are so many more viewpoints to explore, and we hope to reflect that. We also had a friend of ours and colleague in the community, B-Bars, was supposed to join us today, but unfortunately he could not make it. So shout out to B-Bars on Twitter. He makes Power Outage, which is a great kid-focused game. We also are working with Aram Bartian, who is helping me with post-production. So you will not see him, but he is doing lots of things for this that I could not. So thank you, Aram. With all of that out of the way, let's get started. So, this panel will be a sort of TTRPGs and Kids 102. I've been to conventions with panels about why you should play games with kids and create for them, and all the benefits with it, but that's been done over and over again. If you need context as to why this is something we feel we need to talk about, then I encourage you to do your own research. Google's a great tool, and there's tons of articles and resources out there to educate yourself. Plus, we've only got like 45 minutes, so time is precious. This panel is about how to create content for kids, how to play with them, how to actually take the steps to doing all of these things as opposed to why you should do them. To start, let's talk about some of your favorite games that you've personally played with kids or used to create content for kids. What have you found that makes these games so suitable for your needs as opposed to other games that you might enjoy? So, would anyone like to take this, because no one made notes about this one?
I have lots of thoughts about this. Hi.
Riley, take it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm a camp counselor, and my camp actually did a bunch of stuff this summer online, which I participated in kind of like in April, before we knew that camp wasn't going to happen like in person. But my friend ended up doing a lot of the actual RPG stuff because my brain just couldn't handle half being at camp. So I ended up talking with them a lot about like what games are the best to play with kids. And obviously this is also something I've thought about when I was playing them. And the main thing that I've kind of found that is really helpful for playing games with kids is you need a game that makes it really easy for everyone to be on the same page. So like the thing with kids, if you've ever met a kid, is that they really like grabbing onto an idea that has nothing to do with anything else you're talking about and being like, can we do that? I'm thinking about that now, which I can relate. And so it's really good to have games that like let everyone kind of grab onto that same idea. Like, I don't like games that have these like long character creation sections that you're kind of supposed to do yourself, because then you'll have kids who are like get super into it, or like, I've written an entire backstory for my character, and some other kid is like, yeah, I wrote stats and I'm done. So that kind of like isn't great. And also just it's really good to make sure that everyone is involved, you know, even if you're not necessarily talking at that moment, that you still kind of have something to do. So you're always engaged with the story that is happening right there. So my absolute favorite game to play, not only with kids, but also, I mean, at any time, but especially with people who are new to indie RPGs, is For the Queen by Alex Roberts, which is a card prompt based game where basically you just kind of read a little bit of context, like you're on a journey with the queen, and then you're going in turns, flipping cards that have a question about like your character, your relationship to the queen, the land you're traveling through, something like that. And you don't have to make characters. The characters are made as you go. And what I really like about it is that it encourages asking questions, like follow-up questions. So, you know, you're always listening to be like, oh, what if the thing you said has to do with the thing I said earlier? And so like you get to create these really like intricate stories in like this really simple framework. Also, like, I will admit that everything that I'm saying also just is biased towards what I like in games in general, because I'm a kid. And so like I just really like card prompt games. I've played a lot of Spindle Wheel, though that definitely, you know, you gotta kind of understand that those themes can be kind of dark. Like The Quiet Year is a really good one because everyone's like drawing on the map. You know, so that's kind of the big thing for me, is that you want games that you're able to kind of either like segment, or it just kind of keeps going. So like everyone is kind of following along the same story.
I was with you until you said For the Queen, and I was like, For the Queen with kids? What? My mind was blown.
Yeah, it's I actually ended up like DMing with Alex Roberts over the summer to like ask about stuff, being like, do you have a print version so I can print more of these? All the kids want to play it. And like she was saying, like I never imagined like while I was writing it that it would be for kids, but I've just had so many people say that they've played it, and like it's there's always, my friend took out a couple cards when they played online. I only took out one about like the queen touching you. Like I don't need to deal with that. But like as long as you say like the love doesn't necessarily have to be romantic, like the kids get it. They're fine. It's great.
Anyone else have any?
I was gonna say, so this is a very popular game. A lot of people have played it. Honey Heist. It is a very simple game. The premise is very simple. You are bears trying to steal honey. Go and do it. And in addition, like it allows for a suspension of disbelief that a lot of kids can access really easily. Kids are great at pretend. They're great at imagining things that like other people struggle with, especially people who play like heavy rules-based games often have a lot of difficulty just doing things for the sake of doing them and not because there's a rule to back it up. So I think that like Honey Heist or like a lot of rules-like games, in addition, like Lasers and Feelings would also be a good system, especially with how many hacks there have been of Lasers and Feelings. We recently, for Prison Pals, did an episode of a hack of Lasers and Feeling that's called Magic and Mischief, which is a magic school-based hack of the game. And it's really easy to roll for things, and it's really easy to do things, and there's no specific rules besides like have fun and like see what happens. So I think that like having those sort of games in the same sort of way that like you don't need to build your character right away, you don't need to know all the information about them, you can roll for it, you can figure it out as you go. I think that that really works well with kids. It gives them something really easily to grab onto and to know, okay, this is what we're doing, this is the goal here.
These are games that like the setup is very quick. It doesn't take more than like 5 minutes max, and then you're immediately playing the game. Marissa or Finley?
Yeah, as I say, I have sort of like a two sort of side-by-side feeling about this, because so I, just for some background, I teach middle school, so 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and I also work in a school setting, and I work with special education kids with language-based disabilities. So language generation is often pretty hard. And also like flexible thinking can be really hard. So like Russ, as you were saying, you know, it's better to have like open creativity so that kids don't get bogged down in rules. I have kids who love rules. They love like rules are amazing. And I want to give a shout out to my friend Mendez, who last year said something just that I thought was like, that middle schoolers and kids in general, but I see this a lot with my middle schoolers. There's this like drive to collect things that are similar but different. So like My Little Ponies or Hot Wheels or Pogs or
Pokemon
not
cards.
Pogs anymore, but like Overwatch guns. Like they're all the same. It doesn't matter. Somebody out there's like, I have a thought. But so for those kids, that's when I pull out the D&D, because they are like, I want to do the thing that I saw my friends doing. I want to get in on that party. On the other hand, we have the kids who do want to be completely open, who want to just be able to make up whatever. And with those kids, a game that I love is Dinosaur Princesses, which I played for the first time at PAX. It's amazing. It's you play a dinosaur who is a princess, but you don't have to be a princess. You don't have to be a girl or any gender in particular. You don't have to be a dinosaur. You could be a cat or a shoe or a train or a cloud. And it's a very player-centric model, because there's a kind of like The Quiet Year, there's a map-making element. But the genre is like goofy Saturday morning cartoons. And you and your friends are coming together with your unique talents and skills to solve some, benign but pressing issue in your community. And it always ends with a party. And it's been interesting to see like who shows up for these different games and what they get out of it and what they bring to it. And I think it's definitely like good as a DM or a game runner for kids, just to come in with a couple of different tools in your pocket, especially if you're working with kids who have learning differences or social needs, or just something that is going to make it more challenging for them to latch on to something new.
That's awesome. Marissa?
Yeah, so from the publisher side, I don't have kids and I don't work with kids regularly. So it's not a prerequisite for making games for kids. And when I was a kid, my dad ran games for me. Primarily, he ran Traveler as a hack for us playing Star Wars. And he ran D&D a bit for me, too. And I play tested Apillion, the game we were talking about at the beginning, with a bunch of kids a bunch of times. And it was a good experience that allowed me to see the kind of dynamic that my dad and I might have had at the table. And it was also great in general, regardless of the rules or how he hacked them or how much I personally tackled versus how much, was hand waved. Again, I don't have the best memory about which things were there or which recommend in that pace. But regardless of what game you're playing, I think that those kinds of family stories, however you make up your family, however whoever's at your table, those stories are going to stick with you. And just playing with whatever you have available is also very valuable.
I feel very reassured to know that you don't have to actually play or have kids to make games for kids. That just opens up the market for me. In your experiences, what is the process of working with employers, companies, organizations in establishing RPG programs or creating content with or for kids? How receptive are they? Is there any apprehension do you find? Marissa, when you were pitching Apillion, did they look at you like you had two heads?
Well, it was my company, so no.
Fair.
I didn't start out Apillion being a kid-focused game in my head. But honestly, selling games to kids is hard because kids aren't the ones buying the games. So when you're marketing a game, it has to be marketable, period. Like, if you want a broad reach, you need to make a game that reaches people. If you're just making a game that you're playing with your class, you have a lot more options, a lot more tools available to you. I know a lot of people, teachers who've already made amazing games that they can play in the classroom. But when you're making a large scale product, it's just a whole nother animal. Everything from the art, from what we had to moving forward, if I were to redo Apillion, for example, like there's just so many things. If I'm marketing to just like a kid's audience, like the My Little Pony game that came out, like we know that there's an audience of adults that will buy that game, right? That's not really a gamble. It's not really a risk. But for your own IP that you're developing that's for kids, it is somewhat of a challenge to navigate all those spaces on who is your audience, because it can't just be kids. It's got to be kids and what adults that are buying that for their kids. Setting up programs that incorporate that, like working with an established entity like a school or some kind of program that can help fund your development, is a nice way to sort of navigate those two spaces. Make sure it gets played, make sure it gets the audience, reaches the audience it needs, and make sure that you can like sustainably make it and make it the product that it needs to be.
And I can talk a little to the process of setting up with a school environment. I think if you're considering starting up an RPG program in your school, like this is, I have to imagine, the best possible circumstances that you could be doing that. There's such a like sort of broad awareness of the benefits of playing, as Kyle was saying, like we're not even covering that because that, it's kind of understood at this point that it is a beneficial thing for young people to be engaged in. And when I first started getting into role-playing games at my school, it was actually for the purpose of establishing better connections with my students. I had some kids who were just really going through a tough time and they were hard to reach. And I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I am going to put like monsters into their math worksheets. And it gave us like new things to talk about and established a connection. And teachers and anyone who works with kids knows it's all about relationship building. So when I first approached my administration, said I want to do this during lunchtime, really their only concern was that there might be kids who wanted to play but were excluded just because of space and time considerations. And that was easily addressed. We set up a sign-up sheet and a rotating schedule. But like, what an amazing problem that the real impediment was that too many kids might be interested in. And yeah, like anytime I've mentioned it to other teachers or families, the response has always been super positive, with families often wanting to know like how their kids could keep playing outside of school, like whether there were summer programs or after school programs. And so I'm so encouraged to see that response and also see that growth within the sort of society at large.
And we're now starting to see the manufacturers of games start to do programs to allocate funds or products to educators or community leaders to make these even more accessible for people to start up gaming with their kids. Like you can, I know B-Bar does it with Power Outage. You can just contact him and he'll get you a copy you can start doing stuff. Quest is doing it right now. You can contact them for free copies. It's just they're trying to make the hurdles less so on the gaming aspects themselves. It's more so on your end as the educator. Russ or Riley, do you have any thoughts?
Well, for Prison Pals, we're a podcast, so like we sort of just had to establish it with each other. It wasn't really a, hey, let's establish it with a big corporation or anything. It was more just like us talking at a group and wanting to fill a niche that wasn't filled already. We have an all LGBTQ podcast that's family friendly, which is a thing that a lot of people find as impossible. A lot of people think LGBTQ plus isn't family friendly, so you can't have those two pieces together. But having a place where kids can see themselves represented and parents can feel safe allowing their kids to see themselves it lets that representation be there, and it lets it be more prevalent. We've had some people comment on our show before saying that they like the representation, they like how it works, and we've had people say that they will listen to the show with their kids, but we've never really interacted with corporations or like other groups that already exist who are like, ooh, you doing stuff for kids isn't really our sort of goal or anything. So we don't have a huge experience with that, unfortunately.
Going back to what Marissa was saying with like knowing your audience, it can't just be kids. That's a lot like where we were approaching things. Like our audience was never just kids; it was queer people and kids, and also RPG lovers. So like there was like a several different facets to it. The reason I love Epilion is probably because I just like saying, "You want to play little gay baby dragons with me?" It's just that's how I pitch it. Last time I played it was for Pride Month, and I was like, let's play the Moonbeam Festival. It's just Dragon Pride. Let's do it. Riley, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I also don't like so the year that I started doing RPG stuff, my second year of camp, the new assistant director, who's now the director, she's great. I really should have asked, like, I know that she kind of wants to keep like her internet Twitter stuff and like her camp director stuff separate, so I won't shout her out. But like basically I was a general counselor, which kind of just meant like, oh, you know, we'll put you wherever we need. And that year they were like, we want general counselors to pitch electives. And I was like, hello, I would like to do RPGs. And so I did, me and my co-specialist, or, you know, my, at that point, co-person, Rose, we did 1 week of a Dungeon World elective. And then we were kind of thinking like, it would be so cool to like play the Quiet Year and then play Dungeon World in it, like as a 2-week thing. And I just mentioned it to the assistant director. She's like, and it like kind of being like, oh yeah, like maybe we can do that third session. I don't know. And she's like, oh yeah, that's great. Let's do it next week. And I was like, oh, okay. And that just like was great. And so we ended up doing it the next session, and then both of us came back last summer to be like full-fledged RPG specialists. So yeah, it was just great. You know, never really had any trouble with it.
That's awesome. So we've touched on it a bit. So after you've gone through the process of starting your game or your group or your show, has there been a shift in perspective from people who you discussed it with prior to? Like for Riley, you didn't seem like there was a shift in perspective at all. It was always gung-ho. But for Finley, was there any kind of response that you saw that changed or was really positive?
No, it's continued to be a positive reaction from administration, from parents, and from other teachers. I think the only like one hiccup I had was my co-DM and I were at one point catching up on our weekend campaigns in the hall, and another teacher looked by and was like, gave us this look, and then was like, oh, well, you're talking about your club. It's okay. So we were probably talking about like chopping up monsters or casting some kind of dark ritual and summoning elder gods, who knows. But you know, as it's now been a couple of straight years of full year, every Friday running this club, and we're so lucky. We've got kids who've been with us from 6th grade through 8th grade, and we know they're going to go, they play RPGs outside of school, they get to their friends, they come in and show us their like miniatures that they painted, and their dice towers that they built. And so we know that like these are kids who are going to keep playing and like having this as a focal point, as a hobby for, I hope, the rest of their lives. But you know, I think like in a school, it's a really important niche to have of like an activity, of an extracurricular it's not sports, it's not art necessarily. It's like bounded by rules, and you know, is structured. Kids know what to expect when they come in. They know that they're going to get like some social time. They know they're going to do something fun. And they know that we're going to be there like telling the story with them. And I think, that's something that is really needed among our population. I think really like my only goal now, like the only thing I see that I want to change is that our school is primarily boys anyway, which just has to do with the way that uh, disabilities are diagnosed within our society, and that's a topic for another panel. But it's generally an all boys club, and I'd love to see more gender diversity in the room, because I just think it's gonna, you know, that kind like just changing things up and helping people see themselves in this hobby that might not is sort of our next goal.
Marissa, so this conversation has been a lot about how the kids with playing the games or adults in like a education standpoint have been receptive of it. How about with the corporate view? How has like market reception been as opposed to other more adult focused games?
Yeah, I think one of the awesome benefits of Kickstarter, which is where most of our business goes, all our products go through, most of them, Kickstarter during some point in their life cycle. And the nice part about that is you can gauge your reception almost immediately. So that gives you time to cancel your project, start it over again, like not have to invest everything in there. But when it does hit, I think that like with A Pillion, for example, it was a big success, especially for at the time in Kickstarter, that gave us, a lot of not just monetary value to move forward in making the game, but also just the like peace of mind that it was going somewhere. So, I think one of the benefits is also when you're running the games with kids at the table. I think probably my favorite table composition has always been like one kid and a bunch of adults, all right, or one or two kids and a bunch of adults, because there's this really cool dynamic that happens where the adults get to model proper table behavior, like don't talk over somebody, pay attention to their scene. I know it's not your turn, but like let's be a good audience. And then the kids get to show off their creativity. And I think that's something that adults can overlook because we tend to do this a lot. We play games a lot. We have to think of things creatively. And then when a kid comes over and is like, yeah, but did you think about all these crazy things that they come up with? And you're like, wow, no, I didn't even think that was on the table. Thank you. And that dynamic is something really special to a mixed table that isn't just you facilitating for a bunch of kids, but is a collaborative process between adults and children, and that kind of grouping that kind of nurtures relationships between generations rather than separating them out. I think a lot about the design process for that as well, which is there's a thing here about designing for a parent plus a kid versus designing just for a kid, and what those things mean in a game and how you understand that feedback when you get it. So for example, like the whole Sesame Street Blue's Clues thing, where Sesame Street was designed to be appealing to parents and kids, so the parents could watch it as well and be okay with having it on the TV in the background. Whereas Blue's Clues was designed just for kids and aired on TV in the same slot at the same episode for a whole week, meaning that the kids could then watch it every day and basically learn the episode. But obviously that is not intended for parents' pleasure as well. So I think, again, it kind of goes back to knowing your audience a little bit. What program are you running? What game are you designing? Who in the RPG space is this product for? Is it for people who are used to playing D&D? Is it for people who are used to playing The Quiet Year? Is it for something completely else? Like knowing why you're designing it, what program you're designing it for, is all the more meaningful for how it impacts the people within it, or if it even gets to the table in the first place. So reception, I think, is a lot to do with getting to the right people as well.
what do you do differently, or how does your process look when creating for kids or gaming with them as opposed to with adults? I should just read the script I wrote for myself. How do you approach that? Russ, do you want to take this one to start?
So when you have a bunch of adults at the table, you can go into a lot of like heavy flowery detail. You can also like go into some darker subjects, like player death, character death, that kind of stuff, and having that happen at the table. You can go into those subjects, and there's a lot more understanding and like sort of compassion there, and sort of like people will get through it, they'll understand it, they'll communicate it. When it comes to making content for kids, I'm not saying that you have to dull all the content, but like there are certain topics that like aren't great for kids. Like there shouldn't be like lots of drinking, or like some things that parents won't agree with in certain cases. For example, with Prison Pals, part of keeping it all ages means that there's no sexual content in the show. It also means that like we don't swear. There's no swearing at the table. If it does happen, it gets cut out. We went through, when we first started the show, we did a small period where we just kind of ran the show without talking about things, and the show was very dark. And then around episode 8 or 9, we sat down at a table and were like, okay, this show isn't the show we want to present to people. The show doesn't represent what we want to do. It'd be great if it was for adults only, or like for an older audience. And so we sat down, we talked about it, and we came up with a list of content that like we weren't going to have in the game, or content we weren't going to approach. So it's just that there are certain things that are technically off limits, not just because kids might not understand it, but also because parents won't approve of it being in the content for children. It's the same reason there's rating systems on like movies, TV shows, etc., etc. So that's kind of how we approached making content for kids.
Yeah, I was similar to that. I think, yeah, being in a game with kids, I'm much more explicit about where the boundaries are than I would be with adults. And part of that is, like a rating system. And part of that is also with kids. There's a couple of things going on, especially with my students, that they don't necessarily know what the genre-based expectations are. They might not know that in a fantasy story, we tell this kind of narrative. Our characters should act this kind of way. They should make these choices, but not those choices. Because, if you were, and as like adults who have read a lot of books and seen a lot of media, we kind of have a sense of like where a narrative might take us, but kids really don't. So there have been times, and this kind of goes back to what Marissa was saying about modeling, where I've really had to take a kid aside and been like, that thing that you are trying to do here, I want to say, I want to let you do whatever you want, but it's not working, and we need to take this in another way. Like, you cannot steal all of these gnomes' clothing. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. And so like I think there are conversations and like levels of explicitness that I would go into with kids that, in an adult game, I would give folks much more open space and let them kind of take the narrative where it's going to go.
I think it's important when playing any games, like I said in the beginning, safety tools have become such a very important aspect of playing RPGs with anyone. When you have them in place, whatever you choose to use, because there's so many different ones you can use. Like playing with kids, there are tools. I think like the sunflower, like the color flower, whatever it's called, where you can. It's very kid friendly, bright and colorful, using like the stoplight colors, green, yellow, red. Whereas where you could be playing and something like this could happen, and you could just be like, we're going to touch the yellow. We're going to stay away from that one. Or just to redirect focus as a table to keep these types of subject matters, no matter what they are, under control. Riley or Marissa?
Yeah. So for me, part of how I separate stuff is like how I do it with kids versus adults, and then some of it is more like based on experience with like games and specifically indie games. So one of the main things that I do with kids that I don't generally do with older people is the first thing I do is introduce the concept of play to find out what happens. Because, I just, especially in the limited time that we have when I play games with kids, I know that kids will like have, like some of them will get like all of these ideas in their head. Like, I know exactly how the story is going to go for my character. And, I just want to prime them to be like, that's awesome. Like, think of as many of those as you want, but don't be disappointed when the rest of the table goes another way. So that's like the main thing. Also, a safety tool that I like to use at all times, it's my favorite one, is asking questions as opposed to making statements. So like if we were doing a character creation and like I thought that my character should be Kyle's character's rival, I don't want to be like, hey, Kyle, we're rivals. Because if Kyle doesn't want to do that, that's kind of a shame. Either he's going to have to deal with it, and that isn't fun, or he's going to have to hurt my feelings. So a much better way to do it would be like, hey, Kyle, are we rivals? And then you can be like, yeah, totally, that's awesome. Or, no, what if this instead? So that's like a thing that I like to do for everyone because I think it's like the best. The other thing that I do with kids that I don't generally do with adults, sometimes I will if like people are really new to indie games, is I'll introduce the X card. I'm not a huge fan of the X card because it's kind of like saying, oh, just tell me if I do something that makes you uncomfortable without really giving any ability to like do that, except for saying literally like take the initiative and stop the game when you are already feeling uncomfortable. So I'm not a huge fan of it as like a specific tool, but I really like it as a way to introduce like, hey, you're allowed to not like things. You are allowed to say, hey, that thing that you just brought up, I don't want it to be brought up. Or how about we bring it up in this other way? Like, I feel like in a lot of like traditional game spaces, if kids are like playing more traditional games, or just if they're doing other activities, like they might feel like if someone else says it, then like it's too late. They can't say anything. So it's important to me. Basically, I didn't start doing this because like I felt weird about the X card, but then I'd have like 13-year-old kids who were trying to be edgy, and they'd bring up something, and I'm like, oh, hold on, we're playing the quiet here. Let me pull this card out. Let me introduce the X card. I'm X carding that. No, and I figured a better way to do that would just be to bring it up in general because I think it's just really important to me that like kids understand like this is a collaborative storytelling medium, and like we are all in charge of the story, and that means that you are also part of that.
And if I could get in here also, I noticed that we are mentioning a lot of things that are about like slowing the roll when things get, go to a place where we don't feel comfortable or where they really just shouldn't or can't go. But I also want to highlight some things that I do and that others could do that are more positive. Because, and again, this goes back to modeling. One of the things that I love best about like just tabletop game culture and the community of people that I like to spend time with is that we're so like into each other's characters. People really celebrate each other's accomplishments. I know that in a lot of apocalypse games, there's in the like DM instructions, there is, be a fan of the player characters. And I think kids need us to encourage them to do that. Kids can be very self-centered. They are the focus of their own world. Nothing wrong with that. But in a kid game, I'd be more likely to really take time to, encourage people to draw each other's characters, or to, put in a mechanism to say like, all right, this person is doing this action. What can you do to like build on that? Even if it's not part of the mechanics of the game, but like almost character icebreakers. I think like adults will sort of develop that positive culture a little more naturally, especially if they're friends. But kids have to learn it, and they have to see us like encourage it and model it.
One of my favorite safety tools to use is Stars and Wishes, where you go around and you like highlight something that someone else did and what like your favorite moment that they did during the session, or you say what you hope to see in future sessions of the game you're going to play, just to instead of like you said, instead of focusing on the negative aspects or bad things that might have happened with safety tools, pushing it towards a positive and flipping it, making sure everyone walks away with something hopeful or encouraging, so it always ends on a good note. And Powered by the Apocalypse games do that a lot with their written mechanics. Like Masks, I'm thinking of, has like their team moves where when you do something, when you are like celebrating with someone, you have a move. Or Apillion has the virtues that you have to encourage, you have to reward when you see people display them. So I don't know if Marissa wants to talk about those.
Sure, I think it's a nice way to step onto what you asked about people who are interested in creating a game with these things. I think for me, it usually comes back to what do you have to say as a designer? So what stories do you want to tell? And then how do you make the game the best that it can be? So for Apillion, for example, it didn't begin, like I mentioned, as a game for kids, and I resisted that framework pretty heavily. I wanted to play dragons, and I wanted to be like just like cool token stuff, but with dragons, because dragons are way cooler than people. So I started designing the game, and the more that I got feedback, I realized that it became clear that the kinds of tones that are strongly associated with kid stuff or children's or young adult stuff was what that was already present in the game, was what people were connecting with the most. And the game needed to encompass those tones more directly to really be the better game that it could become. So, sometimes that doesn't work out as smoothly and you have to, kill your darlings and come up with a new way to approach something else that you're trying to do or design in that space. But I think being willing to change and shift and listen to feedback and I don't mean literally someone has to articulate, this would be better if it was a kid's game, but just be willing to work through what tones are being said and what the associations are before you complete your game and before you market your game. Because I did kind of still hit this weird middle mark that I'm not sure I would do again, where the book itself is sort of presented as more of an artifact, like in-character thing, than a like big, bright, colorful, like eye-grabbing thing that it could be. But the content ultimately, is where those changes were easily made and could really make them sing once I nailed it down into the kind of story that was about growing up and about making changes and like helping other people in that kind of content. Like I said, whether or not you agree that that's just for kids or not, it's definitely strongly associated with younger audiences.
Get through as quick as possible, but so the next question is, let's take this a step further. So we've been talking about how to not approach, like Finley said, how we've been, like, the negative aspects, or like the how to steer conversations away from deeper topics or topics we can't focus on. But a lot of role-playing games are designed and utilized to explore those deeper topics. They are much more diverse and profound than just regular fantasy or sci-fi or supernatural themed games that we play for pure escapism purposes. Can we talk about how we've used role-playing games to explore more sensitive subject matters in the context of kids? What is that process like? What do you feel is important in that endeavor specifically? Anyone want to take that one first?
Sure. So personally, I try not to underestimate children. If adults don't want to play the game, it probably won't be particularly moving for kids either. And I think that, like you mentioned in the setup, it's about being able to explore things and work with things with the people at your table, and that's a really neat part of storytelling that we're doing together in tabletop RPGs. And I think there's a difference between learning the system, or there's something about learning the systems and rules that seems key. With kids, there's a fine line between helping out because they're having a hard time and helping too much that can then make them disinterested because they aren't discovering things or making progress on their own. So it does, while it does vary from kid to kid, obviously. But I think that there's a whole spectrum here, from creating a space so that the game, or creating a game that is as simple as possible, to creating a game that a kid can discover the depth but doesn't have to. So if you're working on, like, I think it goes back to, if you only have a certain kind of game that isn't simple, it isn't easily hacked on the fly, I think you should still give it a shot. You can still tell stories with it, and the fact that there is more for them to discover, but you might be doing some of the heavy lifting as the facilitator, I think that shouldn't put you off it, and then being a little transparent if the kid does seem interested, and showing them what you're doing, because then they can do it themselves.
Russ, why don't we talk about the specific
stuff in Prison Pals?
Yeah, go do the Prison Pals thing.
Okay. There's two big moments that I think of. So we have our characters, and they all have big backstories, obviously. But one of my players came up to me and said, "Hey, I think my character's dad has depression." And that was something that I have depression, I have mental illnesses, and we sat down and we talked about how to approach it in game. And the way that we approached it was that the character had seen the signs of it, but it was never really thrown out there in a sense of, like, I have depression and, like, an angry, screaming sort of match. It was still that character's father. It was still someone that they cared for. And there came a scene where that character asked their dad, "What's happening? What's going on?" And he basically said, like, "Sometimes I get sad, and there's not really a reason why. There's not really a like justification for it. It just happens, and it's part of who I am. And I have to deal with that, and sometimes there are good days and sometimes there are bad days." And we played through that scene, and it was very kind of, at least for me, it was very moving, because it felt like a conversation that a parent would have with their kid about that sort of topic. They don't need to know all the dirty details, but they can know what's going on with your life and see that, like, you're human in a certain way, and see that, like, you aren't perfect. And then the other example that I'm thinking of is from recent episodes of the show. Kyle's character has a backstory that deals with abuse, with being abused as a child, and trying to recover from that harm and that trauma. And we've talked about it in character in the same sort of way. We never went into dirty details, but it's always been something we've discussed and we've talked about and we've handled. And it's been subjects that people who like the show and families who like the show have said that they like how it's portrayed, because it's not ignoring it, it's not glossing over it, but it's also not getting so far into it that it feels like it's overwhelming in any sort of way. So I know that's how we've been approaching it, is to treat subjects with respect, with kindness, and care. Like you just have to care about the subject and not just like throw it out as like a joke or anything or any sort of harmful material, because then the kids will pick that up and repeat those sort of jokes. If you show the kindness in your work and the content that you present, then they'll repeat that kindness. Like we've talked about the modeling effect, they'll model that same kindness back.
Like, I think that role-playing games are a really cool way for kids to like be able to experience and like kind of talk about that kind of stuff in a way that isn't like gonna hurt them, in a way that like is very safe. You know, like I've played games where a big focus of it was like reclaiming colonized land. I think like the best example I have is we were playing For the Queen, and there's a card that says like you love someone else in this retinue, and basically these two kids decided like, oh, our characters are like a couple and they have to keep it secret from the queen because she's homophobic. And like obviously immediately I was like, okay, is this something you're cool with exploring with the rest of us? Is this something everyone else is okay with exploring? And they were, and so it ended up you know, being not like a huge part of the game because there were a bunch of other things that were going on at that point. But it was something that they could just say like, this is a thing. And those two kids actually ended up like getting really invested in those characters, and during free time I like facilitated a little like I don't remember what game it was, but like a little game where they could like talk about how their characters got together in the first place, which like was adorable. But I think it was really cool, like that they could just tell this story that kind of was a reflection of their own lives in a way that like was in a safe place where they felt comfortable doing that.
I have to say, I'm really like blown away by both of those stories. And Riley, especially, I was at a panel some years ago where an educator recounted a time where romance or physical affection came up in a game, and she like shut it down and distracted the kids with like a shiny object. And I remember feeling like that was so, it felt really like violent in a way. And I think that's a great example of how like you can, depending on the age of the kids and like what your lines in the sand are, like you can deal with romance or, you know, more maturing topics in a way that's safe for everybody by like getting consent, checking in, and like making sure it's like within people's lines and veils. And yeah, I think going back to what Russ was saying about like not shying away from things, you know, any adult going into anything with kids is like, you've got to be prepared to be honest, emotionally honest and like materially honest. If you are like lying or hiding things or like refusing to validate and honor what kids are bringing, they'll see that. On the other hand, like if something comes up and you need a minute, just like you would for a player, you know, you can say, huh, you know, whoa, I wasn't expecting that to come up in our story. Let's take a minute and see how it's going to all play out. But like kids have, if you give kids the space, I think they will bring things to you.
I was trying to think of like some cool way to like segue into closing this, but I couldn't. So like, here y'all, folks. I hope the audience likes that. That was a great conversation, and you just made really good points. And my brain said, "Cool." So, with that, we are going to be ending our panel. Let's quickly go around and do some outros. Where can people find you? On the internet, personal lives, if you want to do that, I don't know. If you have a preferred method of contact, if someone wants to contact you, professional inquiries or whatever, and if you have anything to plug or promote right now. Russ, do you want to go ahead and do that first?
Sure. My name is Russ Wild. You can find me on Twitter at RussWildest. I am also the guide for the Prison Pals podcast, which you can find at Prison Pals on Twitter. Yeah, that's all I really have right now.
Cool. And Finley?
You're muted, Finley.
You're doing so good.
So, since this is a professional outing for me, you can find me on LinkedIn, Finley Logan on LinkedIn. And I'd love to talk to anybody who's, got questions about gaming at school. It's definitely a pet topic of mine. And that's those. School is my project. Please, everybody, be safe out there. That's my plug.
Good plug. Riley?
Hi, I'm Riley Rethel. You can find me on Twitter at JaceAddax. That's JaceAddax. You can find the games that I write at metagame.itch.io. And please talk to me about playing games with kids, because I just started a school that is like year long, so I can't work at camp anymore, and I'm sad about it.
And Marissa?
Yeah, again, I'm Marissa Kelly, and you can find a bunch of our games at magpiegames.com. That includes Apillion that we've been talking about here, Masks, as we mentioned, Wizard Kittens, our card game, as well as Root, the tabletop RPG, and many, many more.
All right, and I'm Kyle. You can find me on Twitter at SuperQueero. I'm also a game designer now, kind of, sort of. I'm trying. I'm on Itch.io at SuperQueero. I've made no games for kids so far, so I'm doing great. You can also find me on the Prison Pals podcast, and I want to do another shout out to Aram Vartian, who will be helping with post-production on this. He can be found on Twitter at Vartian. And he also has a website that you can find on Twitter, but I didn't look up his website domain, so oops. He is a podcaster, producer, photographer, video editor, all these other things. And thank you all for joining us for TTRPGs and Kids, Engaging Children in Tabletop Role-Playing. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your PAX online. Goodbye. Stay safe.
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Encore Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spider traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's one tent complete. Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite! We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the US, but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hey guys, Daniel James here, and today it is my absolute honor to present to you the next generation of video games composers, the PAX panel. As I just mentioned, I am your host, Daniel James. I am a video game composer. I've worked on games such as Metal Gear Solid 5 and more recently Maneater. But joining me today, we have from Call of Duty Modern Warfare and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Sarah Schachner.
Hi.
From the Ori series and the upcoming Halo Infinite, we have Gareth Coker.
Hey, everyone.
From Metal Gear Solid 5 and Death Stranding, we have Ludwig Forsell.
Hello.
Hello. From Mortal Kombat 11 and Call of Duty World War II, we have Will Roger.
Hey.
And finally, last but most certainly not least, from Doom and Wolfenstein, we have Mick Gordon. Let me do that again, Mick. Let me do that again. Let me do that again for you. And from Doom and Wolfenstein, we have Mick Gordon. As he leaves.
Hey, Dan. Good to see you, buddy.
Brilliant. Okay, so first off, let me just thank you all for being here today. It's very exciting for me, particularly to be chatting with all of you in what I believe is the first ever online PAX. And there's obvious reasons for that, which neatly, in a rather unfortunate way, leads us to our first topic, COVID, and how it has impacted us as composers. Now, most of us here are what you would call freelance composers, meaning that we work independent from any particular game company or any publisher. Instead, we're hired out on a per project basis and generally either work out of our own studios or even out of our own homes. I personally work out of my own home. So for many of us, I imagine not too much has changed, right? But however, as I mentioned, we are joined today by someone who is the only person I believe here to be an in-house composer working at Kojima Productions. So Ludwig, to kick us off today, could you briefly tell those of us who are watching but might not know much about it, how working in-house actually differs from freelance as a composer and how your work days have personally differed since it started?
Since what started? COVID?
Since COVID started, the pandemic, the lockdown.
Well, a lot's changed definitely, but to start off, obviously, working in-house means that I'm part of the production and development process from the very beginning to the very end. So simply, it might take me 4 years to ship one project.
Right.
So I don't think y'all spend that much time on most of the projects that you are on. It did take 4 years for us to ship our last game. So it's not just writing music, especially since I'm also the audio director. I'm in charge of the entire audio workflow and pipeline and making sure that the entire soundscape for the game is ends up where we need it to be. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into my job that you guys don't have to worry about, and that can be interesting and also tedious and not so much fun. But it does mean that I get insight into every part of the production, and I'm there with the director every day, discussing how we actually want the game to sound, and it's very intimate in a different way maybe. But now with COVID, obviously, I've been working from home since March, and for me, it's been a great opportunity to kind of set up my own workspace at home. I'm in my own home studio right now, and my computer is actually sitting on a box of some more studio foam that I'm going to be setting up later today. But for me, it's been a good opportunity actually to kind of get my own work environment going, and in terms of the actual work that I do currently, I don't really see a big difference because I can do everything I used to do in my studio at the studio from home. And I tend to, except for like when we're really in high production, keep to myself, just do everything in my own booth. And since we work a lot with the PlayStation people over in the States, I'm used to kind of working remotely with those guys anyways. So in terms of day-to-day life, once I got this all running, it hasn't changed a lot, except for like, personal things like not being able to meet friends and stuff like that. So that's pretty much where I'm at.
And one of the perks you have of being in-house as opposed to the rest of us as freelancers, you are there when the music is implemented into the game. Those are decisions that you actually get to decide. Whereas a lot of freelance composers, I think, Gareth, you were saying something about this the other day, like video game music is more than just music, right? Weren't you saying something along those lines? It's about the implementation. Maybe you could tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, it's super important, and not every game that you get to work on, not every developer you work with gives you that level of access. I mean, on Ori, I had a similar role. I get to decide like where the music gets to be played, but thank goodness I have no part in the technological aspect of like the actual technical coding side. I'm absolutely useless at that. So I play the game, I make a video of myself playing the game, I overlay my music and how I want it to play back, caption the video, send it off to the programming team, and pray that it comes back in the way that I wanted. And that's how it went on both Ori games.
Yeah, and Will, I was going to say, Will, you've worked both in-house and you are now freelance, so you've seen it on both sides of the world. So how important do you think, as a composer, having being there at the implementation stage like Ludwig is? How do you think that compares to, say, like Gareth, where he has to make a video of the game in order to have something to react to? Like, which do you think has the greatest benefits? I mean, which ones were you in-house for and which ones were you freelance for, by the way? Maybe you can speak a bit about that as well.
Well, so when I was in-house, I mostly did Star Wars titles, Star Wars The Old Republic, Star Wars First Assault. And I worked a little bit on Force Unleashed as just an implementer, and I did the Monkey Island Special Edition games, again, as implementation and music supervision. I would say that, and this is kind of weird considering I spent like 5 years at LucasArts mostly doing implementation, but I think that the implementation and the tech should serve the music rather than the music being written to the implementation. That's just my personal thought on the matter. And I think that the industry is moving away from the whole like, hey, let's give a composer a big spreadsheet and then you have to neatly do all of these exactly. I think we're moving away from that.
That knowing smile on everybody's face.
Yeah, we're moving beyond that. And now it's more about, okay, let's have the composer write pieces of music, almost like a through composed piece of art music in a way. And from there, we'll deliver on a bunch of stems, and then the music can be edited by the in-game team or by the composer if they have that ability or whatever. And then that's what creates the in-game assets. And in my opinion, that's when we should start thinking about the systems and like how things should work and all that. I worked with the Sony music team on Call of Duty World War II, and that's exactly the methodology they used. I just wrote these pieces, which coincidentally are exactly what shows up on the Call of Duty album. And that's what I delivered. And then from there, they edited and kind of did their magic and grew it into like 8 hours of content or something crazy like that for the actual in-game playback. As a composer, I feel very grateful that I do know how to implement, and I've designed a lot of music systems myself. There's a lot of really nice back and forth between me and the Sony team about how I think things should work and how we can make different types of interactive music come together. Which is a perspective that would be difficult to give if you're not as familiar with the tech and whatnot.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's the music that counts, because chances are, especially now that the industry has developed so much, chances are there's someone on the team who is very good at editing and implementing the music as is needed for the game to really shine.
So do you think implementation is a skill within itself, or do you think it should be left to the composer, perhaps? What do you think?
It's its own skill. It's a whole other thing. Sound design goes through this as well, by the way. There's technical sound designers, and then there's the more asset-heavy sound designers. I think it's great to know both. Just in the same way that if you were writing for a film, it would be great if you know about editing, if you know about all the different types of shots and all that. Just knowing the craft and knowing the field, it's never a bad thing, in my opinion.
Yeah. This isn't a question I had prepared, but I think one of the best...
Daniel, real quick, I just want to give a shout out to the Sony PlayStation music team. I think, I guess me, Will, and Sarah as well. I've worked with those guys quite a bit, and
don't you worry, amazing. We have a whole section about collaboration coming up.
Yeah,
we will get to it. But no, this isn't a question I had prepared, but one of the best examples of implementation I think I've ever seen in my life was in Killer Instinct, which Mick, you actually worked on. Now, how involved were you with the implementation of that? For those who haven't played the game and don't know what I'm talking about, they're like super combo moves, correct? And when you're performing these combos, every single hit of the combo is in sync with a downbeat in the music, and it all comes together in this cacophony of just violence and awesomeness. Like, can you tell us a bit about how the process of getting that kind of to the point music implemented into the game, how that was as someone outside of the implementation stage?
Yeah, I wish I could do it again today. It would be much easier with the tools that we have now. Now it's so much easier to put a small chunk of music into whatever you're using, and the system already knows the length of whatever that is, and you can use the length of that to drive something like the time of an animation. So like an uppercut, for example, might be 6 frames, for example, and you can slow those down so it's exactly the length of the music. You can do that now. When we did it then, it was more of a smoke and mirrors attempt. So it was a lot of back and forth with the animation team and literally trying to reverse engineer this piece of music that might be at 176 beats per minute. That means that every beat is however milliseconds long, so we need to make every punch and kick in this sequence that many milliseconds, and it will be fine. So like a quarter note was this many milliseconds, an eighth note was this many milliseconds, etc. But yeah, no, I always do the implementation. I literally will sit here and open up Wise, and I will do all the implementation stuff here, and then I send that straight to the developers here through some sort of VPN or source control or something.
Yeah, so that what you're describing there is sort of like somewhere in between the in-house person and the composer. So like me, for example, I've always been able to send my music to someone who implements it into the game for me. Like, I'm very fortunate in that, and I understand that. And whereas like Ludwig, for example, is implementing it into the actual game along with his team. What you were talking about there using Wise, for those watching, Wise is like a middleware piece of software. So it's like, it's a piece of software that game developers use that's already created in a way that allows music to be dynamic and change between cues, between songs, like very easily. And so what Mick was describing there is composers actually have the ability to learn this skill and do it for themselves. They get to work and test their own implementation out themselves and send that to the game developers, which is actually a step off of their backs. And mostly they tend to appreciate it. Well, if you're doing it well, if you're doing it bad, I guess they don't. But if you're implementing it well, that's a step off of their back. But anyway, so as Ludwig did mention earlier, he brought it up, like collaboration during COVID has been the biggest thing to impact us. Like being able to collaborate with other musicians, as you know, it's just become tougher. But more so, even composing with even collaborating with other composers is pretty tricky. However, some of us have indeed found solutions. So Sarah, You recently released your Assassin's Creed Valhalla main theme, which was incredible, by the way. But it was itself a collaboration, correct? Between you, Yes the Kid, and Aina. Why don't you tell us a bit about that? And maybe also, while you're on the subject, maybe tell us what it was like working on an established franchise like Assassin's Creed. And maybe working with the Sony guys. Good time to bring that up, too.
Sure, for sure. Well, going back to the theme, I've never collaborated on a main theme for, I don't think none of us had. So it was a new experience to have to write one piece of music all together. It's like, how do you do that? We can't even get together and work out ideas in the same room. So, luckily the internet exists, and Jesper had started on a melodic idea, and then he got something going that would have like a very somber and emotional tone to it, and then he sent it over to me, and then I arranged it and produced it out and added to it, and then we got it to a place where it was solid and ready for Einar to do his magic on it. And he sang, and I mean, his voice is incredible, so anything he adds to it.
Right?
Yeah.
And what was it like working on like an such an established franchise like Assassin's Creed? Not your first one, right?
No, I actually started way back on Black Flag, and then I co-scored Unity, and then I did Origins on my own, and then this was back to a collaboration again. So it's been quite a while. It's kind of my whole career has been with Assassin's Creed, so it feels comfortable for me.
Yeah.
Like home base, kind of.
Yeah. And Ludwig, you were bringing up like collaboration during this time. Like you had to collaborate with the Sony guys. And this is something, from what I understand about the Sony guys is they are set up for remote collaboration anyway, correct? And so how has that been? How is collaborating during COVID, particularly with the Sony guys? Why don't you tell us a bit about that, Ludwig?
Well, I just recently started back up working with the Sony guys because obviously we finished our last project last year. And I mean, they've been set up to work from home, all of them as well, since earlier this year. And not much changes for me, especially since I'm based in Japan. It's pretty much the same thing. We do our Skype calls, and we send out emails and send mock-ups back and forth, trying to figure things out. I think something that sort of is different for me in this sense, being the guy at Kojima Productions in this instance, is that in terms of collaboration, I'm pretty much the guy giving everybody the work and telling people what to do. It's not as much, but they do give me a lot of great feedback and ideas, and we try to make it as a collaborative process as possible. But as a different example, me and you, when we worked on Metal Gear, I'd send out like text-based ideas for like cues that I wanted you to write, and give you direction that way. And you'd give me something, and I'd give you feedback, and it'd be a back and forth that way. I don't really think we got to collaborate and ask
I would consider that. Sorry,
I'm just saying that what Sarah was talking about sounded like really awesome as two composers working together that way, and that's something that I definitely want to try out going forward. But like in our case, it especially being so far apart even before COVID and all that, that was sort of different.
Worth saying, like when I was working on Metal Gear Solid 5, Ludwig was based out of Tokyo, Japan, and I was based in a little village in the UK called Battle, and I did the whole thing from there, and we had Skype calls. And like composers are generally reactive beasts, you know what I mean? Like all it takes is give us a picture and we'll be able to interpret and feel what that is as music, So a lot of collaboration in that regard is quite easy to do, even with COVID. It's more like what Sarah was saying. It's like when you're working on tracks and with other people recording, that's probably the biggest aspect that's changed. However, like all of our collaboration doesn't necessarily come from within industry. So Mick, you've composed some of the most incredible video game music, with Doom and Wolfenstein. But more recently, your music caught the eye of a hugely successful metal band called Bring Me the Horizon, which in itself has something of a fun quarantine story to it. So I'll let you tell that. But while you're telling, why don't you also tell us a bit about how your work in that world is differing from your music in the video game world?
Yeah, for sure. So I think it's interesting, like, obviously the whole COVID thing has affected everybody, right? It's extraordinary. And different industries and different individuals are being affected in different ways. And of course, live touring musicians have been affected very, very strongly. There are no tours, there are no live shows, there's no festivals, there's none of this stuff at the moment, right? So, you know, what's the upside of that is that there's a lot more music being written and worked on and collaborated with and produced and things like that. And Ollie, the singer from Bring Me the Horizon, tells a really cool story where he was just doing some game time and he got a copy of Doom Eternal and he was playing through it. And, you know, he's quite a keen gamer. So he was, you know, he's pretty much up with everything and what's going on and all that sort of thing, which is cool. And yeah, he just had this sort of idea like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to kind of work together on a couple of things? So you know, they reached out and we got chatting about it. And it was really cool. He's a very much a, I don't know, you're very fortunate in life to meet certain people that are like these just creative forces of nature. And Ollie is definitely one of them. He's an idea printer. He just prints good ideas, right? He's constantly working on stuff all the time, right? And he sent me like this, what I would call a design document for the song. You know, it's like a 10-page document that talked about the ideas behind it, the meanings behind the lyrics, different ideas and films and images and books that had inspired the music. And this was the method of collaboration, which I love because it's not so much speaking on like musical terms, you know, it's not like this kick drum here or this synth part here, etc. It's more like a higher level creative conversation based around concepts. So he had very strong concepts in mind of what he wanted the song to sound like. And, you know, through this document, he relayed those concepts to me. And then it's my job to kind of interpret those concepts the way I would. And to me, that's a proper collaboration. And going to the second part of your question there, I'm finding at the moment I'm enjoying a lot more of this producer role with bands and working with different musicians and acts and artists and things and producing albums and stuff is something that I'm kind of enjoying a lot more at the moment. There is a lot more creativity involved. On games, sometimes you're very much like in this box, right? And there might be these sort of things that you want to go off and explore, but it doesn't relate to the game. So you have to kind of rein it in to get back into this sort of nice, tight fitted, sort of thing of the game, right? And with music and with producing acts and things, it's great because we can just go off and explore these wonderful untapped worlds of creative possibilities. So I'm really enjoying that at the moment, for sure.
Yeah, so did you feel that your production skills that you've developed in the video games industry translated one-to-one to working on records, or did you have a lot more to learn once you made the jump over to doing the band music?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest difference, other than that whole creative push thing, is this like strive for perfection. You know, there's a real thing when working on a deadline that you get it to a state, and then when the deadline hits, sometimes you just have to relinquish it, right? You just have to let it go and move on to the next thing. And with this stuff, it's like, man, we can just spend the time to get the phase of the bass part perfectly in line with the phase of the kick drum, right? So the speaker is pushing in the most perfect way. And we can take the time to do that. And, so I'm enjoying that high level of perfectionism that it's an itch that I can get to scratch for a little while.
That is awesome. So we have covered the difficulties of collaborating with other creatives and also with other musicians, but on a small scale. But what happens in a COVID world when you want to record a big ensemble like a full orchestra, which brings me tidily back to Gareth. So Gareth, unless I am mistaken, you have recorded both before and during COVID, right? Larger ensembles. So why don't you tell us a bit about, firstly, how much fun that is as a composer, because a lot of people watching this are not musicians. So getting to work with hundreds of live musicians, but also, tell us how it differs now that you're in a COVID world.
Well, it was daunting on Ori because I was working on Ori and Halo at the same time, which I can actually now tell people. So because I couldn't at the time. So we had an Ori recording in December and January, and a Halo recording sandwiched between those two Ori recordings. That was all pre-COVID. So I did 3 transatlantic flights. Well, I guess it's 6 transatlantic flights in the space of 5 weeks, which was pretty terrifying. But then you get to the studio and then there's 40, 60, 80 musicians waiting to play, and then you just sit there and hope you haven't screwed anything up. And thankfully it turned out pretty good on Ori, and we've actually finished the music for Halo as well. So but the first Halo recording, which was done in December, was obviously pre-COVID. The second and third round was done after March, and the biggest difference is the musicians, at least where we were recording in London, now all have to be spaced out, and there is a limit on how many players they can have in the room. And let's just take the string section, for example. Now, normally when you go see an orchestra, they're all sitting pretty close together so they can hear each other play, and it really helps like their tuning and intonation. But now they're all spaced out. They're like socially distanced all around the hall. They've like measured it out. They've got these really specific setups. And so the microphone setup is completely different. And so when you're trying to like mix the final track, it doesn't sound different because the engineers have figured, thankfully there are very smart people who are working on all of that, much smarter than I am, who have managed to make the new microphone setup match what we had in the pre-COVID recording. But one of the things we did find when recording choir, because they had to be socially distanced as well, much more as well, because they can't wear masks for obvious reasons. So the string players can wear masks, but the choir can't. But we actually found that we, not just we, the composers and the music team, but also the engineer preferred the new mic setup for the choir, just because it was better suited for what we were doing on Halo, which it was just an unexpected thing. He said he might do it going forward on other projects. And it's a mic setup we'd have never, ever discovered were it not for the virus. I mean, it's obviously not the kind of way you want to discover a new recording technique, but it's something. It's a byproduct of what happened.
So you're telling me, Gareth, that you managed to pull the one good thing out of COVID?
Yeah, I mean, as everyone said, it's been pretty rough. I think, like, also, I mean, one thing that I think's been interesting is seeing how many players who have been playing in orchestras their whole life have now been able to, transition into recording at home, and realizing that there's actually quite a lot of us who want to hire people all the time. And I think composers now are looking, because we can't record as easily with musicians like in the same space, we want to hire musicians remotely. And all I'd say is, if you're a musician watching this, I'm sure there are musicians watching this, and if you've got some serious skill, get your stuff out there. Because I found several of my collaborators on YouTube. Like one in particular who I know Will's worked with as well. I think Will knows who I'm going to mention. It's Kristen. She did a cover of a track from Ori and the Blind Forest. I was like, who is this? This is amazing. And then I found out that she plays like 6 million instruments, all wind based. And then on Ori and the Will of the Wisp, she played 21 of those wind instruments. And yeah, it's so if you're a musician, right now there's a lot of us composers who are looking for different collaborators. So get your stuff out there.
Yeah. And Sarah, I saw you jump up there. Like you too have found musicians from YouTube, but as well as that, you will record a lot of your own at home, right? For your game scores.
Yeah, I typically play as many of the instruments as I can myself. I play string instruments, so that translates to quite a few things, but I'm always looking for unusual instruments or just interesting artists that I can collab with. So actually on Valhalla, I did a remote session in Scotland a couple months ago, right at the beginning of the pandemic. So it was crazy because we were like, oh my God, we might not be able to do it. And it was real stressful trying to sort it out. But luckily it was just one player. He plays, he's like the only person, one of the only people in the world that plays this ancient Celtic war horn. It's like an untempered, long, huge brass tube that has a face on the end. I thought it was a dragon, but it turns out it's like a pig, which is not as cool. But it's just like so haunting and eerie, and because it's untempered, which means it doesn't have like buttons that you press down that tune the notes for you like a modern brass or wind instrument. It just has a natural series of harmonics, and to get any of the notes in between, you have to bend it with your mouth. And this guy, like, he's an amazing trombone player. He played with Frank Sinatra, and he's also a professor and an expert in history. So he was like the perfect person to have on board for Assassin's Creed. And we did a remote session. I was on Zoom for 8 hours, and it somehow went okay. And he played some like shells too, a bunch of different things, but that was the main instrument. That
Sarah, how did you discover that instrument in the first place?
Actually, this is kind of a funny story. So not many people know, but I had a Viking ship in my backyard when I was a kid. Like a real actual Viking ship. A full-size, realistic replica from the Leif Erikson Society, and it had gotten in, it had some damage and they couldn't sail it anymore. So there was an ad in my small town paper saying that they were going to sell it or burn it. And it just, my sister and I were like 5 and 7, and we were obsessed with Vikings when we were little. I don't know why, but we just were. And, you know, we're asking my parents for a Viking ship. They're like, that's insane. You can have a swing set, but you can't just have a Viking ship. And then this ad appears like the next week. It was just very serendipitous. And my dad like bargained them down from $7,000 to $700 for the ship. So we got it, and we had it for many years. And so I feel like my life has come full circle to now get to score Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's like achievement unlocked. I've done it all.
Awesome.
But
awesome.
wait, what was the question? Oh, that's not how I found
How
it.
did
So
you find
the guy that sold us the boat, I'm friends with him on Facebook, and he tagged me in a YouTube video of this guy playing this incredible instrument. And it had just kind of been in my head and in my ear for a while. And then on YouTube, yeah. I tracked him down. I tracked him down, and it worked out. So YouTube is awesome.
Yeah.
That's
so
great.
Ludwig, as a Swede, do you have your own Viking ship?
No
I'm
comment.
disappointed. I am disappointed. So, I briefly mentioned it earlier, but all of us on the panel today share something quite unique. That being that we have all worked on previously established franchises. We've all stepped in to carry on the mantle. I, for one, was lucky enough to write music for Metal Gear Solid 5, which is genuinely the reason I'm a composer in the first place. The Metal Gear series was one I always wanted to be in. And as we mentioned earlier, Ludwig was actually the person who got me on board there, and it was, a great collaboration. So Ludwig, why don't you tell us about what it was like to pick up the torch, not only composing, but becoming eventually the audio director for Kojima Productions and working on a game with such a fantastic musical legacy like Metal Gear?
Yeah, obviously it was super scary and daunting and all that shit. Especially since it was my first big job that I was gonna do, and picking up the mantle of that franchise, especially with having such a strong musical identity, I think was very scary. However, what kind of made it interesting or made it doable for me in a way was they from the very get-go, from the very start, they decided to go in a totally different direction this time, which was to some maybe giving up on what made the music special, but because people like what used to be. Like that's what's going to happen when you're stepping in such a established, well-known franchise. But it was refreshing for me as a composer being able to step in and do something different than just trying to mimic what Harry Gregson Williams had done before. Right. But having done that, and now having done something that was completely new, a completely new franchise for the same guy who did Metal Gear, that you can see the good sides to both of it, I think. Having something that's been done and trying to redo that is one challenge, and then having something that's completely new and trying to come up with something from the ground up. I think in the end, having it be such a hard and difficult challenge is kind of what made it fun, and made it worthwhile for me. I don't think I was as like with you, Daniel. You basically told me like first time we met that your goal in life was to work on Metal Gear.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I think I sort of in a way stumbled into that role. So it was great being able to work with you on that, to have that like I don't know, like your interest in the project kind of refueled my interest in the project as well.
And you know, obviously, you know, being a fan of the music, I had a few comments of my own about keeping certain musical legacies going and whatnot. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it was. But Will, you've worked on quite a few, right? So you've worked on not only Mortal Kombat, but a Call of Duty and Star Wars, you know, not a small one.
And a little bit of Guild Wars and Destiny and Lara Croft.
So you've done this a few times, to say the least. So for you, which one meant the most and which one was the most challenging?
So I have a weird story, maybe not quite as weird as Sarah's Viking ship, but so what the first birthday party that I ever went to from a classmate, I was like 10, 12 or something like that. And it was at an arcade and they had Mortal Kombat there. And it was my first video game because I didn't really grow up with video games. And I was like, whoa, this is so realistic. It's just like real life. It's just like a movie. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. And that game is what got me into video games, the martial arts, a lot of different types of music that I wasn't familiar with before. And it was just a huge part of my life for all throughout middle school and high school. I actually wanted to be an action star before the whole music thing happened, believe it or not.
You still can be, Will.
Well, I'd have to grow about a foot. But
I thought you were one.
Oh, yeah. But no, that all happened. And then I got really into video game composition more traditionally, and I went through the whole college thing and started working in the industry. And it came full circle when I finally reached out to NetherRealm Studios. It turned out that some of the people who worked on Call of Duty World War II had also worked on sound design there, and so I got the introduction and I was hired to work on Mortal Kombat 11, which was an absolute dream come true. I'm sure that the audio directors, by the way, Dan Forden, the original composer of Mortal Kombat, is still there and still writing for all the games.
Right.
I'm sure they're so annoyed with all my fanboying constantly. Every Skype meeting, I would just be going off. But you've got to think, these are characters that I'd lived with for like 20 years. And now I get to give them a unique voice. They never actually had character themes, but for MK11, that was kind of my goal, was to give themes to every single character. And so it's like, finally, I get to be the one to give Katana a voice, to give, Total Khan, all these characters that had been around forever. So that was just an incredible privilege. With Call of Duty, it was a little different because that's a franchise, and I'm sure, Sarah can attest to this. That's this franchise that's basically involved the biggest possible names in Hollywood. I mean, Hans Zimmer, Brian Tyler, Sarah obviously did the one right before me, and that's like some pretty freaking big shoes to fill. Definitely check out Infinite Warfare and Modern Warfare. Sarah, you did an incredible job with those. But now here's me, and that was kind of my first sort of huge title. I can't say that was an easy score to write. It was.
Unless I'm mistaken, didn't you do that all in one project? You did that all in one big.
Yeah, I did it in one. So I use Reaper. That's my music program. And yeah, it's all just one giant, like 3 hours or something project file that I kind of went through. That's a whole technical thing. There's reasons why I did it. It's not.
That's an incredible way to work, though.
You know what? It kind of brings up an interesting point. I feel like what I had to learn for the Call of Duty World War II score was how to create what I might call a monochromatic sound of a score. The modern Hollywood way of producing, in my opinion, this is just opinion, is that they look for one sound, and that's the sound of the game, of the film, of whatever. But they want that sound to be very unique so that you could listen to maybe 5 seconds of a score and know, that's this, And so having that one project file set up really facilitated that for me. I came up with this concept that I called the Haze of War, where I took different authentic World War II recordings of weapons and artillery and vehicles and whatnot, and I processed them to be a part of the orchestra and substituted out different orchestral percussion instruments for that. So like instead of a cymbal crash, you might hear explosion debris, that kind of thing. And then I married that with a lot of very 20th century unusual orchestral techniques like overpressure and all kinds of different things you can do with strings and brass, and percussive things as well with all the instruments. And this all kind of came together to illustrate this sort of bluish gray haze that I saw in the art direction. And that's what sort of inspired my creative direction for the whole score. And then even harmonically, I figured out slightly synesthetic, sort of these different harmonies that worked as well with that sort of blue-gray desaturated haze that the game was doing. And so having just one big file meant that I could take some of my sound designs that I did in this queue over here and then bring it over and, you know, immediately start off, or, you know, any other weird tweaking, I don't have to do it over and over again.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, dude. And I just thought of this question on the spot, but like, so you have worked on some of the biggest names in video games, right, Will? When you get into that inevitable conversation we've all been in, right? I'll act it out for you. What do you do for a living? I'm a composer. Anything I've heard of? What do you lead with? What do you lead with? Out of all those games, what's the first one that comes to, what's the one that you're proudest of? The one the one you lead with when you're telling people, well, actually, yes, you might have heard of some of it. Have you heard of Star Wars?
I mean, once again, thank you so much for having me on this panel, because I am surrounded by like 17 different huge franchises that y'all have been working on. That's like incredible to me. But I think you can all agree with me that it's really difficult to like say, which one of your children do you love the most? You know, you really become very attached to every single project you're on. So I mean, what I would lead off with is just the most recent one that I've done, which is Mortal Kombat.
I would definitely be going Metal Gear.
In my, yeah, I mean, well, I think probably for the same reason that, you know, growing up, Metal Gear was very important to you. It was very important to me as well. I love the Metal Gear series and its music. And by the way, you guys did an incredible job with that Metal Gear 5 score.
Thanks,
but, you know, Mortal Kombat has been in my life for longer than any of the others. So I would probably, I guess,
lead with Mortal Kombat. The one that comes from the heart. That's how I approach it. It's the one that means the most. That's awesome. So Mick, you've done a whole bunch too. So there's Need for Speed, there's Killer Instinct, Doom, Wolfenstein. So do you feel any extra pressure on like when you're working on something that already had a musical voice? And how does it compare, that pressure, how does that compare to coming up with something completely original? I mean, on some of your projects, you were doing kind of a blend of the two in some spots, right? So where did you feel the most pressure?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really tough question. So I find like I've been really fortunate over the last couple of years to have this sort of, you know, interesting position of bringing these franchises back from, you know, upwards of 20 years ago, like Will said. And sort of giving them a modern coat, you know, for a modern audience. And that for me, that process just starts the same way, which is, you know, having conversations with the people that you're working with and having conversations with the developers. And that's something that I enjoy the most. And, you know, we can spend hours talking about all sorts of things. And it can be, you know, what their goals are with the franchise and where they want to take it and what their target market is and all this sort of thing. That's all great. But it's also like, what are their nostalgic memories of the franchise? You know, what elements stood out to them? Because, I mean, I'm sure Will's story with Mortal Kombat is Will's own unique experience, right? And somebody else's unique experience of Mortal Kombat will be different as well. So it's important to find out, like, who's working on it and what they're trying to do. So specifically with something like Wolfenstein, bringing that franchise into, you know, 2014, 15, 16, whatever onwards, it was a completely new thing. It wasn't anything to do really with the original Wolfenstein games at all. Whereas something like Doom and definitely Killer Instinct still needed to feel like a Doom game or needed to feel like Killer Instinct. And that process is just an analytical one, sort of going through and trying to put yourself in the same headspace that Robin Beanland or Bobby Prince would have been in when they were working on that stuff originally. And they're trying to get yourself into that same mindset now and use modern philosophies and techniques and tools and all this cool stuff that we can do to kind of do much the same thing. I'm not a believer in that I want to do tributes to the past, like just give it a sort of like a retro sort of fake historical recording sort of vibe or anything. It just needs to capture the same feeling that it was at the time. So with Doom, it's talking to people that were involved and hearing the love of thrash music and, you know, metal culture and muscle cars and jeans and mullets and all that sort of stuff, and trying to find out what the modern equivalent of such thing is for today. And if you do that, you kind of get pretty close. It's very much a process.
So your research was more about finding out how the old music made you feel as opposed to what the actual themes were. And so it was about going into the spirit of it more so than the actual melodies or the actual movements of it.
Yeah, the themes for me are very important though, because that's the musical fabric of the universe of that game. So Doom has a musical fabric, and Killer Instinct has a musical fabric, and Wolfenstein has a musical fabric. And so pulling the themes out, you're definitely, you know, instantly in that world. But the goal isn't to make it sound like it came from the 90s. You need to give it a modern production process.
Yeah. And that's what I meant, just how it made you feel. Like we all remember the we all remember that and how it felt at the time. And you just brought that to the forefront. That feeling of that heaviness you made real now, given the technology we have.
Yeah, and that's, you really have to kind of step aside your own nostalgia with that in a way, because, you know, I chat to folks quite often that feel that Metallica is the heaviest band that ever existed, right? That's the heaviest shit that's ever been, right? You know, great. And that is to them, which is cool. But if you play Metallica to a 12-year-old, to them it sounds like dad's music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you pull that sort of thing from the past, you're pulling the generations from the past, you're pulling all that stuff across. Whereas you need to give the modern audience something that makes them feel that this is the heaviest thing that's ever been, you know? That's the way I like to do it.
That's awesome, dude. But Gareth, you can't talk too much about your previously established franchise, which is Halo, but can you tell us a little bit about your general reaction to when you first realized you were going to be jumping in on something as big as Halo, and maybe compare it a bit to how it felt right into something completely unique like Ori?
Well, I think that's actually the most interesting part for me, is because I look back now, and actually Halo is literally the first franchise I've stepped into. Everything else I've ever worked on has been a new IP from scratch, excluding the Minecraft stuff, but they were kind of like standalone expansions. So you step into this world, and it was literally just an email that came in my inbox, and it's like, you know, would you like to work on Halo? Well, let me think about that for a second. You know, it's like, so I do a pitch, and it all works out. But then, and Mick touched on this with Doom, you have to, like, it's been a long time since I played, especially the original Halo games. And when I was playing the original Halo games, I wasn't taking composing seriously. I definitely wasn't a professional at the time. I can be honest and say that I found like the beginning tough, because you have to learn a whole new musical language vocabulary that you didn't create. And because I've been so used to that for my entire career, it's like, okay, well, I need to really go and study like the original music by Marty and Michael, and then Halo 4 and Halo 5 with Kazuma and Neil Davidge, and then Tom Salter's work. And it's like this huge amount of music that's been written, and it's all got to be looked at. And then I'm like, well, it's not enough to listen. It's not enough to listen to the music. I've got to go back and see why people love the music and how it feels in the game. So yeah, I mean, pretty much like when I found out that I was struggling to capture the sound, I was like, okay, let's forget about like trying to make it sound like what's come before, and let's just go and play the games again. Oh, my life is so tough. I have to play video games. So I literally played through not everything from start to finish, but like most of the games, 2/3 of the way through, because, you know, time is not as plentiful as it used to be. And that just gave me a greater understanding of like everything that 343 Industries were talking about. And then like I started to, you know, get in sync with the project finally, and because I'd learned the language, and I'd learned why the language existed in the game, the musical language. So that was like a process that took a bit longer, because I wasn't as used to it. And what we've put out 3 tracks already for Halo Infinite, kind of 3 previews, and they're like it's so interesting reading the comments, because obviously there's going to be comments because it's got such a rich musical history, and it's like, yeah, with their clear throwbacks to things that have been done before. But it's like, man, I can't wait for like to see where people are either going to love it or they're going to hate it, like, because we have, we've taken things to a new place as well. So the score at the beginning, it was tough because we're like doing the callbacks to the past, but because of the nature of the game, we were allowed to like push the boundaries, especially towards the end of production. I mean, one of the reasons we haven't been able to preview the new stuff is because it's still being mixed. But yeah, it was definitely like a daunting prospect to be stepping into something that big. But I think the other thing is I had a partner in crime on this. It was also the first time I'd done a collaboration with another composer. There's 2 other composers on the project, Curtis Schweitzer and Joel Korolitz. And yeah, like we're all reporting to a music supervisor who is like making sure that we don't do anything too crazy and weird, making sure that we're all staying within the Halo universe and that the language that's been created, and expanding on it in little bits and pieces. But we're all kind of going through the same thing. So if ever we're like, oh my god, we're struggling with a certain cue, we just like it's a late night rant or a late night email, and then we get through it and then get it done.
Did you find that the pressure was less, or at least diminished, because you got to spread, not the work, but you got to spread the load with some extra other composers? Like, did you feel that like, okay, because I have a team of talent around me, a talent with me, the pressure's going to be a bit lower? Or was that Halo name just bearing down on you like an LA sun in summer?
At the end of the day, it's I think like it's whether it's Halo or Ori or literally anything I work on. I mean, I feel like I try to treat everything like it's the last thing I'm going to do, because you just like we all feel very fortunate to be able to like do this for a living. Absolutely. I can, yeah. So it's like they're all like equally important. Obviously, the legacy does linger, but it's like I'm writing music at the end of the day. I need to like make sure I'm focused on what I'm doing. But one thing that's interesting that you mentioned that is a big difference for me. On Ori, I'm literally in charge of everything, probably not dissimilar to Ludwig, and like with, I'm, choosing the orchestrators, getting all the music printed, flying, booking the damn flights, like for my team. So, all of that stuff. And on Halo, I had to do absolutely none of it, and it was glorious. Like, yeah, because the music supervisor took care of everything. Like, I'm not used to that. Maybe the other people are, the other composers on this panel are, but it's like, so that was a new thing. So that like a lot of the pressures that I'm used to, and I don't mind it. I'm actually like kind of a control freak. So like relinquishing this amount of control was very, very new to me. But actually, it kind of came at a good time, because I like finishing Halo is coming off the back of Ori, which like really took it out of me, and then not having to worry about like a bunch of extra like logistical stuff made it so I could really just focus on the music and delivering exactly what they wanted for the game.
When you're working with an orchestra, there's so much that you completely forget that you have to deal with. Like, you realize someone has to physically print out every page of music, right? And like tape it, and you forget about those things unless it's suddenly Guild Wars the night before the session, and you're like, oh yeah. And then you have to get a posse together to just madly tape, thousands of pages of stuff.
Wow, that's mental, man. Sarah, so you already spoke a bit about Assassin's Creed and all the different, franchises, all the different entries in the franchise that you did there. But you also, as mentioned earlier, worked on both Call of Duty Modern Warfare and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. So for you, I'm curious as to what it felt like the first time you came into an established franchise in general. I mean, I know that you did some before Call of Duty, but like, if you want to speak more specifically to Call of Duty, like, how did it compare being in Call of Duty for the first time with the legacy it comes with? And then how did that change once you moved on to it for the second time? Did you feel the same pressure? Was it the same, or did you feel like, I've got this?
Well, the first time with Infinite, I actually that was the first AAA game that, well, aside from Unity, I don't really count that because I only did some of the music. It was a collab. Yeah. But Infinite Warfare was the first one that I was fully handling myself, and I got it at the same time that I got Origins. I really didn't think I was going to get both. So I was excited for a day, and then I was like, oh my God, like the panic set in of like, not only am I doing my first AAA game by myself, I have to do 2 of them on the same timeline. So that was a really hard 2 years, but I was also so excited to be doing. I like just shut my doors for like 2 years and just was in my studio working day after day. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely pressure, but I feel like with Infinite Warfare, because it was sci-fi and it was kind of going so far off the path of what was normal for Call of Duty, that I didn't feel as much of a pressure to like sound like it had sounded, and they wanted something different. So that was really exciting, and I was so grateful to have that opportunity. And then with Modern Warfare, while I did feel like I had more experience and I was more prepared for it, there's a whole pressure that comes with Modern Warfare, and like the last, the nostalgia of Hans Zimmer and Lauren Balfe, and just the love that everyone has for that game was fantastic. I think everyone just has such fond memories of the music and the experience of that game. So, there's pressure, there's nostalgia pressure, and but again, they wanted something different. They wanted it to be like a grown-up version of Modern Warfare, like more mature, more serious. So I still felt like there was a lot of room to take this, like you had said before, take the spirit of the past and do something modern, like what Mick was saying. Package it up for the modern audience, and I felt like I got to just do my own thing, and it was awesome. Yeah.
Like finding out what it was about the scores from the past that people loved, and trying to tap into that through line and keep that happiness trail going. I mean, I did get to work on a couple of Call of Duties myself, but only helping out Jack Wall on the Black Ops 3 and 4. So I didn't feel the same pressures you guys felt, but it is a daunting task when you see the words Call of Duty on the project folder and you're like, shit. Like I tweeted this out the other day, but I do wish game developers in general would do it more often, and that is give their composers moments in the game where musically they have the opportunity to open up and thematically put their piece. The best example I can think of off the top of my head right now is the beginning of Ghost of Tsushima, and you are locked in a camera position as you're riding up to the open field for the first time, and the big theme kicks in. The camera isn't locked, but the player control is, so that as you come out into the field, you get the big main theme for the first time. Now, I think that as composers, we should be given those opportunities more. We should be given the opportunity to spread that theme. What do you guys think?
I think that there's been certain advancements, shall we say, in cinema, in Hollywood, and how things are shot. And I guess I use the term advancements quite loosely because it's been more like, shorter and shorter attention span, faster, quick cuts and everything has to be very snappy. On Mortal Kombat, I was very lucky in that our cinematics director, Marty Stoltz, he's very old school. He's very 80s, 90s action movie style. He's not modern at all. And so he would give me these moments where nothing is happening. Like if you look at this game's story mode and how often characters are just walking, and that's it. No one's fighting, no one's talking, it's just walking. There's so much of that, but they gave me an immense opportunity to develop themes, to really just emote and have the space to do that. Whereas, on other titles, you might have to just very quickly get something in and then move on. Or more likely, you would just kind of establish a groove and then let it sit and not really have the opportunity to go in very deep. It's difficult for them to do that because, remember, they're going to be sitting there with no music, or temp music, which who knows what that's going to be, for most of the development. So it's quite difficult. But I mean, again, on MK11, I was very lucky that they afforded those opportunities to do that. Yeah.
One of my favorite moments in video game history, musical moments, is actually one of Ludwig's from Death Stranding. There's this moment, and I won't spoil it, but there's a moment at the end of the game where the game literally just gets out of Ludwig's way. The character has to get from A to B with very little in between, and it just allows him to open up musically and essentially pull at your heartstrings. and those are the moments that live with you. They're the moments that live with people. Like, there's a lot of Death Stranding that, like, I can't remember the specifics of, but I will always remember that moment. I will always remember the moment riding out into the field in Ghost of Tsushima. Moments are important because composers, usually with video games, we're confined to a very strict set of musical blocks that we need to fill. And every now and again, if you want that music to emotionally connect, you have to give us the moments to tell people why this music matters. Give us a moment in the game where we can musically put that. That's just me speaking there, by the way, just having my moment. But anyway, so
I think, that stuff is really important. I'd like to point out the very beginning of Doom 2016, cocking that shotgun in time with the music. It just really sets the mood for the music. It gives the music its identity very early on.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is awesome.
It gives the music the ability to explain its context to people. It gives it the opportunity for people to understand why the music's playing that theme or what is playing that thing, because hopefully you've allowed the composer an emotional moment to establish that, so that when it comes up later, when you hear that Ghost of Tsushima theme later, when you hear that BB theme that Ludwig's been hinting at the whole way through, and it has a moment, it makes sense and it emotionally connects. I think that's very important. But anyway, unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. I would first like to thank my incredible panel for being here today and both sharing their insights and experience with us. I would also like to thank PAX for giving us the excuse to have this chat today. But most importantly, I would like to thank you guys at home for watching and supporting the video game industry. I hope you all had a great time today. I hope you all stay safe, and we will see you in the next one. Guys, would you like to say goodbye to our audience?
Hi, y'all.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thanks for coming.
Welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
What do you think it's like here? Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Hello and welcome everyone. I know it's disturbing, but I'm not actually a cowboy. My name is Cyril, CEO and executive producer at Dotemu and the Arcade Crew. My costume has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about today, and that's exactly why I chose it. Live from Paris, the city of lights, and Lille, the city of beers, be prepared for an exclusive sneak peek at the upcoming title from CCCP, The Last Spell. In this video, we'll be presenting the game concept, the team, talking about the current features of the game. Please keep in mind that it is still in alpha state, and that many elements are still missing or incomplete. Today with me are Mathieu and Thomas. Hello guys.
Hey.
Maybe you can introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and what is CCCP?
Yes, of course. So, hi everyone, I'm Mathieu Richet. I'm the creative director and co-founder of CCCP. We are a French small indie dev studio. So, pardon my excuse my English. We can hear that I am French. And I have with me Thomas. We will be playing the game during the commentary. Who is a game designer and programmer on the game.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bit weird to talk to each other in French, but in English, sorry, because we're all French. But we didn't have time to get a professional animator, so please excuse our terrible French accent. But yeah, here we go. So yeah, let's get to it. So what is The Last Spell, Mathieu?
So The Last Spell is a tactical RPG with roguelike elements. The pitch of the game is that it's think about a classic fantasy medieval world like Warhammer fantasy, things like that. But it's all gone to shit. It's kind of there has been big battles between kingdoms in this universe, and the mages launch powerful spells against each other and destroyed nearly everything. So it's kind of a medieval apocalypse. And so you start the game, you play the last heroes of humanity who want to defend the last bastion of hope of humanity, their last city, still standing, against hordes of monsters that come out at night and want to kill everyone.
All right, sounds good. Maybe we should get to it. So this is it's a demo, right? That we're playing right now, or is it like a current build of the game?
Yeah, it's the demo of the game which is available on Steam right now. So you can play freely the game that Thomas is playing right now. So it's quite early alpha stage. It's been 2 years now that we are developing the last spell, and there's quite a few months of development still left. But yeah, you can get a grasp of the core mechanics that we wanted to implement.
So yeah, that's important. That's an important element. So this demo is currently available on Steam. So don't hesitate to try it out, guys. It's free, so there's no reason not to. And also don't hesitate to wishlist it, of course, to support us, and to not forget to give us your money when the game is out.
And don't forget, you can come to our Discord to discuss with the team, the dev team directly. If you have feedback for us after playing the demo, if you like the demo, or if there are things that you didn't like and you want to change, you can discuss directly with us. We are happy to answer questions and to discuss with the community. So yeah, don't hesitate.
So basically, right now we are in a kind of city in ruins.
Yes.
And so we have our 3 heroes. That's actually the number of heroes where you start with, right?
Yeah, for now, so yeah, as we said, it's an alpha stage. So for now, we start with 3 heroes, which are randomly generated. So each game is new. Your heroes have new traits, new characteristics, etc. New portraits, new faces. And so the game is divided into 2 phases. You have the day phases and the night phase. During the day, you will be constructing buildings, taking care of your heroes, and during the night, you defend against the hordes of monsters who want to kill you and destroy the city. So right now, it's the start of the first night.
First night, okay. So basically, you need to defend the city against the hordes of creatures to protect the mages that are casting the last spell, right?
Yeah.
So once, if enemies get to those mages and kill them, then the game over, and you have to restart with new characters, new characteristics, and everything, right?
Yes, it's the goal of the game. It's to protect the center of the city, and you talked a bit about the restart and the fact that we restart a lot new games. We want to really have some roguelike elements. For a turn-based strategy game, it's quite unusual. Usually, tactical games like that. It's more some campaign mode, some narrative mode. For us, it's really we really wanted to implement some roguelike elements. So each time you lose a game, you will gain some points that you can spend between games to enhance your experience for the next games, unlock new stuff, get better equipment, things like that. So every time you play and you lose, you really have the sensation that you progress and you unlock new stuff every time.
Okay, and so this is this mechanic, like this meta game mechanic, is not present in this demo, right?
No, right now, for now, we consulted it. We were focused on the core mechanics of the game, and the meta game will come later. But it's really something important for us, so it will take a big place in the game. Yeah.
Can we maybe see a bit more about the characters? Like, so what are their characteristics? How do you like use their skills and stuff like that?
Yeah. So as I said, the characters are procedurally generated. So they have some basic stats. They have some health, mana, action points, and move points, which you will be using to move and to do actions.
Okay.
And some stats for attack and defense. You have some stats that will enhance their physical or magical damage, make them more critical hits, and a lot of stats for defense. We created a system with 4 different defense stats. You have block, armor, resistance, and dodge. And some attacks are more efficient against dodgy enemies. Some attacks are more efficient against resistant enemies, etc.
Okay.
So every character has some traits too that will really define their starting characteristics. So we are reworking these right now, but they will really influence the way the character will be played. And what can I say? Yeah, they start with starting equipment, but of course you will be able to change it over the course of the game.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can close that and start playing. And yeah, so the battle. So you play all your characters in the order that you want. There is no initiative in the game. You play all your player character. So the mechanics is that you launch skills with this nice little skill bar at the bottom.
Okay.
So you get skills from the equipment. In fact, there is no class in the game. So at the beginning, every character can be equal, but it's up to you to build some classes of your own. So you can really multi-class your characters as you see fit. So yeah, as I said, the skills come from the equipment you equipped on your characters.
Okay.
And so yeah, each equipment has different skills, different style of play. So
Okay,
I
so
know
basically, each character doesn't have a basic class. It just depends on their stats.
Yeah.
The way you see, for example, a character that has lots of mana points and who's very weak will be probably stronger with like mage equipment, like staffs or robes or stuff like that.
Yes.
But you can do anything. You can do like a battle mage or archer, mage, warrior, whatever. Like it's really up to you, right?
Yes, we really wanted to focus on that because in fact you have 2 sets of weapons, so you can equip 2 different sets and you can swap them at any time during the battle, and you really can do some hybrid classes, some melee warrior with some range. As you said, maybe you start with a high mana character, but maybe this high mana character will make a strong melee character because strong melee attacks can use mana too. So,
okay.
So yeah,
that's what we're seeing, right? On the skills, there are little like numbers above each skills, which indicates the different like consumption of each skills, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In blue it's mana, and in orange it's action points, and in green the move points.
Okay.
So yeah, as you see, the hordes are coming.
Yep.
So it's another thing in our game. It's that there is really some asymmetry in the forces. You play a few band of warriors, but with great skills against some squishy, against hordes of squishy enemies.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there is really a sense of asymmetry in the mechanics.
Okay.
And you really have to focus on the number of enemies that you will take down each turn. You really have to optimize the kill count that your heroes will do each turn, because if you don't do that, you will be submerged by the hordes of enemies.
Okay. And you have different types of enemies, right? Because I see only one right now, but there's going to be more.
Yes, for the first night, it's only some basic clower, we called them. So really dumb, squishy enemies, but coming in large numbers. But every night that passes, you will get new types of enemies with special behaviors. So yeah, there is a lot of surprises in the coming night to see. So yeah, so you will have to adapt to the different style of enemies. But maybe we'll show later.
On the for the next night or something like that.
Yes. So yes, that's something I wanted to say too. So it's a rather hard game. you will lose often, but every new game should be enjoyable, because you have new stuff to test and to play with. But we wanted it to be accessible. You can take the game and play it and try to kill a lot of monsters. It's not that hard to smash enemies, large amount of enemies, so you can have fun rather quickly.
Okay.
But maybe you won't last until the end of the game because you didn't optimize everything perfectly. But yeah, I think everyone will get something from the game. If you want just to squash some enemies and try to get better at the game, you can too.
Okay. Yeah. What I really like when I play the last spell is the fact that you really need to think about the best combinations of equipment, characters, skills, in order to win. And every time it's different. So it's every time it poses a challenge that you need to really think about. And it's very satisfying when you see that you're combining well, that there are synergies between your different characters, and that you're really devastating the enemy's army. So yeah, it's a game about thinking about your strategy ahead, and then of course there is this micro strategy with the tactical RPG aspects, turn-based aspects, where you have to kind of use your resources in a good way. But that's kind of classic, I'd say. But the fact that all the characters are really custom and kind of created by yourself and optimized by yourself before each combat makes it really interesting and different from other tacticals, I think.
Yes, that's it. And if you add the two that you have the building aspect too in the game, so you have this ruined city at the start. When the day will come, you can build some new defenses. You can build some new buildings to help you to build new stuff. And this add a new layer of strategy to the game. So you not only have to be good during the tactical phases, but you also have to think for the long run, so it's not the decisions that will impact you at the start, but maybe in 2, 3, 4 nights you will get some effects of the bad decision that you could have taken at the start. So yeah, I think the game will be rather sandbox for trying strategies. Maybe you want to focus your strategy on building big walls surrounding the city and defending at all costs the walls. Or maybe in another run you will focus really on the stuff, on the loot of your on the equipments of your characters, and try to get some Supermen and try to just defend the ruined city. So yeah, we'll have many paths to try.
Okay. Yeah, you because there's not only the characters that come into the game to build up your strategy. There is also all the city aspect that you can manage itself. Yes. And the resources management, not only of your characters in terms of mana or move points, but also the resources in general for gold and stuff like that we'll see during the day after once the night is over. Thomas is doing a pretty good job, by the way.
Yeah,
I can see, So if you guys are watching that, like you say, "Oh, that looks easy," it's not. Like really, like. So
we really want
prepared.
to see you lose. It's really fun to see streamers try the game and not really be focused on the strategy of the game and really have a hard time finishing the first night because you have to think a bit about what you are doing.
And also it's a demo, so like we're not taking you by the hand. You have to discover some stuff by yourself, which will be the case, I think, in the final game as well. But don't be scared. It's normal to like kind of not doing so good the first night.
Yes, of
Just
course.
like try everything out. Try to learn like how all the elements of the game combine on the first nights and days. And then when you start again, it will be much more easier. That was my first experience, and that's actually quite satisfying because then on your second run, you know what you have to do, right? You're like, okay, this thing I won't forget about it, and this I will change for sure. And so yeah, that's very cool.
Yes, that's cool. That's what we wanted. We wanted some game that was rather deep with deep mechanics, but not scary for new players. But the thing that okay, I lost my first game, but I want to try new things, and this time I will get better, and you actually get better. It's really satisfying for us as designers.
Nice.
So yeah.
And can you tell us a bit more about the weapon types? Like, what can we expect? Because as they define the classes, what kind of weapons do we have, and what are their like kind of their vantage point and their defaults and stuff like that?
Yes, we have quite a few. we went a bit over our head for the weapons. So basically, it's really a fluid system. There are really few constraints in the system for us as designers. But basically, we have 3 types of weapons. We have melee-based weapons, so we have swords, axes, hammers, things like that, for 2 hands or 1 hand. We have distant weapons, so ranged weapons, like bows, crossbows. We have also rifles and pistols. And we have magical weapons, which enables you to launch spells.
Okay.
So
yeah, maybe we'll get into that after because we'll have to buy weapons, right?
Yes.
In between, I mean, we don't have to, but it's recommended.
Yeah.
By the way, GG Thomas, nice game. I think it's it's S score, right? So yeah, perfect game. Can you maybe explain a bit like what's all this screen and what's Thomas doing?
So each night when you manage to survive, you gain some rewards for securing the city. In fact, you have a system that is the panic level of the city. So each time the monsters attack the city, the people in the city get more panicked, and they will give you less rewards after the night. But here he made a perfect night, so he gets all the rewards. So he can choose 1 item for free that the people of the city will be giving him, and he got some resources, things like that.
So you can compare the object the weapon you're getting with the ones you have, right? Which is pretty cool.
Yes,
that's a new feature that wasn't there at the beginning, and that's really helpful.
Yeah, we are trying to put some quality of life features like that with the feedback of the players on our Discord. We wanted to make some addition like that.
Nice.
So right now it's a day phase, so you can do a lot of stuff in this phase. Thankfully, you have the little commander's journal at the left of the screen that will remind you what you can do during this phase, so you won't be lost. So right now is leveling. I don't know if you can say that.
Leveling up, yeah.
Leveling up.
Sorry, guys. That's not our fault.
Baguette. Is leveling up his characters. So you have some bonus stat points that you can choose, and you have some perk points. So As we said, it's a class-based system.
So what was the leveling up system? So basically, you have different like upgrades to choose.
Yes.
Right.
You have you have you can choose between 5 upgrades on your basic stats to choose.
Maybe Thomas, you can show us on another character, so we just can get back to that element, which is pretty neat. There you go. Thank you, Thomas. So okay.
So yeah, you are presented with 5 basic stats that you can improve on your character. They are randomly generated, so you maybe you won't get what you wanted, but you can reroll these stats. So for now, when you reroll, you have a bit less choices, but you have more chance to have the stats that will be interesting you. And so yeah, you can see the effect directly. And some bonuses are more or less high. So yeah, you can get high bonuses on maybe a stat that won't be interesting you at first, but since the bonus is high, maybe you will take it. So yeah.
Okay. So that's another interesting point, I think, because even if your basic randomly generated character has some stats, with that leveling up system, you can basically change that. And if you really want this character to be a warrior instead of a mage, for example, you can really change completely over different nights and days cycle the way like his class basically his basic stats. And so it gives really the impression of total freedom of building each character the way you want. Which is pretty neat.
Maybe you want to specialize your character, or maybe you want to make it better on their weak points. So you can really try some different things.
Nice.
And the second point of the level up, you have 1 perk point to use. So you can spend your perk point on different perks that will really change the way your character will be playing. So these are passive bonuses, but which are quite strong. So you really want to make use of these passive bonuses during the strategic battles. And as we said, every character has the same perk tree, so you can really build them as you see fit.
Okay. So that was the leveling up, right?
Yeah.
So now, like all the characters have better skills, better stats, and new perk for each character. And now I see Thomas is looking through the shop, right?
Yeah. You have access you have access to a shop which will regen his stuff every day. So the stuff in this shop is randomly generated, a bit like a Diablo-like style of game. In fact, the equipments they are basic stats, but there are some random passive bonuses on each equipment. So we have some kind of mechanics like in Diablo-like. So you can see the red ones here are epic
weapons.
Epic weapons.
Nice.
So maybe too costly for now, but he can buy one epic weapon, but he won't be able to buy anything else for this day. So it's up to you to try and to try your strategy, and maybe you want to focus on one character, maybe you want to spend your gold on different things, but and the passive bonuses on the epic stuff are randomly generated too.
Okay, and I noticed as well that the actual armor that you wear changes your character skin, right? So
you see the pants. You see the pants, torso, and helmet on your character. So it's cool.
That's pretty cool.
And of course the weapon. So he's trying to optimize his characters. Maybe
the equipment and like who to give this new weapon that costs a lot of money.
As I said, one tip for new player. As I said, you have 2 slots of weapons that you can swap freely during the gameplay. So it's really useful to use the 2 slots, because you really want to have some firepower from range and maybe some firepower from melee distance. So making hybrid characters is really useful in the game. There are some other mechanics that impact that as well. So yeah, I think the first goal of the player is to quickly buy a second weapon for every character to have more possibilities during the battles.
Okay. And so basically, Thomas just bought a weapon and then gave it to one of the characters. But the resources that he got from the previous night was gold,
Yes. So you
stone,
have
and weapon, right?
Gold, stone, and weapon. Yeah, which if every one of them serves to a purpose. So with gold, you can buy new stuff as he did, and you can buy some new buildings for your city. So you have to choose.
There's the list there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I focus on the stuff or on the buildings, or maybe a bit of both? Because the buildings are quite useful. So you have some. For example, this one will be generating gold each day. So you won't have to rely only on the night rewards. So it can be interesting to do it. So you have some buildings that will be enabling you to heal your characters, to heal their mana, to get some new stuff for free. So yeah, you have to strategize too on this part.
And what was Thomas doing with the shovel thing a bit earlier?
So it's one of the action at the start of the game. You can scavenge the ruins of the remnant of the city to get some bonus gold and bonus materials at the start of the game. So it's really a bonus to quick start the game to get some resources. But after some time, you won't have access anymore to these resources.
Because it destroys the buildings, right? The buildings are destroyed when you do that, so you have less protection. But at the same time, you should build protection with those materials.
In fact, you make room to build the new buildings too, because you have some limited rooms in the city to build new buildings.
Okay.
At some point, all the city will be there won't be any room available. So yeah, you want to erase all these useless buildings at some point, and so the materials, so the little bricks, as we see here, you can use them to build defenses. So for now we have some walls which are strong, which are more or less strong, some barricades and things like that. So it can be useful to slow down the enemies because there will be more and more of them. And we have some special buildings. We have some watchtower. You can put one character on it, and it can shoot enemies from afar. So it can be quite useful.
Nice. And I think the tower also takes out the restriction where if you're behind a tree, you can't. If an enemy is behind a tree, you can't shoot it.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're in the tower, you don't have that restriction, right?
Yes, some weapons have line of sight restrictions. For example, the bow, and when you are on the watchtower, you don't have the line of sight.
Nice.
So, but you are immobile. Yeah, very useful. But you have to. You are quite immobile, so you have to put the watchtower at the good place because you won't
if
be
the
able
enemies. Because basically, we can see now that before the night, you kind of know where the enemy is coming. On which side, on which of the four sides, north, south, west, and east.
Yes.
But you don't know exactly where. It can be a bit on the left, a bit on the right. So it's always tricky, and that's why you need to place your characters and your buildings in the good spots, right?
And it's something that is quite temporary. For now, we give this information from the start to the player. Maybe we'll give the information in a different way for the final game. Maybe you will have some partial informations, and you will have to buy the final information with resources. So we will play with that, but something that we didn't say. So for now, they are coming from one side of the city, the enemies, but at some point they will be coming from different sides at the same time. It will be getting more and more.
That's when things get spicy a bit. Like you have only 3 or 4 characters, and they're coming from everywhere. It's
In fact, you will be able to recruit new characters. We don't really know how much. We are aiming for 6 or 8 character max, but
that's a lot.
It's we'll have to see depending on the balancing of the game.
And you can recruit new characters with a building, right?
Yeah. It's a building that is rather costly because one more character is a big firepower for your turn. But yeah.
And when you recruit a new character, is he or she already with stuff and levels, or do they start from like 0? You will be getting. In fact, if you upgrade, that's something that we didn't talk about, but you can also upgrade your buildings in the city. That's a new feature we implemented. But it's not in the demo right now, right? Is it?
It's not in the demo right now. No.
Okay.
It's some new feature we have
that will come later, right?
But you will be able to upgrade your buildings and to maybe get a level up heroes when you recruit them with better stuff, etc. But maybe more costly. So you have to see. One thing interesting, you see a new type of enemy, the Fallen Knight, which is kind of a basic enemy but with a lot of armor, so you have to take down his armor before killing him. Maybe I can talk a bit about the armor system. So it's one of our defensive mechanics. It's quite simple. You have armor gauge, and each turn this gauge replenished to fully. So it's not really useful to get this gauge to 50% because next turn it will be 100%. So if you want to damage the hit points of the enemy, you really want to focus on it, or to have some weapons that will ignore the armor of the enemy.
I see.
So yeah.
And what about the music? I since the beginning, I don't know if you guys heard, but the intro music is super cool and it changes from day and night. What about it?
Yeah, we are overjoyed because we have Rémi Gallego from the band The Algorithm, who is making the music for our game. We were pretty fans of him, so we are overjoyed that he accepted to make the music for us. And so yeah, it's a kind of a synthwave metal style, really cool. So yeah, during the day you have this kind of melancholic, moody music, and when the night comes and the action gets on, you really have some punch, some good vibe in the music.
And it's metal time, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I advise that you guys, if you're watching this video, check out on The Algorithm on YouTube. He has several clips, so you can get a taste of what he can do. Of course, he's working on the last spell. It sounds a bit different. It's more adapted to the game itself. But yeah, it surprisingly fits really well. Like the universe, you'd expect some like kind of epic classical music for the game, but this kind of like electronic metal music really fits well and like gives you like pumps up. You know, like when you're playing, you're like, yeah. It feels really nice, actually.
Yeah, we wanted to. it's rather a slow game. It's a turn-based game, so you have to take your time, etc. But we wanted to get some arcade feel in this game, some punch. So we have some really cool animations for the spells. We have this music. We also have a combo system that we didn't implement much for now, but which will be present. So we really want to have some rhythm on, during the battles, and some you have the feeling that you have to defend for your life and things like that. Yeah.
Nice. And I see that sometimes, so there is a mechanic for critical hits as well, right?
Yeah. It's a percentage percentage chance. You have some perks that will be using the critical hits. So it's one of the.
And what about healing? Are there like any class that you can make that are going to be healers, or like is there or a support classes maybe, something like that?
So yeah, in our mind, the game is a bit about survival too. It's the end of the world, so the resources are scarce, and so it's not that easy to heal yourself, to heal your HP and your mana. So you can buy some mana potions, some health potions. You have some ways to recover some health and mana, but it's not as easy as in classical tactical games. So you won't have some healer class dedicated to healing. So you really have to focus on that and to take care of taking the less hits possible. So maybe taking more armors to be less damage on your HP.
Okay.
You want to use your mana points, because if you don't do it, you will be overwhelmed by the enemies. But at the same time, not spend it needlessly. So yeah, the balance between using your resources and conserving them for later will be important. Yeah.
I see. Oh, so that's cool. That's really cool. So basically, no healing, no proper healer, to say the least. But you have other mechanics that can compensate that, and some as well weapons and objects that can help you be stronger, basically.
Yeah, of course, and you will have some buff for your characters. You will have some support equipment that will enable you to buff your characters for one turn. You have some armors that give you a skill that enables you to build your armors or your dodge during this turn. So you will be making less damage, but you will be tanking for one turn. So yeah, you have to see how you strategize your turn. Yeah.
Okay. And so, what happens if one of your character dies?
He dies.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Like you won't see him ever again, right? Because it's randomly generated.
Yeah. We have some ideas to get back some heroes from the dead.
Nice.
But yeah, it's a permadeath game. So during your run, it won't be easy to get back your character. Maybe there will be one item that is really costly that will enable you to resuscitate it, but for now it's not planned. But yeah, it's but maybe in the next runs, your preferred heroes, you will be able to get them to recruit them in your next runs. We are not quite sure for now how you will do it, but we want to enable players to get back to heroes that they liked
Okay, nice.
during the course of the game.
And
So
I really like this idea because it reminds me a lot of like classic role-playing games where like you're leveling up your character with all its equipment, you kind of get attached to it, and because the names are randomly generated as well, so you're like, oh, I really like this guy, like he's cool looking and he has now the best equipment, he's doing lots of critical,
and when he
strikes and
dies,
stuff like that. And then he dies and like
you are suffering inside.
Like, no, not him or not her, that's nice. So yeah, it gives a bit more in terms of game mechanics. It gives a bit more pressure to kind of not only save your character, to save your city, but also just to save him or her because you know it's a very good character that you've been building up like in every cycle, and if you just like lose him or her, then it's gonna be really hard to kind of like be as good as you were when you had him or her.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. And it's a kind of emotion that we want the player to experience as designers. It's always fun that the player get attached to little characters that we created and that he created, in fact, because it's really up to him or her to create the character that he likes. So yeah. So he's doing a good job, I think.
Yeah, I see that. Like he got barely hit by the second wave, and we're almost there, I think. So yeah, we can see right now the effect of the tower, right? The watchtower, which is pretty powerful.
Yes.
So far, like the range is crazy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yes, one thing I wanted to say too, which is original for our game, for a tactical RPG, it's we really wanted to have a focus on the area of effects skills. Because we are submerged by hordes of enemies. There are literally hundreds of enemies in the game that will be coming at you, and we have a lot of skills that will be taking effect in area of effect, and you have a way to position your heroes and the skills that you will be launching in the more optimized way to get the more damage for the cost of resources. So yeah, for a tactical RPG, it's quite unusual to have so much enough a focus on the area of effects skills.
I see. Yeah, because there are so many enemies, right? Like you have to have those skills that kill multiple enemies at once. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard.
You don't want to just kill one monster during your turn. You really want to kill maybe some special monster that will be really taking the focus of the heroes, but yeah, it will be preventing you to focus on the squishy monsters. So yeah, you will have to take to find the good balance between that.
I see.
So for now, yeah, we only see the Fallen Knight, but after that, in the demo you can play. There are more types of enemies. So yeah, big area attack here, big damage, cool.
Yeah. With a new weapon, right? The weapon you just acquired on the last round.
The epic spear, yeah. But a bit a good skill, but a bit costly in terms of mana and action points. So
yeah.
You have to use it, but maybe take care.
And if this character dies, the weapon goes with her, right?
Yeah, for now, yes. But maybe we have some system to get back some equipment. For now, it's a bit harsh, but yeah, it's kind of alpha stage, so
of course.
Some things like that are subject to changes.
Yeah, of course. Again, if for people that are watching this video, don't hesitate to give us your feedback on the game's Discord. It's really helpful, so we can really, it's always hard when you design a game to kind of, get a good feel of what's fair and what's not fair, because, like everyone has his own opinion. So, CCCP will try their best to have something that's fair for everyone, even if it's going to be a hard game, it's going to be challenging. But so please send us your feedback on the demo. It will be very, very helpful for them to balance the game in the right way.
Yeah, but I think we can adjust some things with options. I really want to have some start options for the runs, and maybe have some things that will help new players to get into the game and to have fun. But keep the hardcore experience to the players who will really want the hardcore experience.
All right. And so, what are your inspirations on the last spell? What are the games that kind of, that are your references to when you first thought about the last spell?
Quite a few.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm a big tactical RPG fan since I was young. I'm getting older and older now. So I think I played nearly all the tactical RPG that came up in all supports possible on PC, on consoles. So yeah, you name it, Final Fantasy, Disgaea. On PC, the XCOM series, or for the big names, but yeah, even the little indie tactical RPG.
Cool, yeah.
But maybe more recently, there are two indie games that really inspired us. There is Into the Breach, which was wow, so good.
Yeah.
And
good.
Battle Brothers, that's like my favorite game
okay.
right now. With Crusader Kings, but yeah.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, Battle Brothers, small team, but really dedicated gameplay. You play a band of stealth swords, and we are really hardcore tactical gameplay, really cool.
Okay, if you guys that are watching this video don't know these games, please don't hesitate to go and check them out. They're both on Steam, right?
Yeah, both on Steam.
They're really good games, so same thing here. Like if The Last Spell, looks like something that you'd like, you'll probably like these other games as well.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Okay.
All right, cool. So we're almost done with the last night, right? I mean, the second night at least. And probably the last one of the stream.
Yeah, maybe we.
Only 2 left. Yeah. Nice job, Thomas. Very nice job. No casualties. No panic. The city's safe. The mages are safe. Okay, that was really cool, guys. I think that's about it. I think we covered lots of elements in the game. Of course, we couldn't cover everything. There's a lot to discover in the game. You have to experience it basically. So thank you, Mathieu. Thank you, Thomas, for explaining everything. People, don't forget that this game is actually available. The demo is actually available on Steam right now. So don't hesitate to try it out. It's free. Again, don't forget to wishlist the game if you like it. It's very helpful for us.
Yes.
To really kind of know where we are in terms of people excitement and stuff like that. It's really helpful, and then it will remind you to buy it when it's out. So it's great, right? So yeah, and also again, don't hesitate to come to our Discord and just to say hi or just to give us some feedback. It's always welcome. It's always interesting. And yeah, so I think that wraps it up. It's very, very good, great looking game, Mathieu. Are you guys looking for a publisher or?
In fact, we have a publisher.
That's us, right?
The cowboy guy.
Exactly. The lame cowboy. All right.
Oh, it's a good name for a publisher.
Right?
It's a lame cowboy.
Maybe we should change that. All right. Thank you, everyone. That wraps it up.
Thank you.
And I'll see you guys this weekend. And people, again, go on Steam and check out our Steam page if you like this video. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile, cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little goodberry, or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Come get some!
This all you got?
Trick Shot is a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our panel on game dev disasters. I'm excited to introduce this panel to everybody. My name is Joe Marabello. I am the CEO and founder and creative director at Terrible Posture Games. We made Tower of Guns, Mother Gunship, and we just released a game called 3 out of 10, which is released episodically on the Epic Games Store. And next up is Victoria.
Hello, I'm the communications director at Kit Fox Games. We're a little indie studio up in Canada, making a game called Boyfriend Dungeon, and also publishing games like Mondo Museum and Dwarf Fortress.
And next up is Rami.
I'm Rami. I'm one half of Dutch independent studio Vlaanderen. I do a lot of stuff related to travel and independent game development around the world.
And Jacob.
Hi, my name is Jacob Burgess. I am the Director of Operations for Yesbert Games, an indie game publisher. We've published games such as Valhalla, the upcoming sequel. We will be publishing the upcoming sequel Nirvana, World of Horror, which is currently in early access, and we recently announced No Place for Bravery as well. I'm also a voice actor and a games writer.
And then Dave.
Hey, I'm Dave Oshray. I run indie studio New Blood, as well as being the studio director at Rocketworks Studio down here in New Zealand. So I run 2 game studios across 2 continents. I don't sleep a lot, and I shitpost on Twitter most of the time somehow anyway.
That feels very accurate to what I know about you.
Yes.
So this panel can kind of go in a lot of different directions. There's a lot of different facets of game dev that we could tell our own stories from. But the basic idea here is that we're going to share some of what it's like to be a developer and some of the weird antics that we get into. This panel is kind of meant to be a little bit more lighthearted and keep it a little bit more like a bit of levity. So let's try and focus on the sillier things, the stranger things, the wacky things that nobody would actually believe.
Stranger Things, TM.
TM, right? Now,
Play the theme song.
There's a lot of directions we
You
could
don't
go.
have a soundboard going?
I do not. I wish I had.
I got confused that the game.
I'm
is
leaving
after
if we don't have a
stories.
soundboard.
I'm just going to try for this
I'm
entire
just playing
panel.
Flight Simulator while I'm here. It's fine.
Same.
You and Rami both have been playing. No, it's a.
We should not fly together.
I thought we were the
pyramids.
To kind of get us started here, I was thinking that, and we can kind of let this kind of go a little free form based off of how the conversation goes, but we could kind of divide up, a couple of the different aspects of game dev, the process of making a game. There's pretty defined segments of like, here's the pitching experience, here's the development side, here's the marketing side. And we all have different stories to pull from different aspects of that. So why don't we just go ahead and start with where a game begins its life with the pitching process. And I think that, Jacob, you're probably the best one to start this conversation with because you see tons of pitches. Since you are basically, are a publisher, can you tell me a little bit about some of the disaster pitches you've seen?
Yes, and I will try to do this as carefully as possible because I try to be as encouraging as I can to folks who come with pitches. But back in the days, in the days of yore, with physical conventions where people could actually come up to the booth, Gisbert Games usually at PAX, we have a booth at every PAX except for Australia, but sometimes we go to Australia to just kind of go around. And we do encourage people to come up and just like, be like, hey, if we've got time, like, let's hear your pitches. And there was, I've had a couple of fairly interesting encounters because usually like our volunteers and folks that are at the booth are just like, that guy, get that guy. So I've had people walk up to me with no introduction, no like, hi, my name is Bled, can I have a moment of your time? I've had people walk right up to me, like, and I mean like this close, and just be like, you're going to publish my game. About, like, their finger guns came fully loaded with no safety. And just like completely trying to kind of bowl you over with charisma. But there's a difference between charisma and smarm. And these folks must have thought I was toast because they were just spreading the smarm on really, really thick. And these are folks that like try to pull you away. And I say these are folks because this has happened more than once. And I am certain that other people that have had booths at other panelists here that have had booths at PAX have had similar experiences, unless I'm very special and seem to attract this type of person.
Can you give us an example of when Oh, sorry, you cut out.
Oh, I did? Am I here?
No, go ahead. Can you say that again? Sorry,
oh, no, I was trying to elicit confirmation from the other panelists and then got dead silence. So this is going well for me.
No, this I get.
yeah.
I've gotten. They don't even think about the other games that you publish. They just, it's like, oh, you're a publisher. You want to publish my game? I'm like, not really.
You're gonna give me $1 million. I certainly am not.
Yeah, I don't have $1 million.
Yes.
You don't have $1 million? Oh gosh.
Let's actually. This is something I want to pry in into a little bit here, Dave. You guys are almost exclusively. In fact, I think you are exclusively action FPS. Have you ever been pitched? Is that true? Is there anything I'm missing there?
Well, Faith is, a horror thing, and
that's one of the newer ones, right? That's like the next
Super
new
Galaxy
gen.
Squadrons is a shmup, but mostly first-person shooters, yeah.
Have you ever been pitched a visual novel or a RPG or something like completely wildly out of your scope or out of your realm?
And now we're actually working on 2 visual novels.
Awesome. So sometimes it works.
Based on our existing IP. But like I've been pitched all kinds of stuff. I've been pitched stuff that's just wildly out of our scope. Our games are really violent and bloody and stupid and have loud music. And I've been pitched like the most peaceful, like 2D'er, like walking in the forest type of game. And I'm like, you want New Blood to publish this? Sure. It's like, no, I'm going to suggest you to somebody else who might be more interested in your game. But so a lot of people just don't do their research. And just want, like, publisher, you give money, me make game.
Yep.
And then if you know whether there's some sort of secret publisher's book that I'm in, because I'm not even a publisher, and I get these all the time.
Yeah.
People are like, yo, do you want to publish our game? I'm like, we're a studio. We're a
we don't do
studio.
that, yeah.
We make stuff.
Dave, you ever get a pitch deck with somebody else's company or name in the pitch deck?
Oh yeah. It's like Dear Raw Fury, and I'm like, all right, well we're already like in a step in the wrong direction.
It's pitching is like a first date, and I've had a lot of bad first dates.
So I think that's actually a good way to kind of like bookend that topic then and move into the development itself. Let's say a team has gotten the pitching, has successfully pitched, got funding, and then the development itself has started. Now, once upon a time, we were not all remote. And so I'm curious really quickly if you could just do a survey of the room of who actually, prior to this, was already working remote with a team or was in a studio environment. So, like I myself have been remote for a few years, but was in an office environment before then. So,
Am I the only in-office person?
You have an office?
I'm using airplane 99% of my life.
Yeah. I'm just.
well, actually,
I have
okay.
a green screen and lie to myself.
I can't just play Flight Simulator and get away with it, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, like last time I was in an office environment for game dev, I think would have been 2012, 2013, no, 2012. Yeah, and it's been at home ever since then. So we should probably start this off with you, then, Victoria. Can you give us some fun stories of the office life of the day-to-day craziness that can happen in game dev? I'm sure that we all can fill in different antics that have happened virtually, but there's always fun stuff that happens in the office itself.
I mean, honestly, it feels like it was years ago when it's only been like 4 months, and I'm like, when was I ever in an office? Where was I ever
been a hell of
in
a
an
year.
office? Yeah, exactly. And it just feels like a fever dream now that I ever had people to interact with as I was working. I think so much of like office antics though is just like being able to peek over at someone's screen and then like suggesting something like really stupid to go inside of the game. And I can't like recall it right now, so I don't know if anyone wants to fill in while I think about it. But it's definitely just like it's just chaos. It's just
like
chaos.
best Easter eggs, you mean? Like
Yes, like of Easter eggs, but also like maybe it's just me actually. Of like I just think of really dumb suggestions that I want in the game, and I keep pitching it to them until someone agrees to it. So
I have certainly gotten in trouble like for that. My very first gig in the industry was working on Titan Quest, making a bunch of like it was a Diablo clone back in like the mid 2000s, and I made almost all the weapons, and I made one with the Thundercat logo on the sword hilt, and I got pulled into a director's office for that one because I didn't understand that you couldn't do Easter eggs like that because you would get in trouble. So it was the kind of thing that stuck with me ever since then. Like, don't put corporate branding.
So it's a real sort of no man's.
Yeah, it was a bronze level. I don't remember how the weapon tiers worked in that game. It's been so long, but yeah, I was really excited about it too. It looked pretty cool, and then they were just like, "Joe, don't do this."
I can kind of combine these last two topics. We were trying. So Vlambeer in 2011 or 12, we had an office, a tiny one, and we decided to try to pitch to Nintendo to be allowed to make games for the Wii or Wii U. I don't remember which one it was. And back then, Nintendo was very controlling and very secretive about their dev kits, to the point of the stories being that these devices would get like drilled to the ground or like delivered with like suitcases. Like,
whoa.
I don't know if these are true because we never got it. And the reason we never got this dev kit is because during the early conversations, they asked us how secure our offices were, and we sent them a photo of a golf club saying that if somebody broke in, we would handle it. And that was the end of our conversation with Nintendo. We had no idea what we were doing.
I actually heard that you needed to, back then you had to have a safe in an office, and it had to be like drilled into the floor like a gun rack safe thing that we have in America. That's a thing. And that's it. Or they wouldn't send you dev kits. Yeah, but I mean, golf club works just as good.
Let me see if I can find the golf club. I still have it, I think.
You still have the golf? You still?
Oh, this panel has props. Awesome. Yeah, I like.
And Rami's gone.
Like I don't.
And
I mean,
Rami
I was.
never came back.
And that was the end.
Was Rami ever here?
The real Rami was the Rami inside of us all along.
He's the Rami as we met along the way in Destiny.
Yeah. Destiny. Yeah, like I don't know too much about Nintendo's process. I've never made a game for a Nintendo system, but I did hear that they used to actually like Google satellite view you and be like, "Is that a home or is that an office?" And they would.
Yep, I heard similar things from a lot of people. So I think it's 100% true because we've heard it through the grapevine.
Yeah, spreading rumors.
That is a fact. That is not fake news. That is real news.
Oh.
Maybe. We are 87% sure.
I feel like you're gonna get like a cease and desist from Nintendo.
I hope not. I'm trying to launch a game in 2.5 months on Switch.
I mean, it's.
I don't know where it is.
Well, I think the panel's over then, Rami. Jesus.
Yeah.
We've
No,
already ended the panel twice with the soundboard and now the golf club.
We have no security. We have no soundboard.
Let's take this over to the virtual antics then, since so many of us are working remote these days. What kind of wacky remote stories have you gotten into? And this is actually directed at Dave because you and your New Blood people are always tossing jokes at each other, and I'm witnessing the silly antics going back and forth. You have to have some weird stories.
The aftermath?
Yeah, I think I'm witnessing some of the aftermath. No?
We're pretty in the internal server. So we just work out of Discord, right? And it's just a bunch of people shit posting, and then sometimes that shit posting. Are we allowed to say shit posting on these panels? I don't know.
I don't know.
Flows. It's like when I do GDQ runs. Am I allowed to say fuck? And then they go, you're banned. I'm sorry. And sometimes that flows over to Twitter, and people are like, this just seems like just one like insane family picnic, and I'm like, that's kind of what New Blood is all the time. Any like wild? So I'll tell you a funny story. So Johnny Szymanski yesterday, the brother of David Szymanski, who's the brother of Evan Szymanski. There's 3 Szymanski brothers that work at New Blood. Got married, got engaged. He got engaged.
Okay, congrats to him.
And he posted it on Twitter. And David comes into Discord and he goes, "What the hell, Johnny? You got engaged? You weren't? I found out on Twitter before me." And he goes, "Mom didn't tell you?" He goes, "No, Mom didn't tell me. Why did I see that you got engaged on Twitter before you? I'm your brother." And then I tweeted. I was like, "Ooh, fight!" And then David tweeted that. He was like, I found out on Twitter my brother got engaged, and I quote retweeted it. And I was like, they're a very close family. So sometimes, stuff happens on social media before it happens in real life, before it happens internally. And we are kind of just like one big dysfunctional family. And that does kind of, flow over into social media. And I think people enjoy that. I hope. I think.
It certainly makes I enjoy it. I feel like there's some history there that I think is fun. That even if I don't know what it is, it feels like there's genuine camaraderie going on. Which
that's how you know they like each other. Because me and my co-founder never interact on Twitter, and that's how you know we work together.
I read an interview, Rami, of you and your I guess you would say co-partner, and that you said in the interview at least that you two are at each other's throats most of the time.
Like each other.
Now, how do you make games?
Like each other.
No.
Well, by doing work. Like we just literally he's in charge of some stuff, I'm in charge of the other stuff. We don't like each other, so we don't give each other easy passes. I respect his work. He's a great designer. But yeah, throughout the entire history of Lambert, we never enjoyed each other's company. We like working together, but I'm not gonna invite him to my birthday party, and he never invited me to his.
How did you two meet? If you don't mind me asking.
My inauguration.
The only thing we hated more than each other was the school we were at, so we dropped out together.
Oh, that's a good way to start a relationship.
That's literally what started. We were going to make one game.
And that was
one game.
Crate Box?
This is the final game. We were like 2 cops about to go into retirement. Where like in the American action movie genre, that was us. We were like, we're gonna do one game. We're gonna do one game, and then we're done. We're never talking again.
Ride.
And now we're like, it was a 10-year run. It's ridiculous.
10? Wasn't that like 15 years ago that Crate Box came out?
No, that's 10 years. It's also terrifying. Like, you want to know something that's terrifying about game development is when like an 11-year-old kid comes up to you and says, "Oh, I used to play Super Crate Box when I was a kid," and I'm like, "Excuse me?"
Yeah, make me feel old, baby. Bring it on. Yeah, give me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I started. My original inspiration for making video games was Super Crate Box. I'm like, how old are you? Like 18. I'm like, oh no. What? No.
That's it's. Yeah, I think that there was some place because what was it? There was some game I was working on that got bought by who's going around buying all those games now? I guess it's THQ Nordic is going around buying a lot of the old games, and seeing one of the games you worked on being labeled as a classic makes you feel like, oh man, maybe I really am old.
I think anytime anybody comes up to you in the game industry and makes you feel old like that, you should legally be allowed to take a year off their life and add it to your own.
I like that deal.
Great idea. I'm into that.
Yeah.
I'm into that.
Because I mean, it's in reality, like I'm not that old. Am I? No, maybe I am.
I mean, games industry years are fast years. Like in terms of age, like every year is like.
Especially.
Yeah, well, 2020. I aged like 27 years this year. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, 2020 has aged us all a lot. I think, though, that also you come up for air only once every couple of years when you have a project released. You look around, you're like, what's going on? And then you dip back down. It's very easy to like suddenly realize you've lost a decade because you were working on 2 or 3 projects during that time. Unless you're, Rami working on 300.
I like calling it I used a year, not I lost. Otherwise, I'm just going to get too
Where did it go?
But yeah, game development it is weird like that. And it also creates that pressure where you feel like you have to be involved in stuff because otherwise train is just going to move on, right? Yeah. So you're just continuously like, oh, gotta make sure that we're still relevant, gotta make sure that there's content, gotta make sure that there's games, gotta make sure that I'm on Twitter. And then people go like, Rami, tweet less, and I'm like, oh fuck, too much. Okay, well, like, it's just.
Sorry, I feel like this goes like totally both ways of like, because I had only recently joined the industry, I was like, how is everyone so smart? How does everyone know each other already? Like, I need to catch up. Like, I'm so behind on everything. So I think it's definitely like both ways of everyone's like, how are you so good at what you do already?
Yeah. I live for your TikToks.
Absolutely fantastic.
They are very good. I wish I was hip and young and tuned into what's going on in the world of business.
I did a TikTok and it brushed by one of your videos, and all I got for the next like week was like, oh my god, he was in your TikTok. I was like, I know. I know he's in my TikTok. He wasn't even you weren't even in it. But anyways.
There's even a weird like catch up feeling too, because I feel like in one way or the other, like I've been in the industry for a while, but like with my new role at Yizbrit, it's a whole different sort of thing.
Like, I'm just here to figure out how to pronounce Yizbrit. I've been trying. I haven't said anything to you guys for like 10 years.
For years, I thought it was Wisebird.
I thought it was I thought it was Yizbird or Yizbird.
We have a Yizbred emote on our Discord. Yeah, no, it's called. So if you want to pronounce,
I got what I came for.
If you want to pronounce it in native Welsh, it's Yizbrid. It means spirit because our games have soul.
Oh, I like that.
That wasn't the original idea. That was the idea I came up with to make it work. Yeah. So that's what it means. It's because we're a micro publisher too, so that what that means is we hyper focus on like 2 or 3 max like developers a year, because quite frankly, that's all we have the bandwidth for. We are a small company.
Do you mind me asking how big you are?
What's that?
Do you mind me asking how big?
But thank you for asking. I'm sorry, the company. I know. 3, 2.5 really. Our social media coordinator, Meredith Gerber, is part-time. Brian is mostly in an advisory capacity. I am the director of operations, so we'll generously say 3.
That works. Yeah, I can see how very quickly you'd be overwhelmed by any more than just one game, really.
Yeah, and it fits in with our kind of how we do things. We want to make sure that we can give as much attention and support to our developers as possible. Yeah,
that makes
sense. I'm sorry, Rami, did you say something?
Aren't we all isn't every one of us do people overestimate how big and influential and because people are like, Rami, can you just do this? And I'm like, we are a 2-person. I am one human.
Yeah.
We get job applications every day, so we don't even have a job application. We have a thing. It's hidden on our website, for careers, and we have not ever put a call out. We've never been hiring ever for anything. It's just there to have it. And I get job applications every day. I've got applications from people that worked on Rockstar Games and Sony. They're like, I love your games. I'd love to come work from you. Where's your office? And I'm like, you're looking at it, buddy. There's how big do you think we are? Which I always take as a compliment for people who think we're bigger than we are. It's definitely a compliment, but no, it's me in my bathrobe playing Flight Simulator
at 6 a.m.
At 6 a.m.
I do love being called a PR department. I'm like, an entire department. Thank you.
Actually, how big is Kitbox?
Kitbox is 9, and 2 of them are part-time.
Cool. Terrible Posture actually has grown up a little bit. We're now at 14, and then part-time people as well. But it's
cool.
It's been very fast. We're how do we juggle people now, like because a year ago we were at like 5, and
That's really tough to do. People are really floppy. So.
Well, more so just knowing how to grow, and also making sure that you grow responsibly is a challenge that I'm learning. Coming from more so on the development side, figuring out how to handle operations correctly, how to even do little things that seem like they'd be simple, but like, okay, how are the taxes being allotted for payroll is kind of a nuisance, but is something to be figured out.
Taxes.
Yeah. Taxes. Exciting. Welcome to our panel about the exciting topics of...
Game development, please. Let's switch back to shit being on fire.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so actually let's talk about the most fiery of segments of a project's life, and that's usually the release. Everyone's probably got some terrible release stories. And
I thought you were going to say source management.
Version control.
Okay, we can segue into version control, sure.
No.
Okay.
I have one though. I do want to tell this story. I was working on Nuclear Throne, which was our most recent major game release, and one of the things that was a problem with that was that I was continuously traveling. Oh,
did we lose Victoria?
This story is so bad that Victoria just straight up left.
Just like
and Dave just froze. Dave's no longer here either.
Oh no. Nope.
Okay.
We'll give let's give Victoria a moment to come back.
Okay.
Hopefully she does. There.
Well,
on the other side of Dave.
Yeah.
She's over here now.
Oh, no. Hey.
All
right. So we will.
Nothing happened. It was everything is fine. What? Go
no,
on.
you've been here the whole time. We were actually just talking about your plushies in the background.
So we were working on Nuclear Throne, and one of the problems with Nuclear Throne is that I was continuously traveling all around the world. So very often we were doing this early access program where we were updating the game once a week, and then doing posts and live streams in between. It was a lot to take in, but very frequently I would actually have to update the build while I was boarding a flight, and that gets a little stressful every now and then. So I would cut corners and be a little faster. And one time I managed to upload our entire source, like just the entire source by accident to our OS X build. And to this day, I'm still thankful that nobody was playing on Mac because nobody noticed. So nobody noticed. And when the flight landed 4.5 hours later, I managed to kill it and get in contact and make sure that it was wiped and erased and forever gone. But
I'm sorry. Go ahead. But I have a question.
Okay, do the question, because I'm. Yeah.
Were you in the air the entire time, having realized that happened?
Yes.
Holy.
Yeah, it was a good flight. I almost pulled the Arab card and just started talking in Arabic because that lands flight pretty fast sometimes. But no.
They turned that plane right around.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. We will land soon. But no, it wasn't. I was terrified. They land and nothing happened. It's like nobody plays on Mac. We're like, oh. Whew.
That's true.
It must have felt like your soul took a dump when you realized that it was.
Yes, it was great. I looked at the build script. I'm like, that's the wrong directory.
Oh my god.
All right, so then now that we're talking about releases, then anyone else got some fun disaster stories about releases?
Is that a poop joke?
Was that a fun? It is now.
It wasn't, but I guess.
Yes, it is.
Disaster stories.
I also have one there.
About.
There is a really large. So Steam has this weird thing where I don't know if it's.
They don't email you back when they're releasing your game.
Well, that's they had this system where you would submit your game, and then there's a big button at the top that says launch game, and then when you click it, it goes into the review queue. Yeah. So hitting the giant green launch game button used to not launch your game. Yeah. It puts it in a queue that might take 3 to 5 days to process your game.
You used to have to type a button. You had to type yes, I want to launch this
you
or something.
Type release my game, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that does it didn't release your game. So a lot of indies were not aware of that, waited until the launch moment, and then clicked the green button, and then got a thank you for submitting your game to the review queue. We will launch your game in 3 to 5 days. And it's like, excuse me. Back in those days, I was a pretty visible independent developer. So 90% of those indies emailed me.
Yeah.
And one of the cases that I will never forget was it was Hotline Miami.
Really?
And yeah, this story, and I'm sure this story has been told online. That's why I can use this story. But the Hotline Miami developers, they had messed up some stuff. They were pretty late with things, and then the build they had submitted was actually broken. And they had sent me a build a few days earlier that was less broken. So the build that launched of Hotline Miami was actually a preview build that I had gotten 3 days earlier that I uploaded to Steam and then launched the game.
So, in a way, you launched Hotline Miami.
Oh yeah, no, it's one of my favorite releases. It was a very good game release. I got $0 of the dollars, but I mean the game is phenomenal, and it's fun to have a little part in a story like that. But
yeah,
getting a shot like, Rami, do you still have that build we send you? And I'm like, why? They're like, can you launch it? I'm like, excuse me.
Yeah, like
the rest is history.
Yeah, that's how you like start the sitcom episode, and then the narrator cuts in and like, let me back up 2 hours. You know?
You might wonder how I got in this situation.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think people think. So here's the thing: people think that either they think that we're geniuses or they think that we're idiots, right? Like, there's nobody on Twitter that is like, we are experienced at nonsense. That's our job description. We've just been through so much nonsense and ridiculous processes and development problems that we've gotten pretty good at being like, that might be a problem. Can we not do the code that way, right? But we're not geniuses. Like, most of the stuff that you play is literally duct tape.
Yeah.
Like,
that's certainly how Tower of Guns was back when I made that. I mean, that was.
I've never heard a story of indie game development or publishing that was like, everything went smoothly and we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. That doesn't happen. I mean, it looks that way generally to the public because there's a whole bunch of people in the background going like, just give me the fucking staple gun. Kick it out the door. Put a shirt on it so nobody notices the stitches. Shamble away. Like, that's almost every release.
Frankenstein's game monster.
Yes. You know, I will say that's one thing that early access has kind of helped with, though, because it's like, there's almost a little bit more forgiveness built into it, and it runs contrary to something like, you know, consoles where they have a lot more certification process for each and every upload. But
certification is ridiculous.
But for PC, though, it actually works pretty well, where it's like, okay, we launched an update.
Okay,
we launched the fix to the update. Okay, we launched the second fix to the update. And, you know, it seems like there's a tolerance among game players as long as your build isn't 90 gigs for that kind of real quick fix.
Yeah.
It makes you appreciate cert a little. I remember we once had a game build rejected because if you unplugged and replugged the controller, the game would crash. And I could just not reproduce that bug. Like, I sat behind my computer for days trying to reproduce that bug until I emailed them and I'm like, can you send me a video of this happening, or like a photo, or like anything, a screenshot, like anything more? And I got this video back of this guy sitting with a dev kit just going like, just unplugging and replugging the controller like 35 times in a minute, and I'm like, who the fuck does that? Like, why are we testing for somebody sitting behind a PlayStation go like?
I heard a story once of, I forget who it was, and I shouldn't say who it was anyway, even if I knew, but a game that failed cert because they realized if you plugged a Guitar Hero controller in while they were playing this game, which was totally unrelated to Guitar Hero, it would crash the game. Who would do that?
I want to know what's going on with that. Like how did you get that tangle?
Who decides? Who puts that in their process? Like, hey, don't forget, plug in the Rock Band
I'm gonna
stuff.
start doing that. I'm gonna start doing that to all the games.
It's selling your peripherals. Only game developers are buying them now because we have to.
Yeah. So definitely get a DVR pad, get the Guitar Hero thing. Go and spend $200 on that big Met controller.
Power glove. Don't forget the power glove.
Yeah, get the power glove. Definitely get the adapter. Yep, totally. Yep.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think that for me, the thing that keeps catching me, and it's happened with multiple games now, is, and cert doesn't always check for this, is when the OS itself is in a different language, but the game isn't localized. A lot of engines will try and intercept and just be like, oh, we know you want to be in this language, so we're going to automatically switch a state. And that's caught me a few times now where people will launch it up and will be like, why is all the text broken? And it's like, unless you happen to have like the German version of Windows, you would have never known. And even, the people who I know in Germany are using the US version of Windows, so they never caught it either. Not all of them, but like it's a pretty common thing. So it's very a US-centric thing that I need to kind of get out of that mindset because, tons of people all over the world are using different OSs, but it's always something I forget to check for.
Middleware is a miracle. Like, when you think about it, that it works is a miracle. When it doesn't work, it's also a miracle. I was doing iOS development, and we got a bug.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. We're doing iOS development, and we ran into an error when I was trying to build. I got an error that said error 0 success. That was it. There was nothing
great.
else. It turned out that on the Lightning adapter, like the little plug, the rightmost pin actually sends back the error number. That pin was blocked. So it couldn't send back an error message. It could only send back that there was an error state, but it sent back a 0 over that pin, and that's the success state. So it gave an error 0 success. It took us 3 days working with Apple to figure that one out, and it was solved by clearing it, like basically using the iPad as a NES cartridge and just like until that pin was clear. That was apparently it.
Well,
Not something I expected.
Yeah,
game development.
Yeah, I mean that is game development.
Like that sometimes.
There was.
I could not believe we were still doing pin data, where it's like this pin does that. I'm like, this seems like a digital cable to me. What? But yeah, apparently not all of it was digital.
That reminds me of I can't remember when it was, but it was on one of the 38 builds back when I was working on a large MMO. We had a build that was crashing mysteriously out of nowhere. We couldn't figure out why, and we finally tracked it down to one file that had an underscore in the name, and it was just this underscore. And we were like, what? Like these kinds of weird scenarios that take you forever to track down. And it was nothing in the file. It was literally just the file name. And it was some reason the underscore was being parsed out and then passed along in the wrong name. I don't remember what was going on. But it's like that kind of like obscure bug kind of situation is pretty common. And it's especially when you're talking about the consoles or something with it being weird hardware peripheral related. Like the pin cable doesn't the pin connection on the cable doesn't surprise me, or the Guitar Hero one doesn't surprise me. I'm kind of curious about what was going on with that Guitar Hero Rock Band controller.
The Guitar Hero one doesn't. I like how that doesn't surprise you because it surprised the hell out of me when I heard it.
No, I mean it's like it's funny and it's surprising, but at the same time, I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's like it's just all these different scenarios where you just piece together hardware and software, and you can't test all the permutations, especially as a small team, Can
I ask one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is like y'all's most awkward introduction in the games industry? Like it must have been like
every single person that's ever come up to me at a booth ever.
Just all of them.
Let's
Sorry,
I want to hear from Victoria.
No, I'm sorry. Just sometimes being a woman in the games industry, so many awkward introductions of like, oh, is your game Boyfriend Dungeon? It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, so like you've worked on this game? I'm like, yes. They're like, so can I date you through this game? I'm like, I want to die. It's like, no.
Well, that's got to be like extra rough too, because you're like in this position where that's your job to be in front of this person. So
I know the problem is it's like also like because you're in a booth and because my job is like communications, like it's my job to smile at you, it's my job to laugh.
That's really
and awkward nerds are like, is this a relationship?
Little butterfly. Yeah. No, like let's keep it in the industry and not awkward as in painful awkward. More like I was the awkward one.
Like you were the awkward one?
Yeah.
Like, something where you introduce yourself to somebody and you're like, oh, I fucked that up.
Oh, I've got
so bad.
The first time I negged Phil Spencer the first time I met him. I was at DICE and I was hanging out with Andrea Renee. You guys know all Andrea, and she was like, "Hey, this is Phil," and I was like, "Yeah." Hey, bartender, Can I get another one? And she's like, I just introduced you to Phil Spencer, and like you totally negged him. I'm like, who the fuck is Phil Spencer? This was a long time ago, before he was the head of Xbox Games, and like I was like, oh, I went back and I was like, hey, and he was like, and our games still aren't on Xbox.
Who's Andrea? I'm sorry.
What was that?
Andrea Renee.
Andrea Renee.
Yes. Host of many things. What's Good Games? Game Awards, millions of things. If you saw her, you'd recognize her face.
Okay.
Yeah, but she introduced me to Phil Spencer once at DICE, and I completely was just I couldn't care less.
My introduction to Phil Spencer was also really painful, and also at DICE. Is that a thing?
Maybe that's a thing. Last time I saw Phil was at what was the last time we had events? Was the Game Awards last December or whatever it was. And I walked up to, he was standing in a group of people, and they had just done the big reveal for the Series X. I just walked up to him and I went, sex box, because everyone was calling it the sex box, and he just looked at me and he was just like, I don't think I've ever.
I think that's like Article 2 of why your games aren't on Xbox, maybe.
I don't think I've ever had a normal interaction with Phil Spencer. That's it. It's just me. We can just tell Phil Spencer stories now.
So I've got a good story about awkward meetings of people. So when no, not Phil Spencer. I don't think I've ever met Phil Spencer. But
It's a nice guy. Just want to put that out there. He's a really good
loveliest.
There's an artist that I was a huge fan of throughout college and the beginning years of when I was working in industry. And I came from the art side. I was trained as an artist and kind of went up into tech art. This guy was Marko Dvoržnik. I can't even pronounce his last name. It's pretty hard to pronounce for me. But he's fantastic. He was an amazing artist. And I went to a workshop and I actually could get a chance to meet him. So I was really nervous. I was like this 21-year-old kid with my portfolio. And I went up to him and he was drawing at the easel. And I was like, hi, Marko. I'm a big fan. My name's Joe. I just want to tell you I love your work. But I kind of muttered it. I was kind of like, hi, Marko. I'm a big fan. I love your work here. I had my portfolio in my hands and I was like hoping maybe you could give me some pointers. And he turned and he looked at me. He's a tall guy, giant guy. He must be like 9 feet tall. No, he's like 6.5. But anyway, he looked down at me and he's just like, what the fuck did you just say to me? And I was like, what? What did I say? I just kind of like backed away and I was like, what did I say? I just kind of like backed away and went out of the room. And it's like, never got my review. And he had literally, I had a friend of mine who became friends with him later. And that friend relayed to me. He was like, no, he just didn't hear you. You were talking, you were muttering. He was like, he was like, why did that guy just walk away? And he was like, he literally didn't hear me. And I just interpreted it as this
hyper-aggressive,
scary German guy telling me,
what the fuck did you just say to me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I have top of my class in the Navy SEALs and I have over 300 confirmed kills.
No, this dude is seriously like the Navy SEAL of artists. This guy is phenomenal, and he still is. But yeah, it's I did end up getting that critique, and he tore my work apart, which was fine, which is good. But it was a few days later when I had worked up the courage to kind of approach him again. But yeah, that's probably one of the worst ways that you could meet someone that you're a fan of is to kind of have them essentially scare you into not talking to people you admire for a couple years.
Yeah. So Victoria, how'd you hoop it?
I'm like, is it bad that I'm still so embarrassed by my own like awkward introduction stories? So I don't want to say.
That's fine. Shall I do one?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because we've got Phil Spencer. I met a few years ago when I was not really known in the industry. I started by just sneaking into most stuff. Right, that was like my way of getting into things was just I just snuck in. And at some point that escalated to me just always trying to sneak backstage at pressers or into pressers if I could. And part of it is just exercise, like see if I can bluff my way into things. And part of it is just otherwise I wouldn't have the seat and not see the show. So I snuck into the Gamescom presser that Sony had, and I was in this giant open room, and they were rehearsing, and there was stuff on the stage, and it was like 10-15 minutes before the door would open. And there's basically two options if you have a giant room like that. Either you sit alone, and then if somebody asks you if you're supposed to be there, you're in trouble because you won't know what to answer. Or you sit next to somebody, and you just kind of convince them that you're supposed to be there. So I picked that second one, and I sat down next to this Japanese guy, and we had a little chat. And he seemed like a very
His name
nice.
was Hideo Kojima.
Seemed like a very nice guy. So we had a good chat, and he asked what I did, and I said independent developer, and he said, "Oh, are you in the show?" I'm like, "Kinda." And we just kind of went through that entire conversation. And then the room fills up, right? And the lights go dark, and we're just still sitting there, still chatting. Very nice. And then these two giant guys carry a chair onto the stage. And the voiceover goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, Shuhei Yoshida," whatever his role was at the time. And the guy next to me stands up and walks onto the stage, sits down in the chair, is Shuhei Yoshida, demos the next edition UI for the new upcoming PlayStation, comes back down, sits back down and says, "Was that good?" I'm like, "Very good. Yes, that was great." And he's like, "What was your name again?" I'm like, "Rami." He's like, "Okay." And it was just so clear that he had immediately figured out I was not supposed to be there. But I think during the chat he realized that I was just an independent developer, just being there. So he just let it be.
Well, that's very cool, actually, to like let that go. If you had caught on to it.
Shu is amazing.
He's a very nice man.
So my story is one of the I've done the same thing. It's like, you know, you sneak into things, or else sometimes you just don't have a seat at the table. But I also did a lot of early on in my career. I did a lot of volunteering. So I was a volunteer at GDC for 5 years in the conference associate program. And early on, and they don't do this so much anymore at GDC, is one of the things is like check to make sure that you have a badge. You know, that other people have a badge, and if they don't have a badge or have the wrong badge, you go and get security. So I noticed, I was like, I know who that person, and I will not say who this person is, but I was like, I know that person. That's not the right badge. Huh. And then, like an idiot, I went and got security. And
No.
oh, it was the dumbest thing in the world, because I was overtired, I was hopped up on caffeine, I was dumb and young, and I was like, I'm doing my job, time to go and do that. And it was the stupidest paladin move I could have made in that moment. It is something that I am friends with this person now, and have in fact had a working relationship at one point. But boy, did I fuck that.
I'm sure Megan Scavio forgave you.
Shut up, Rami.
So I had a similar story I could tell about John Romero and how I almost met him. I was late to a meeting. Almost. No. Well, I was late to a meeting. We have to kind of wrap this up, but I was...
Did he make you his B word?
No. I won at a little GDC setup of Doom against like 16 other people, and they were like, hey,
I remember
awesome.
that setup.
Yeah,
John
it was awesome.
John was playing everybody in Doom. Yeah.
He only played the winner, and I won, and I was going to go against him and play against him, but I had to go. I had like a meeting with a lawyer, and so I was like, I have to leave. Bye. And they're like, don't you want to go play against John? And I was like, what? And he was like right over there sitting, and he was just like, and I was like, I literally am like a minute away from this meeting, and like a fool, I could have gotten to meet him and got a signature. For those who don't know, John Romero was one of the greatest level designers. Made a lot of levels in Doom, and it was a missed opportunity because
you should have pushed the meeting with the lawyer to play Doom against John Romero.
The lawyer charged by the hour. It's fine.
It wasn't my lawyer. It was somebody else's lawyer.
John Romero also charges by the hour to make you his bitch.
How did this go from saying B word?
And you had said the word earlier in the thing anyway.
It was a callback. It was a callback to a joke from last week that only people who watched my GDQ run are going to get.
For those who don't know, he was also referencing a very old marketing campaign.
Wow, okay. This is full of inside jokes.
This is great because it also just revealed that none of us watched you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I'm friends. You are.
So
this is the first time we met, man.
Really? I've been at your booth a bunch.
Did you walk up and go, "You're publishing my game"?
You know what?
Your guys' booth is always next to our booth at PAX. The Yizbert booth is always next to the New Blood booth.
Well, congratulations for being.
So on that note, we are coming up on our time here. So we should really quickly just go through everybody, give us all a chance to kind of say again what we're working on currently and where people can follow you if they want to follow you on Twitter. So I can go ahead and start us. I'm Joe Mirabello, again, founder and creative director at Terrible Posture Games. We're working on a game called 3 out of 10 right now. You can follow me at Blank Slate Joe on Twitter or at Terrible Posture. And that's me.
I'm Victoria Tran. I'm the communications director at Kitfox Games. You can find me on Twitter at @thevtran or Kitfox Games at Kitfox Games.
It was Rami Esmail. You can find me on Twitter, DHA_Rami.
My name is Jacob Burgess. You can find me on the Yizbert Discord, which is discord.gg/Yizbert Games. That's how you spell it. Or on Twitter at Jacob Burgess VO or at Yizbert Games.
I'm Dave Oshray. You can find me on Twitter at Dave Oshray. I run New Blood. You can find us at New Blood, discord.gg/New Blood. Find out our games are all about at WeHate.money. Buy our merch at Waste.money. You can check out Dusk at NotFortnite.com. DevilMayQuake.com for Ultra Kill. That's all the shilling I'm going to do. I could go on forever. But yeah, Ultra Kill, I think it's out by the time this panel's out. Ultra Kill will be out, so go buy it if you're watching it. Actually, it's an industry panel. People don't buy games. We just ask our friends for our games for free.
PAX people buy games.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much to all of you. I really appreciate you all taking the time. And thank you, everybody, for watching the panel.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Shot of a fast-paced, skate-trick, multiplayer shooter where players dodge bullets and take out opponents as they skate ramps, grind, parkour, complete tricks, and kills for the most points to win. Contestants select between hover skates or hoverboards. You can score points by doing tricks or taking out opponents, or a balance of both. Complete tricks to fill your trick meter. It boosts your overall speed and damage, making you a more deadly opponent. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. You can carry as many weapons as you can find. Knock opponents off their feet by tackling. Use dash to bridge gaps and gain on enemies. Or you can slide into boomboxes to launch them at your opponents. When you're holding a weapon, each air trick will give you a small amount of ammo. Each ground trick gives you a small armor boost. When you kill an opponent, the score they lose from death adds directly to your combo score. Jump towards the wall to start a wall run. Grinding will continuously give you health boosts. Actions add points to your combo score, and kills will add to your score multiplier. Trick points are based on selecting basic, advanced, or pro tricks. From fast and easy to slow and hard. Pick the air, ground, or grind trick right for you. When the match ends, the player with the highest score wins. This is Trick Shot.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Saren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hello, welcome, and thank you so much for tuning in. In this panel, we're going to be talking about a game franchise that has had a pretty big impact on the overall video game landscape. From the very beginning, it was revolutionary, and it continues to raise the bar and set industry standards. Its titles are bestsellers and regularly appear on top game ranking lists. And the stories and experiences found within the games have touched so many people on a deeply profound level. I'm talking about, of course, The Legend of Zelda. And can you folks believe it's about to turn 35?
No, I don't. I hate it.
Does it make you feel old?
Well, my birthday is exactly 2 weeks before the original Legend of Zelda came out. So, like, anytime I see Zelda's turning 30, I'm going, oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, my name is Shona Johnson, and I'm joined by a distinguished panel of Zelda experts. We're here from ZeldaUniverse.net, which is one of the largest and longest running online Zelda communities. So panelists, please introduce yourselves and tell me how you became a Zelda fan and what your favorite Zelda game is.
Hi, my name is Alex Rosenberg. I am the media director at Zelda Universe, aka anything that you see on YouTube or Twitch or the podcast, yeah, that goes through this guy. That goes through me right here. Out of everybody here on this panel, I am probably the person that got into Zelda, like, the latest. My first Zelda experience was 2010. I was a freshman in high school, and I decided, I don't entirely know why, to start with the original Legend of Zelda. And the only reason why I know this was a couple years back, I was going on Facebook and somehow came across a status of me exclaiming how many times I died playing the original game. That interest got me into playing Ocarina of Time, which got me into A Link to the Past, and got me into all these other great Zelda games, which is also sort of how I got into connections with all of these lovely people, and it's probably the one franchise that has changed me the most as a gamer, which is a lot in a very small period of time, which is A+.
Well, I am Amanda Van Heil. I am one of the news editors, but mainly I do Zelda news, and I'm on the Twitch channel, and I'm on the podcast, and I do other panels. Basically anything that involves a person being on camera, talking about Zelda, or behind a mic, talking about Zelda is where you will find me. So my first Zelda game was this beautiful piece of art, Ocarina of Time. I was 12 when it came out, and so I saved my money, and my dad took me to KB stores, or KB Toy Store, to buy Ocarina of Time that I bought with my own money, which I was very proud of. And that is basically what made me a Zelda fan. I would be sitting in class reading this instead of stupid stuff they wanted me to read, which was really boring, and this was way better. In fact, like, looking at this, I found a bookmark from 7th grade of me reading this. Apparently I never finished the book. I don't like to read, so that explains
what
why
book
I never
was that?
finished it. This is the book version of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Pathways to Adventure.
So it's a junior novel of the
It's
game.
a junior novel of Ocarina of Time that I didn't finish. Ocarina of Time, like, I felt honestly like it changed my life. I felt like I grew up as a gamer when I first played Ocarina of Time, despite being 12 and despite it being rated E for everyone. I still felt like I was playing a grown-up game. I had leveled up myself, and it's thanks to Zelda that I know all of these wonderful people, like Alex was saying. But my favorite Zelda game, while it was Ocarina of Time for the longest time, has changed to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, my name's Cody. I have been a member of the Zelda Universe staff since 2007 when I became a forum moderator over on our forums, which is very old in forum terms. I made my account in 2003, so which is older than I think some of the staff on this website, my account. So that's exciting to think about, isn't it? But you know, I've just been into Zelda for a long time now. I also started with Ocarina of Time, and then I went back and played some of the others, and my favourites probably Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, and Breath of the Wild.
I'm David. I am the publications editor of Zelda Universe, so everything that hits the front page of Zelda Universe usually goes not through me, but I kind of organize the teams behind that these days. I first got into Zelda with A Link to the Past, this beautiful Super Nintendo game. I kind of just fell in love with it instantly, immediately started consuming every and all Zelda content I could find, which was Link's Awakening and the CDI games. Yes, I actually didn't know that they were bad until a long time later when I found it on the internet of how bad these games were, but I loved them as a child. So then it got me into websites. Around 2000 is when I first started doing websites, and then I joined into Zelda Universe many years later. Breath of the Wild's my favorite game, but Link to the Past is always very near and dear to my heart.
Hi, I'm Callum Buckland. I have been in the industry for quite a few years, but this is my first time on Zelda Universe, so thank you very much, guys, for having me. I do very little work for Zelda Universe, but I really appreciate the invite to be a part of today. Unlike Alex, I didn't discover the legend. I was born into it. I've been here since day one. Got the NES for Easter holidays. My mum brought it home one day and played Super Mario Brothers for a few weeks, and then went to the local store. And I don't know if it was by design, but they had this golden cartridge just at the top of the shelf, right at the back. All the other games were on the floor, and as soon as I saw this cartridge, something just sung out to me. The font, the gold cartridge, the design, I just knew that a legend was in the making just by looking at this game. So I don't know how it worked. Zelda in Australia especially was hard to come by, very, very difficult to buy. So it was just one of those games that was always passed around school. I never bought this game straight away. It was always a part of my collection because I borrowed it off people and lent it to people, and eventually got my own copy later on down the track. But this was a huge part of a lot of people's history without ever paying money for it. So I don't know how that worked, but yeah, that game's seen a lot of history. I've lent it to a lot of people, and it's come back to me a lot of times over the years. So a lot of fun to be had from that perspective. Also, probably the most important game from my perspective was this little puppy here, Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. I got my Super Nintendo. I hired this from the local Blockbuster back in the day, and it was about 11 o'clock at night. Pressed play, and it was raining outside and raining inside the game, and it just instantly took me to another world, and I got exactly what Zelda was all about. It was not just a game, it's taking you on an adventure. And that day I realised this isn't a game to rent for the weekend, this is a game to own. So I already did a paper round, but I actually then did 2 paper rounds every morning so I could afford money to buy that game, and that's what got me into collecting. So thank you, Zelda. I've spent a few $1,000s over the years, but really appreciate all of that. All of the special memories that Zelda's helped me create. I was a Zelda timeline theorist before the internet existed, reading the books when I got home and reading the manuals. There's so much history and lore in those manuals, and just randomly I feel like reading the books and going through the history of Zelda and putting together in my own head where they all fitted into the timeline. And then later on I found out that was quite a thing on the internet and really enjoyed reading everyone else's theories. And my favourite Zelda game, goes without saying, it's just, there's no denying it, this is the greatest game ever created. As much as I love all the other ones, and I usually wait a few years before you put the pinnacle of greatest game of all time, but from my perspective, this is the greatest game of all time. The experience that not just I enjoyed, but was shared around the internet and through friends and everyone playing this for the first time, I don't think will ever be replicated. There'll always be new styles of games coming out, but Nintendo did such an amazing job with their Breath of the Wild. And even during lockdown, you're not allowed to leave the house. Of sitting by my fireplace with the weather rolling over, Nintendo did such an amazing job of creating a world. It's not, I don't have fun adventuring in this game, I have fun being part of the world. So yeah, thank you very much, Nintendo, great job.
Callum, I also got into Zelda through the original game. Mine was also a borrowed copy from my auntie. And yeah, the gold cartridge, the instruction manual, the story, it just hooked me from the very beginning. So I played that game over and over and over. And then I saw ads for Ocarina of Time, and so I also saved up all my money to buy the game, and it blew me away. And this is what took me from someone who loved Zelda into an obsessed Zelda fan who runs a Zelda website. However, and so Ocarina of Time was my favorite game for a long time, but like several of you, Breath of the Wild, it just raised the bar once again, and so now that is definitely my favorite Zelda game too. So we have got a lot of ground to cover today with 35 years of history. Alex,
Yeah.
I believe that you have some stats about the franchise for us.
Yeah, before we get too deep, let's run into some major stats because, yeah, 35 years means a lot of stuff. In the last 35 years, as of this week, this day of recording, August 16th, 2020, Zelda as a franchise has released 19 main games, 9 spin-offs, 9 remakes, and 32 total ports onto newer hardware. If you combine all the total sales of every Zelda game at this point, you're going to hit around 107 million units, putting Zelda at one of the top 25 of the best-selling game franchises of all time. And of course, we, along with everybody else on the internet, has been waiting with bated breath over information about the sequel to Breath of the Wild, which we will talk a little bit about later on, and tell you how much we hope it's good. I really want it to be good. Although, here's the thing. We, as Zelda fans, are incredibly spoiled. Because, like, we'll talk about games about, oh, this game is the worst Zelda game of all time, and blah, blah, blah. Like, y'all, most Zelda games are, like, some of the best games anyway. Most Zelda games don't get anything under a 7. Let's be clear. Every Zelda game in the franchise is a good game.
Right, and not only that, but also we get them released regularly. We do have one Metroid fan on staff who is long-suffering because they released Metroid Other M for the Wii and then just did nothing for about 8 years. And whereas we get every year we've got something.
So the first Zelda game was released in February 1986, but it began development a couple of years earlier in 1984. But the idea sprung even before that, and does anyone know where it actually came from?
Well, didn't it come from Miyamoto, like, exploring in the forest and coming up with his own, like, little adventures?
Yep. So basically he wanted to recreate his childhood experiences exploring the landscapes around his hometown of Kyoto in Japan. Zelda 1 was a huge success. It was the first NES game to sell 1 million copies, and it also set the standard by being the first cartridge-based game to allow you to save your progress thanks to an internal battery. So before that, you often had to use passwords or just play the game all in one sitting, but Zelda, because it was so big, it allowed you to save. So I'd like to ask the panel, Zelda 1, is it a good game and does it still hold up today?
I mean, I think it does. I think it's still a good game. It's very important in gaming history because it gave us so many different things. But honestly, The 8-bit era and the 16-bit era both hold up really well just because of the art styles, and it's something that can still be enjoyed today. So, I mean, I think it's a good game. I would play it. I'm not good at it, but it is still a good game. It's still a fun adventure.
I'm gonna make the case that 16-bit I think ages a little bit better than 8-bit.
Well, it does. I'm just saying that both do age. Yeah, have aged well.
Yeah.
In comparison to like the N64.
No, absolutely. At least in terms of graphical stuff. I think the one thing that I'm hesitant about, like, Zelda 1 is a game with monumental impact, and it is a legendary game. However, in looking at it in a 2020 lens, it is very vague. Like, you get dropped in and you're just running around. There's nothing very explicit of, hey, here's a secret that you can do. Hey, did you know you could bomb random walls in a map? In a landscape now, I feel like it's probably harder for people to get into that game without any sort of a guide, because the games have shifted in that sort of way. So I feel like it's probably more polarizing to go from something like Breath of the Wild, or say something like Minish Cap or Twilight Princess, to something like this if they hadn't played it before, because of how drastically different it is.
Right, and I mean, well, Breath of the Wild, which we'll come to obviously later, did to an extent cut back on the amount of exposition and support characters saying, hey, your batteries are low, etc. It's in a modern era where if you don't know something, you can look it up. And I think the thing about the original Zelda games also is just the culture in which it was, is if you knew something, you knew it either because you heard a rumor at school or because it was in the Nintendo magazine that you bought. And then that led to a whole lot of rumors around the place, like that, when I was 8, the big conspiracy theory was that there was a Mew under the truck in Pokemon Red and Blue. That was all, and that seemed to be international somehow, even though it was spread entirely by school rumor. And I think that's something really interesting about the older games, is the sort of sense of, like, group learning that you can do, where you show up to school and you're like, I don't know what to do here, and then people offer their suggestions and that sort of thing. Like, personally, for me, the original Legend of Zelda, it's not a big replay game for me, because I started with Ocarina of Time, and then Legend of Zelda I went back to and I liked it, but it didn't have that big impact for me because I'd already experienced Zelda. Like, the big impact for me was Ocarina of Time, so that's the one I tend to replay more.
Going back to the beginning, what Miyamoto and the Zelda team were able to achieve in this, and I think it's really important being at the start of the history, is to really realise they weren't setting out to make a game. They were setting out to capture the spirit of adventure, and that's exactly what this game has done. And it's actually continued over the next 35 years into every single game, and everyone's got a different entry point, but being there at the beginning, and as you were alluding to, this thing spread like wildfire. We're talking at school about, I've burnt this bush, you can get to level 8, and then level 8, how do you get to there? And it was all just a shared spirit of adventure, which is very hard to replicate in this current age with the internet, etc. But it's something that I think is really important. Nintendo were very good at doing that, and it's like, we're not here to make a game with dungeons or bushes you can burn. We're here to capture that spirit of adventure, and I think they absolutely nailed it. And if you do have the patience to go back and try it again, just start from scratch and walk out into that cave, get your sword and set off an adventure, that's exactly what the game still captures today, which is quite special.
Yeah, and Zelda 1 was codenamed Adventure while it was in development. So, a sequel to Zelda 1 was released the following year. Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link is widely considered to be the black sheep of the Zelda franchise. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Yes, yes. I think it's one of those where, I was going to say, the first game is harsh. It's fair, but harsh. It is one of those where it's a good game, but I don't know if I'd recommend it to people today as, here's how to start playing The Legend of Zelda. Adventure of Link is, I think, even more harsh, and the penalty for failure is, I think, even a lot worse, because you get 3 lives, and you lose them all, and you're back to the beginning of the entire map. You get to keep your progress. But it is very, very hard, and it's, at that point it was side-scrolling, which is very odd. It has an overworld, which is, different overworld, where it's like, icons on a map. So it feels different than everything else, but at that point in time, Zelda hadn't been locked down, so they were still trying to figure out, what is this Zelda? What is the spirit of adventure? And side-scrolling made sense at the time.
And it did lead to some innovations that we still use today, like having a third piece of the Triforce, which seems natural to us now because it's a Triforce. There should be 3 of them, but there are only 2 in the original Legend of Zelda, which is reflected in the original cartoon, I believe, as well.
While we're talking about the early days of the franchise, I mean, we also had 2 other Zelda games released on the Super Nintendo and the Game Boy, and I believe that both of those also pushed gaming ahead. Like, they really maximized what you could do with the hardware at the time. And then Nintendo culture was so big in the late 80s and early 90s that we did have all of this merchandise and comic books and choose your own adventure books and the animated series. So did anyone watch the animated series back in the day?
I have it, but I had watched it before I got it on DVD. I love it. It's terrible, but I love it.
It's got the sound effects, it's got the dungeons, it's got the underworld, it's got the overworld. It's brilliant.
Cody a couple years ago sent me the DVD, and I watched it all last year because we covered it on an episode of the Zelda Universe podcast. And it is so late 80s, early 90s cheese in a way that I can't really defend it, because it is just so uncanny valley 90s and 80s.
Yep, I watched it in the 90s because it did air here in Australia, and at the time I was just like, this is so cool, it's Zelda on TV, but then that's not how I imagined Link whatsoever. But it didn't seem that different from other cartoons that were on around that time as well.
It was very much just a product of its time.
Oh, it absolutely is, which is also why I can't defend it.
Hey, excuse me, princess.
The next major milestone for the Zelda franchise was its jump to 3D on the Nintendo 64. Now, transitioning from 2D to 3D brings a lot of challenges for games, and not all franchises did it very well. Ocarina of Time, however, went on to once again set the standard for 3D gaming with its revolutionary Z targeting system. So how do you guys think the 2D Zeldas compare to the 3D Zeldas?
I think A Link to the Past is the best version of it. Of 2D.
I do feel like A Link to the Past built on Zelda 1, and then Ocarina of Time built on A Link to the Past, for sure.
Yeah.
And the transition from Link to the Past to Ocarina of Time, Nintendo captured that fairy in a bottle with A Link to the Past, and to be able to translate it into 3D so perfectly, and they did it so well that it took a lot of us back then a while to realise that this was just A Link to the Past, but in 3D. It was such a new experience and so cinematic, which is what Nintendo are going for, and then stepping back, it was like, that's basically A Link to the Past, but in 3D, so to capture that fairy in a bottle twice, I think they're both at the exact, absolute elite top tier of 2D and 3D at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, in my ranking of favourite Zelda games, that's something different to my ranking of most important Zelda games. And I think both A Link to the Past, I think the original Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, and then Breath of the Wild are sort of what I would put in the video game Hall of Fame as important milestones in video games.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that.
In terms of the actual play style of it, like, for me, A Link Between Worlds I liked more than A Link to the Past, you know, just because I felt like, oh, here's all this cool modern stuff, you know. But that doesn't mean A Link to the Past wasn't as important. It's just like, that's a really steady template to build from.
Yeah, and it used to be very easy until Breath of the Wild came out, because you had the Triforce, you had the original, you had Link to the Past, and then you had Ocarina of Time. Now there's a fourth one? Okay.
Well,
the Tetraforce, which you can get if you beat the postman in a race in Ocarina of Time. At least that's what.
That's it.
That tracks.
Now, yeah, Ocarina of Time was really held up as, you know, the pinnacle of not just Zelda gaming, but one of the best games of all time. And it actually won a Guinness World Record and still holds it today for most critically acclaimed game. Now, for many years, the Zelda community always held up Ocarina of Time. And then after a few years, people started to say, maybe the game's a bit overrated. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
Disagree.
I disagree. Absolutely disagree.
I think that depends in context of, do I still think it's a 9 out of 10 or whatever? Yes. Like, do I think that it's at the pinnacle of Zelda games? No. Like, for me, I think later games that built on the formula, like Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, did do a lot of what Ocarina of Time did, but then added more and more cool stuff to it. So in that sense, like, in Zelda community terms, I might call it overrated in the sense that, like, if we did a poll on Facebook or something, Ocarina of Time would do really well, but it wouldn't necessarily line up with my list. But I still think it is as important as people say it was.
Ocarina of Time was just highly influential, not just to Zelda, but in gaming in general, especially in games of that era. I mean, of the games that came out around the same time, within like 2-3 years of Ocarina of Time, the big ones that have changed how we see video games and have kind of established a formula for future installments were Ocarina of Time, Mario 64, GoldenEye, and Final Fantasy VII. Those were the 4 that really changed the direction of gaming. Yep. So I cannot call it overrated for that reason, but at the same time, it's like the games that came afterwards built upon what Ocarina of Time created. So if you're used to Breath of the Wild and like Wind Waker, and you're used to the really bright, shiny stuff, and you go back and play Ocarina of Time on the N64, you're not gonna like it. But so it's more of a perspective there.
Yep, and Ocarina of Time also had a 3D remake on the 3DS, so I think that gave it that shiny upgrade, that polish, which, you know, yes, the Nintendo 64 graphics started to look really out of date, but I think that gave it that modern look, and that game also received really high scores when it was released.
I will go on record and say that Ocarina of Time 3D is the definitive way to play Ocarina of Time in a modern day, and if there are people who are watching this that have never played a Zelda game, Ocarina of Time 3D is honestly the one place I recommend anyone start. It is the game that solidified Zelda in 3D. It is the game that really establishes what it is, and it is honestly one of the best examples of what Zelda is as a franchise.
Do you think Ocarina of Time should have an HD remake?
Yes!
Yes.
No question!
The fact the definitive way to play it is on a handheld, as much as I love that, you need a way to play that on the big screen, really experience it. It will come one day.
Everything should be on Switch.
Yeah, I can't play handhelds much anymore because it gives me migraines, so I would love for it to be on a bigger screen so I can play it for more than 30 minutes.
Ocarina deserves it, no question.
And it would introduce it to a new audience, which is really important.
The Nintendo 64, I think the part that absolutely holds up the least is the graphics of both the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 1. Like Final Fantasy VII, the other one mentioned, the main character is made up of like 3 Lego blocks.
Hey. 4
Lego blocks. You go back and look at it and you're like, this isn't quite what I remember, but Ocarina of Time 3D is what you remember Ocarina of Time on the N64 looking like, you know?
Ocarina of Time also had a direct sequel on the Nintendo 64, Majora's Mask. And let's give Majora's Mask a little bit of love right now because it turns 20 this year.
This is the fun lenticular thing.
So Majora's Mask used a lot of the same assets as Ocarina of Time. But at the same time, it turned out to be a very different game from what a lot of people were expecting. So what were your impressions of Majora's Mask?
Well, Majora's Mask was developed within a 2-year period. Like, they were given literally 2 years. One. It was given, like, an incredibly short turnaround, so, like, all the asset flips had to happen. Honestly, my opinions of Majora's Mask have probably been the one thing that have changed the most throughout my entire existence as a Zelda fan, because I used to think of it in really high regard, and now I'm not so sure.
I actually think Majora's Mask does something for the Zelda franchise that really hadn't been replicated until Breath of the Wild. Ocarina of Time is a game with breadth. That, you know, you've got a lot of different varieties of scenery, there's a lot of characters. Majora's Mask is a story about depth. You actually feel... Clocktown is the first time I ever felt like this is a real video game town. I just don't talk to the same person over and over and they repeat the same line to me every single time. I come back at a different time and I get a different set of dialogue. And now every character feels unique, and I think that's its selling point, is that because of the Groundhog Day cycle of 3 days, you actually get to experience, and especially a 3-day tragedy, you get to experience the change of emotions as we pitch towards the moon falling, and that is fascinating.
It's a beautiful story. I need to just write a whole thing on it. It's Majora's Mask and Love Actually are the exact same formula. Think about it. It follows the exact same formula.
Oh my god.
Because they follow the same formula.
Oh my
because
god.
They're both a story about love, whether it is platonic love, romantic love, just respect for one another. That's what they're both about. It hit me one day when I was watching it, and I was like, because a bunch of friends of mine wanted to watch it, and I was like, this is Majora's Mask.
Oh my
Majora's
god.
Mask. This is amazing.
Thanks, son. I have to go and watch Love Actually again. Yep.
And then
Just pay attention to because of the ensemble characteristics to it, and because it starts off where they're talking about when you meet people at an airport, everybody's loving each other and they're all hugging each other, and it was all about 9/11 calling people on the planes. Those weren't calls of hatred; they were all calls of "I love you," and that's what was happening with Majora's Mask. They were showing each other how much they care about each other right before the moon fell.
That's so true. That was absolutely heartbreaking.
The thing I love the most about Majora's Mask, just quickly, is how brave Nintendo were to basically follow an Ocarina of Time by taking away Epona, taking away the Ocarina, taking away you being Link and putting you in the body of a Deku, and then putting you into this world where you couldn't save. It was a suspend save. That took us back then a long time to figure out and try and figure, what does it mean if I save, then when I come back I'll lose everything? And that was very brave of Nintendo, and it made that game so much more intrinsically you're connected to it. You're invested into it, and you really had to figure it out and become part of that world. So for that, I really applaud them, and it's still a wonder to play it today.
And the pressure of the 3-day cycle as well. I think a lot of players either loved that or hated that.
It was bold to do that, because to make a sequel for such an acclaimed game and to do it so differently, that took guts.
Oh yeah.
So after Zelda's huge success on the Nintendo 64, expectations were really, really high for the next installment on Nintendo's newest console, the GameCube. So when Nintendo unveiled its first look at the Wind Waker in 2001, it turned out to be one of the more controversial moments in the series' history. Alex, did you have something you wanted to say about that?
Yeah, so this is really interesting, and this is where things get a little bit fun. Nintendo does this thing at Space World 2000, where they are talking about the GameCube hardware, and they show a bunch of tech demos to sort of say, hey, look, this is what the GameCube can do. And one of those demos was a very realistic looking boss battle of Link and Ganon just going at it with some swords.
And that blew us away back in the day.
It blew everybody's mind. And everyone was like, oh my god, this is the new Zelda game. What? It's so cool. And then the next year, Nintendo was like, so how about cartoons and boats? How do you feel about cartoons and boats? Because guess what? You're getting it anyway. And everyone was like, why? It made a lot of people mad.
In my experience, that was the first time the internet got broken in half. I wasn't on the internet a lot, but that just split the entire internet.
There were many more times, but that was
Dave,
the first.
you were in the community then. Do you remember how much it blew up?
I remember. Because I was actually co-webmastering my website, The Grand Adventures, with someone who is called Pigeon5. And I remember talking to him, and I'm just seeing everyone blow up. And there were people who were trashing it and people who were defending it. And I remember asking, what take should we have? And knowing that I'm just like, this is not what I asked for. And we made the political call to defend it because it's Zelda. We still have to, it's still what it is. But I remember just like, oh my god. It was just like Link looked like Arnold from Hey Arnold. It was just like this big oval head. And I'm just like, I couldn't not see it.
It was the first time that Nintendo came out and Miyamoto came out and publicly apologized for a decision they made, or not apologise, but tried to put it in perspective. And they had to give this away for free to get people to pre-order it.
That is true. That is how we got this.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we got Master Quest. So thank you, Internet.
But also, when you look at it, Wind Waker's graphics have probably aged better than literally any other 3D Zelda game out there, because that cel-shaded graphics does hold up incredibly well, and you can specifically see that with the HD remake on Wii U.
Well, I was actually surprised when they announced the HD remake. I thought, well, out of all the Zelda games, that probably least needs a remake right now.
But it actually added a lot of really great things to it.
It did.
Sadly, it lost some of the tingle functionality, but it added different tingle functionality.
But we got selfies out of it, so like, I'm game.
Yeah, no, that's important.
Yep, and the original Wind Waker did have a few issues that a lot of gamers complained about. The difficulty, it was very, very easy. The sailing was boring, and some of the pacing towards the end of the game, such as the Triforce Hunt, was also too slow.
I'm glad they improved on the Triforce Hunt, because, oh my god.
Yeah, I remember Triforce Hunt on GameCube being, like, genuinely the worst, and now it's not that bad because of Wii U. But, again, the HD remakes are the definitive way to play a lot of those games. So, like, if you have, like, a Wii U and there is an HD version, that is the version you should be playing.
Now, let's contrast the Wind Waker with Twilight Princess, which was also in development for the GameCube, although because it was delayed, it ended up being a launch title for the Wii. It was the biggest selling Zelda game of all time up until Breath of the Wild.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because the Wii was the best, Nintendo's best-selling console of all time, and then Twilight Princess was a launch game.
It does a lot of major changes because it goes fully in reverse. And it goes closer to that space world kind of thing. I remember watching the trailers of that and watching people lose their goddamn minds when that trailer shows up.
E3
2004. The music still takes me back there.
I know. Yeah. That music from Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, which they've used before. They used it for the Ocarina, they used it for Majora.
For a commercial.
Like, they've used that a lot, but my god, with Twilight Princess, I think that's where that's where that music, I think, has more relevance to me.
So one thing that we should talk about while we're discussing Twilight Princess is Link's companions, because that was something that was introduced in Ocarina of Time with Navi. However, she was a little bit controversial and not everyone was a big fan. Now, Twilight Princess had Midna, and many Zelda gamers would say Midna is probably the best of all of Link's companions. Would you agree?
I agree.
I love Midna. She's pretty great. But I do like Navi. I like Navi.
Midna has that level of snark and genuine sincerity that I really, really like.
She has an arc.
She also has the most compelling arc out of everybody. And generally makes the ending heartbreaking, you know, not to spoil anything, but there's a real tug of the heartstrings at the end there.
Well, that's the thing is, she gets more development than most side characters because the game is about her. Like, Link is the protagonist of Twilight Princess, but is not the main character, I guess. Like, it's a story about Midna in a way that, you know, it's not the case for a lot of other games. They're side characters or they're important to the plot, but it's not their story. Whereas Twilight Princess really went all in on Link. That's just some guy who's along for the ride, but Midna, that's who this is about.
And I think it's those segments that I think are probably the tightest paced in the game, because Twilight Princess suffers from a bit of padding in a lot of ways. Like, the opening hours are particularly rough because the game decides, hey, let's make you herd goats twice in the span of a 90-minute period.
I like the goat herding.
Yeah, but did we really need to do it twice?
Yes.
It's feeding the cat at the pier that got me. Like, I was catching the fish and it wouldn't quite connect to the hitbox. I was there for 3 hours.
That happened to me!
So, Twilight Princess, I feel like the elephant in the room here is that a lot of people have problems with Twilight Princess because they feel like it started to get a bit too generic as a franchise. Like, previously there had been interesting innovations along the way, and Twilight Princess had some innovations, but you did feel the most out of any game so far, like they were trying to recreate Ocarina of Time and the magic of it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Like, I remember when Ocarina of Time, they had this selling point of it's going to take 24 hours to cross Hyrule Field. And of course, most of us at that time misunderstood, like, it's 24 real clock hours. But, you know, it's just the day-night cycle. But, like, Twilight Princess, Hyrule Field, if you are on, like, if you're walking around, it takes 15 real-time minutes to do that, and there's not much there. It's actually a very boring area, but it still takes time to just do that, and that's the padding issue. It's the pacing of the game was just all wrong, because they just elongated it to kind of try to make this bigger story, which didn't really feel bigger.
The 2000s were a great time to be a Zelda fan. We've just talked about the two major releases, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, but there were also a slew of handheld games released at that time. We had the Oracle games, the Minish Cap, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, and also Four Swords Adventures on the GameCube. So I think there was a game coming out practically every single year of that decade.
Golden days. And to get 2 Zelda games on the same day, and everyone thinks this is like Pokemon Red and Blue. These are entirely different games, built with the same assets, but totally different adventures that link together. Wow, what days to actually have 2 games like that come out on the same day? Brilliant. Not going to get it again.
It's important to note that those were by Capcom. Capcom developed. This was the first time since the dark days of CDI that Nintendo licensed Zelda to someone else. And are they the best Zelda games? No. I mean, they're good. But it's important to note that they were actually fairly successful for what they were, and this actually begins the era that Nintendo is trusting other developers to actually use their IP again for, the betterment of the franchise.
Well, they did so well, they invited them to come back again and do Minish Cap. If you're given Zelda and you do that, says a lot about the quality of Seasons and Ages.
I feel like in terms of just developing, new games, new spin-offs, that kind of thing, they've only very recently sort of, finally said, alright, let's let you make Hyrule Warriors and let's let you make, all these fun, really odd ideas like the Crypt of the Necrodancer spin-off.
Which I absolutely adore.
And I love it, but I think it's just something that, I think they got burned on, the live-action Super Mario Brothers movie 30 years ago, and then ever since they just didn't trust anybody.
Well, now they're doing it again, so I was actually going to bring up the fact that, Capcom made 3 Zelda games that were very solid. And I think Minish Cap introduced some really great writing, introduced probably one of the most fabulous looking villains in the franchise up until Skyward Sword.
We found out how Link got his hat. That was big back in the time.
Yeah, they crafted this whole story arc around Eslo, which I think was really compelling.
Yeah, I feel like Capcom were a lot more brave. They had success with the Oracle games, which felt quite similar to past games like Link's Awakening and Zelda 1. So with Minish Cap, they were really right, we know what we're doing now, Nintendo trusts us, and they really took that step forward and sort of created something that was more their own.
And being an Aussie, there was a kangaroo in one of these, can't remember, sorry, I think it was.
Both of them.
Very happy, both of them,
Oracle games get the Aussie seal of approval.
Yep.
Yeah, well, there's been a boomerang in Zelda games since the very start.
Of course,
I mean, that's fair.
So I'd now like to jump ahead to the 25th anniversary of Zelda in 2011. Now this was an amazing year because Nintendo went all out celebrating it. There were game releases, merchandise, a symphony, and even the release of Hyrule Historia.
Wait, was that 2011?
Which was published, yes, this was 2011.
Oh 2011. My god, what in the world?
So would you love to see Nintendo...
Yeah.
Would you love to see Nintendo celebrating the 35th anniversary like that next year?
Please?
Lego Zelda. I'm calling it. Lego Zelda sets are coming out next year.
Oh,
anyway,
I would buy every single one of those. Please don't enable me. I have no money.
So then 2011 was also the release of Skyward Sword. So this was the big game of that year, and it brought something new to the Zelda franchise, which was full motion control. So for the first time, players were able to feel like Link, swinging their sword as they swung their Wii Motion Plus around. But the motion controls were a little controversial. So I want to ask you guys, did you like the motion controls, and did they enhance your overall experience of the game?
I'm someone who would fight Twilight Princess on Wii. I love the motion controls for that. And they weren't bad for Skyward Sword, I'm not gonna lie. But I felt it was too much. Every enemy became this waggle puzzle that I just didn't want to deal with. And so it was I want to kill things. Easy.
They went They went, I think, too
The
hard.
whip mechanic with it was really fun. Like when you're running and you get to do that with it.
And bowling with bombs.
Yeah, no, that was pretty cool.
I think the motion controls were one thing that I think people had different opinions on, because I think some people, look, to be honest, played it in a way that kept making them have to reset the motion controls. Because like Wii Sports or anything else, some people play like this and some people play like that. And that's something that, you know, with Skyward Sword, it would mean that they were constantly just out of sync and they'd have to redo the thing. So, you know, it's tricky in that sense. But, I mean, look, Skyward Sword, the one thing I'd never want to see again is the way that they did the music and the harp. But
You're not wrong.
And I think Skyward Sword really speaks of the legacy of what Zelda games go through, but the Zelda community go through. Each of these games, when they come out, these are one of the greatest games of all time. This got 10 out of 10 out of 10. Every single person that played it, loved it. But because you're such the top pinnacle, after a few years, you're open to criticism because you're so well loved. A lot of nostalgia. And to be honest, people are still thinking about this game. People are still thinking about this game. You can't say that about many games 10, 15, 20 years later. So I think that says a lot about the legacy of Zelda games, is that they're open to criticism and people's opinions change on them over time.
there's a backlash cycle to Zelda games where, like, you're seeing it with Breath of the Wild at the moment. It's like we had a Twitter prompt recently that was like, tell us your, Zelda hot takes, and all these people being like, I hated Breath of the Wild. Look, I love Breath of the Wild, but I feel like for the first year or so after its release, there were probably a lot of people who were feeling like, well, I didn't like Breath of the Wild, but there's such a huge consensus seemingly in the community. But then, now they have a chance to, to see it from their perspective. Because I think Zelda series means different things to different people. Like, there are people who started with games like Twilight Princess, and and when they think Zelda, they think, what kind of cool themed dungeons are we going to get with this game? And then they play Breath of the Wild and they're like, where are they? Whereas you get people who, they really like the Breath of the Wild style, they like the style of the original Legend of Zelda, so they play Skyward Sword and they get mad and they go, it's so linear, I don't get the chance to really truly explore. And, it's interesting to see that go back and forth in the community.
Yeah,
Skyward Sword. What a cycle it is with Wind Waker when that came out. It was the exact opposite. I knew people, and I was one of them. I kind of like the game, but everyone was, so hard on it. You couldn't get your voice out and say, "Hey guys, this actually looks really good." And it's the opposite with Breath of the Wild. So many people were loving it that a few people were finding it difficult to come out and go, "Look, I've got a bit of a problem with it. It hasn't got dungeons." And now that spreads out, and everyone's got the chance to voice their opinion.
Skyward Sword was advertised as the first Zelda game in the timeline, so it's the very beginning where everything all began. Now, some of you guys have said that you're timeline theorists, so what were your thoughts when Nintendo announced that?
It's interesting because, look, it's exciting to have that origin story and to kind of see how it all forms. But what was always a little bit annoying for me was like, and then there's this 1,000 years ago part where there was another hero that is before him, and so it's not like the actual beginning, it's just the beginning that they want to talk to. So it's one of those of, I wasn't expecting that, and at the same point I'm like, I feel like I've been told, I've almost been told a lie. It's like, this isn't where it all began, this is just where most of it began.
And it's happened before. This is where it all began. You read on the back, that's the beginning of the Zelda, and then this is where it all began. That's where Link gets his hat. So there's that little bit of fear that this is where it all began. Does it mean there's never 1,000 years before? They'll always find a way to go back another 1,000 years or do it again.
And I believe they immediately released like a manga that was set before the events of Skyward Sword.
Isn't it part of Hyrule Historia?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think the timeline is very fluid. So we were touched on the fact that Skyward Sword was very linear. So the next game that came out, A Link Between Worlds, was the first sign of a shift in the formula. A Link Between Worlds was a sequel to A Link to the Past and took us back to the same world, which was actually really cool to see, like 20 years later. But you could actually complete it out of order, which was kind of revolutionary.
And not even out of order, there is no order.
Well, exactly, yes.
I think it plays to the notion of the original Link to the Past, because I believe there are, you can still do that in Link to the Past, right?
The dungeons are...
Yeah, so I think it plays deep into that as a spiritual successor, and I think it tracks very, very well. And with the new mechanics and with the new art style, honestly, it's definitely one of the better games that they have.
I was just going to say that I played A Link Between Worlds actually before I ever played A Link to the Past. So it was kind of cool getting to see what A Link Between Worlds was built on, like playing it in that order. I don't know, I just thought it was really, really neat, just seeing like, oh, so this is where this came, so it was more of a, this is where it all came from. That was really cool. But I think as far as doing things out of order was kind of like they were testing it out for what they were going to do with Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
So when you went to Kakariko Village in A Link to the Past, it was like you were going back into time where it all started. That must have felt quite different.
It was really neat, just getting to experience like, this is where it all came from. Neat. Okay.
And this was a paradigm shift that Eiji Aonuma had mentioned was going on, where for a long time he felt like you couldn't get lost. If the player ever felt lost, that was bad. And after a while, he started to realize, no, actually, it's okay to let the player, to trust the player to go find the story, to actually complete things on their own clock. And this was the first game that really sold that again. And when it became successful, he's like, he finally understood what the original Zeldas were about, and now I think that that's going to be the paradigm going forward.
And Skyward Sword got to the point where they'd mastered Zelda design. Even the world around getting into the dungeons was such a unique and interesting puzzle, and that's why everyone was so pumped for this game. That Twilight Princess, open boring worlds. Skyward Sword, you were going to have to figure everything out. That came out, everyone loved it, then a few years later started to think about it. We want more open worlds. So this is Nintendo really testing, going back to that original feeling, and they nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
All right, it is time to jump into Breath of the Wild, which we have already been talking about a bit, and many of us have said it is now our favorite Zelda game. So what do you think it did that made it so amazing?
It's fun because, so I have no sense of direction, so I get lost in everything. When I'm playing Breath of the Wild, I feel like I can just run around and do things and feel like I have not wasted any time, because there's always something to do, whether it's find one of 900 Koroks, add to the Hyrule Compendium, whether it's finding another shrine, whether it's just talking to somebody, doing a neat little side quest. That's what I love about it, is there's just so much you can do.
I think Breath of the Wild took everything that Zelda was known for, threw it out the window, and went the other direction. It goes into such a new direction that after Skyward Sword became kind of criticized for being heavy-handed, linear, and kind of a chore. Like, the opening of Skyward Sword takes like a good 4 or 5 hours, and in Breath of the Wild, you are literally thrown in and they just go, have fun, you're gonna die a lot, go nuts. And the fact that it kind of goes into a way going back to basics in a modern scenario is, I think, one of the most refreshing things that I have seen. I work in retail. Breath of the Wild's opening sequence was a demo for a while. One of the things I would do is constantly go through the opening sequence with people and, like, watching Link come up on the cliffside to see the world of Hyrule. I've gotten chills every time I watch that. I have seen it hundreds of times, and I have gotten chills every single time.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the biggest things that Breath of the Wild did, take gameplay out, take freedom, is the actual, in the title, is the wild. And as you can see here, I've got the little campsite up the top of the Great Plateau, got the fire there. Just being in that world, I really love atmosphere. I love the environment of a game, and that's what Zelda's always done, is draw you into that world. And they've done it like no other game has. It'll take a long time for other games to really figure out just what they did. But I have fun just getting on my horse, picking a mountain, going riding, and maybe hunt for some food and have a fire and cook some food, and just being in that world.
Well, that's it. You say other games, and open world games weren't a new thing by the time Breath of the Wild came out. You know, things like Skyrim and The Witcher 3 were really highly acclaimed open world games. And yet, Breath of the Wild comes along and manages to put a fresh perspective and do it so bloody well.
Well, and it's interesting because there were other open world games, but there's no other open world games like Zelda, because there's always places that in open world games that you can't go yet, or like because there's an invisible wall, or you shouldn't go yet because every enemy is more higher leveled than you. And the other thing that I think is actually really good that, again, Breath of the Wild did that was really important was Shona and I live in the same house, and we played the games, simultaneously, and we would solve puzzles in different mechanics. Like there's this one shrine where you have to hold, you have to like shine something cold onto this, pillar to make the shrine appear, and I forgot about the water, the ice pillar thing, and Cryonis, yes. Shona, did that, and I'm like, oh, that's a clever solution. I just held up a snowball and had waited for the shadow to come across for it, and it was just cool to see like they didn't really prescribe solutions to you. They actually said like, we've given you all the tools, have fun, and we don't care how you solve things, and that to me was a really artistic touch on Zelda.
I like how there's just so many ways to play the game. Even not just solving the puzzles, but like with the different equipment that you can use, the different clothing that you wear, and like the status buffs that they give. You can choose to make it as difficult as you want, or you can make it easier if you want.
Yeah. What about the equipment breaking?
Not a fan. I could go without losing half of my weapon loadout fighting a Lionel. I could do without that. Please don't do that next time.
Well, we'll talk about next time in just a moment.
You got to throw your equipment before it blew up. That's the one reason I love it, and the game wouldn't be the same without it.
Yeah, I think it's something that there's certain personality types that probably really struggle with the weapon breaking. It's sort of like in Majora's Mask, there's certain personality types that just can't play it because the timer is stressful. There's people who, to an extent I'm guilty of, like, you play a Pokemon game or whatever and it's like ethers or whatever, oh, I only have a few of them, I should never use them. And then I get to the end of the game and I've got like 15 piled up, and it's like, well, I should have used those at some point, But Breath of the Wild is the sort of game where, you do need to like save up your good stuff for a big enemy, and I find that satisfying, but there are other people who I'm sure find that stressful, so.
Yep, it was frustrating at the start, but then as you grew stronger, you're like, right, I've got this good stuff, I'm going to use it wisely.
Well, and without having the weapons breaking, you wouldn't have that survival mechanic. Like, the first half of the game felt like you were just scavenging everything to survive. And if you had removed that, oh, well, I've got my really good weapon that I managed to find somewhere, I'll just use that everywhere, and therefore you would value it, but then you would not value, like, all the other treasure chests where you find, like, oh, here's a level 5 pickaxe or whatever it is. You're like, whoop-de-doo, toss it immediately. So I think it actually made you value everything you could find, and that was, without the breaking mechanic, you would never have that.
That's a fair
And I look forward to seeing what they do in the second one to improve it.
Let's talk about that now, because there is a sequel, which is super exciting. So what would you like to see in it, and what would you like to see done differently?
I want to see all the Z-Link. That's what I want.
So word is that this is supposed to be even darker than Majora's Mask, which if that is true, I am so ready for this to go hardcore. I am so unbelievably ready for that. But one of the things I think I really want to see is, if you're going to pull that, I want you to go harder on voice acting. Like, they added full voice acting in Breath of the Wild. I think they did a good job. It's only like 10% of that game. I want more. I want y'all to go harder. And on Dave's point, real quick, about the survival elements of the durability. Which is solid points. I think if we're going to continue that, you need to make your more valuable weapons and the more powerful weapons not that. Because then you feel like you've earned it to that point.
And I have a feeling they alluded to it in the reveal trailer, but I would really love for a deeper connection between Link and Zelda, and have team survival. Like, you really need to keep Zelda alive, or Zelda on the other side of the coin helps to help keep Link alive. You have to survive together. Terrain's difficult. You have to help each other over the mountains. You have to get enough food for both of you. I think that would add a really, really interesting dynamic and create a lot more connection between the two characters.
Yeah, and with that, some fans are speculating that there might be either a multiplayer aspect or an aspect where you can switch between Link and Zelda and play as Zelda. Is that something you'd like to see?
I'm down.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, that is one of the more interesting mechanics of a game that we skipped over, Spirit Tracks, which I otherwise had a lot of problems with. But the fact that Zelda was your companion throughout the game was one of my favorite parts of Spirit Tracks.
And Zelda's got a haircut. She's ready to go. She's in survival mode. She's like, get rid of the long hair. Let's do it. Let's go into the
her
dungeon.
couture this year, even better.
Yeah.
we stand a fashion icon, is what I'm saying.
So unfortunately, we are out of time for this panel. So before we wrap up, does anyone have any final thoughts that they'd like to share?
We forgot a game.
No, we forgot four more games. Where are the CDI?
Where's Link's crossbow training?
Where's the CDI?
I will
God
say that
damn
we
it.
have been charting
That's a
the
really
history
good
through. Yes, unfortunately, we've been charting the history through the major console releases. We do not have time to cover all of the spin-offs. Maybe that could be a separate panel one day. All the
Right.
Zelda spin-offs. Good idea.
If they give us 3 hours, we'll be able to cover all of your favorite Zelda games. But unfortunately, every year that we do a panel like this, the years get longer and more games get released. So it's going to be harder and harder to fit it all in an hour.
Not to mention the fact that we have done entire hour-long panels about specific games like Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild.
We did skip over this one quickly. This is 2020, the video game. If you're having a tough year, give this one a go. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yikes, I hate it. Thanks, Callum.
So I guess just to say that Zelda Universe is a long-running website. We have a Facebook, a Twitter, a YouTube, etc. So look us up, zeldauniverse.net. And as we said, we do have other panels covering things like just Breath of the Wild in depth that you can find on our YouTube channel if you liked this panel. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for watching, and here's to another 35 years of Zelda, or even more. Goodbye.
So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums, and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder, and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family, and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration, and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Boccamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThisOrg. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurus tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence.
Arg and welcome. Happy International Talk Like a Pirate Day. A day later than it is in Australia. They wimped out on us yesterday and our Aussies wouldn't go talk like a pirate. So we wanted to open up over here. All American style. Just full of vim and vigor and just as annoying as we could be. But welcome. We are in
going down to Davy Jones' locker real quick.
Our penultimate round of the Omegathon. This is the one that will finish our Grand Prix and start us off with knowing who our final 2 Omeganauts will be that will close out PAX in the traditional PAX closing ceremony of the final round of the Omegathon. Right now, Wolfox has secured his first place position, but we have a pretty heated battle coming in for second place. There is some opportunity for some true movement, and definitely there was some leaning on Crystal Bubbles today for the highest score possible just to bump people down. So this is going to be a fun little bit with Skater XL. It is a very chill zen skater game with no actual points, so we had to make up a point system. They will be doing a map that is in downtown LA, and there is a little challenge mode that is mostly there, I think, designed to teach you how to do the tricks, but we've turned that little tutorial challenge mode into a way to collect points. So it'll be most easiest to explain when we jump in with Wolfox, who is our lead from that crushing Sonic win yesterday, and walk through as he gets his game selected. So I am going to hop over here to Wolfox's game. So sitting here in, let's see, downtown LA, we've got the challenges, and as he selects challenges, you can see on the basic tricks, in that lower right-hand corner of his screen, it lists off what there is, so the ollie or the backside or whatever these are. If there's one word there, the trick is worth 1 point, or if there's one line there, the trick is worth 1 point. But if he backs out just for the sake of modeling this and goes to the advanced lines down at the very bottom, you can see in the advanced lines, this one that he's sitting on has the possibility to pick up 3 points. So it'll be a pretty straightforward chance. They've just got to decide, can I pick up points in chains? Do I want to go a lot of single points and see what I can gather in that time? So Wolfox, without further ado here, we are in downtown LA. We are ready to go. Go ahead and start us off here.
All right.
Starting with the basic ollie. Ding. Yep. Ollie, 1 point on the score screen.
Yeah, so you don't have to actually go
There's the nollie.
through the demonstration they do. You just have to
1 point.
I remember which way this is. Yeah.
Front side slide.
Yeah, so you don't even have to go the ramp.
Yet again.
Oh.
So you can make it happen a little bit quicker if, you realize that speed was an important part. Because we are still running with that 8-minute timer.
No?
Nope, didn't like that one.
Alright, fine. I'll actually go here.
We'll follow that guy and do it.
Yeah.
Now, when they get to the ones that are multiple tricks, they've got to make it to that score screen to bank the trick. Right now, it's pretty easy. Get that trick going, and then you're good to... Oh! Look at that. He got flagged.
I'll just do that.
Didn't like your front side 180.
That's the backside.
You went backside.
Alright, now this is the backside.
I did try and figure out if we could delete the check marks, and there was no good way to delete check marks.
Yeah, hopefully you're...
I even uninstalled the game.
Awesome.
You're my practice run to see if I'm paying attention, because, you know, your score doesn't matter, so...
Yeah, pretty much.
If I miss one or two here, it's alright, but I think I'm on...
Some of us can come in first place.
Nollie. Okay.
That's true.
I was doing Ollie with Nollie.
Ding.
That was the backside again. Thought that was it.
Yeah, the other backside.
I did both ways though. Yeah. Oh, that's what I started with.
It liked it that time.
Yeah. Too late.
Well, that was not over the rail.
I love the falling mechanics in this game.
It's really good.
It is good.
They just kind of like fly sometimes.
Yeah. I'm not going to go over your rail.
So I was playing earlier this morning on the big ramp one to just see how far I could fling myself from
you can
one
send
side
yourself
of the
flying.
No.
No.
That was a 180, wasn't it? Try. What? Oh, it's front side.
You went backside. They're asking, yeah.
Yeah, I've got to set some speed. Front side, Mally. Cool.
One of you guys who's waiting, if you want to check all of the how many total points there are in that basic run, then we can check and see how well I counted.
Alright, well, I'm gonna skip that.
Oh no. Well,
There's
never
20
mind.
in
Don't
the
do
first
that.
one.
Yeah.
It's 20 in the first one, but he skipped out on him, so we're done with those.
Alright, I'll... Manual. I think I'm doing it wrong. Right. There we go. Come on.
But it's never going to give it to you. There we go.
I'll probably just have to drop it.
That was 2 points there.
High manual spelled incorrectly. I guess I'll just... Good enough.
I could not get the manuals.
Yeah, you have to barely hit it. Or like forward or back. Took me a little bit. Nope. Because I did a wrong kind of manual. Oh.
He just gave up. I stopped skating.
No.
I'm gonna take a nap.
I'm gonna sit down here. 2 minutes 40 seconds left. 2 minutes 40 seconds left.
That was the wrong one. I keep doing the...
You're doing the backside when it's the front side.
That's got to be so bad for the wheels, right?
Yeah, but... Really? Alright, let's go more. That's probably backside, isn't it? No?
That was the front side.
It's hard to tell with how you have to do the buttons. It's... Like, obviously, putting them both in like that is the backside. fruit. Odd. Actually, look at this one. Yeah. Different thing. Okay, backside. Oh, I'll try again. Don't know that one. Just do some grinds. Yep.
This is the whole reason this game was selected, was for that, the physics of the flying body.
I mean, just saying, Tony Hawk Pro Skater also does it.
True.
There we go.
This was also featured at a PAX 2019.
Nope.
We're at 40 seconds left.
Cool.
20 seconds.
Nice.
Oh.
That is the best part of the game, just the ragdoll.
9, 8,
Oh,
7, 6, 5, 4.
Let me get to it.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
All right. Okay, let's see. If
that's
I did
fine.
this all right, we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 43 points.
Oh.
43 points for Wolf. That sounds like a good opening mark. Baby Fett. This this may be the most important game you've ever played. No pressure.
Not really. At this point, I'm just having fun.
Good. That is what we hope for. Is the fun. Let's see.
Ooh.
I am ready. If you are ready.
All right.
I've got my tallies up and ready to go. Learned that quick trip.
Whoops. Wrong button. Why does it keep trying to do that? My controller likes to do kick flips.
All right.
Oh, stop it. Right? Okay.
There we go. 4 points in.
What? No? Okay. Oh, that was a front side, that's why. Oh. What am I doing? Oh, that's fine.
Are you ollieing, not nollying?
Yep.
Ding.
Got my ollies and my nollies backwards.
right into the street head first.
It's about if I were a skateboarder, that's... Oh my gosh. That's about what it would look like.
Same.
That's a testament that you could get that far, because I just fall off right about there. Ding. Now we're in a groove. I mean, you're doing horrible. I didn't say good things.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's weird that's showing the PlayStation controller because that's what I'm using.
Oh, really? And it didn't show on
Really?
yours?
No, it showed an Xbox controller for whatever reason.
What?
Oh,
Okay.
It gave it to you.
Nice.
Oh, whoop. Backside.
I was gonna take a nap on the stairs.
I'm tired. Whoops. Wrong button. I'm doing great. This is my game.
We can tell. You're outstanding at it. Ding.
Rocket.
I tell you, I could not get my brain to stop trying to steer with the sticks instead of the triggers.
Whoops.
It's like I picked a game to be slightly challenging and not let a Tony Hawk person be like great at it.
Exactly.
We'll take it.
Okay.
We'll take it off the mailbox.
Nice.
Stop doing kick flips.
I know.
You could go at it into you could go to the kickflip challenge. In the lines, pick up some kickflip lines.
Going for some power slides. That work?
Nope, we still got
Only for the ollie, yeah.
Hey.
Seems
Yeah, it
like I
works.
need some distance on those sometimes.
Yeah.
Oops. Alright, what am I doing? Stop that. Oh my gosh. Stop. Okay. Oh, I went the wrong way, didn't I?
And it wants you up on the nose.
That's why. Because I don't know how to read.
Alright, we're at a minute and a half.
Oh?
There we go. that kickflip. That's what your controller wants to do. Or not.
Other way. No?
Alright, this is looking like it's the last trick. You got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7,
Aw, man.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
Darn it.
Ah.
Oh.
Alright. 21 points. Let's see. Next up on our list, Mr. Thomas coming in with a strong Sonic run yesterday, putting him into third at the go here. Let me find you on my list.
Oh, man.
Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
All right. When you hit go on that, I will start your 8-minute timer.
Okay. Ready?
All right. 8 minutes starts now. You must have all your sound effects turned down. There we go. All right, your ding is coming through just enough.
You only got a slight ding.
No. Forgot about that stupid thing.
For those of you watching, I don't think I mentioned the rule set of you can't repeat the same trick again, but that's why they're not just sitting there doing ollies over and over. Although they can find them in other parts of the tricks. Go!
Okay.
There we go.
No.
They'll even give you it even though it says over the rail and you weren't even near the rail.
I learned that from watching
Sensei Wolfox?
Wolf. Yep. Yeah.
I know it's the Twitch that made us turn all the music off, but I sure miss it. I enjoyed the music in game.
Yeah, same here. That was like my in the groove music.
It made me feel not bad about flying a million miles into the street every time that I messed up a trick.
There's some good songs in here, but I don't like that you can't like skip through them.
Yeah, yeah, a bit more sort of radio mode would be handy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ow.
Oh, that looks painful.
Come on. am I doing here?
I don't know. That looked.
Backside?
That's why.
Yeah, you went front side.
Jumping too early.
Yep, he's going for the Wolf Ox mode. Just make the jump happen. Frontside 180, like a cool skater kid.
Nice.
There was no bounce off the mailbox like Boba Fett had, but you know.
That's
it
the
was
trick.
point.
You gotta
it was
hit the
points.
mailbox.
There we go.
Oh, no. Crap, what was it? That one? That one? Where I was?
Over the fence was where you were. Over it's down. I think
Whatever.
up
Doesn't matter.
one more, but that's fine, yeah. Yeah, that one. He just looked disappointed at himself when that curb hit. When he hit the curb, and was like, "No,
Oh, shucks.
I should think about what else I'm doing with my
I
life."
just blew it.
Aw, beans.
All right. It is not liking just a bit of that trick. We're at 1:15 left. David, I'm
Beautiful.
surprised you didn't go into more kickflips, since that's all your controller wanted to do on you is kickflips.
It's so sensitive, the joysticks on my controller, that it just kept doing kickflips. Anytime I practiced.
Yeah, mine was doing the same thing.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is jumping off the roof of the convention center or the parking garage of the convention center. That feels like your knees would just go through your hips.
Ugh.
It makes my knees hurt just watching it.
Ugh.
Go take some Advil.
Oh, we're in the last 10 seconds.
Cool.
That one. 9, 8, 7, 6. Get one last trick off. 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time there. That is 20 points, putting Boba Fett in 1 point ahead of you.
Ooh. You gotta stop doing that to me.
Oh, GTA. This is a deciding point here. You're looking at more than 21 tricks to secure that second place spot. How are you feeling?
Very nervous.
Well, if it's any consolation, the way my screen is set up, I can't see you. So I'm not looking at you to put pressure on you.
Just 3,000 other people are.
Just, yeah. But I am ready. When you are ready, go ahead and start. And we will get this 8 minutes going. Ding.
Wolf Fox showing us the way again.
This is the way.
Yeah, too bad I didn't go last. Then just ran through them like that.
We would have all been so slow. Oh, running through these like chumps.
What is that?
What is that?
Oh!
Listen, you win the game. Never mind. It's all
There's
over.
no cool points in this game.
Yeah.
But if there were, that would have been them.
Oh, yes.
Oh, this is a nollie, not a nollie. Ollie nollie. So confusing.
I learned a lot of cool skater terms playing this game.
Now, will you remember them?
Not at all.
Try again. In the wrong direction.
I thought you said you were bad at this game.
Yeah. I do feel like all four of you so far have like picked an avatar that personified you well.
Yeah, this looks pretty much like me, apart from the beard. What was the trick?
Oh. Oh, that was not great.
There you go.
That was better.
Beautiful.
I had a relative grasp on like skateboarding physics, like mentally, and this game sort of helped me develop that. But I have zero idea on how my legs and feet would do all of these things.
Every move just translates to me into snowboarding, and I'm like, you can't push off. There's
You
no
can't let
pushing off.
go. Your feet are attached.
There's no kick flips.
I would love to know Tony Hawk's physical therapy bills.
Yeah. Oh, we're into the power slide grab.
I could not figure this out to save my life.
Wrong way.
I'm ready to see someone knock out all the advanced tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Got this.
Don't know how to do that one.
Yeah, the balance point on the stick is somewhere on these manuals that
I somehow did it.
I don't know. I don't know how they gave you credit on that one with like 4 ollies in a row.
And did that one somehow.
What?
No, but you got to get the
still have to
manual.
do the manual part.
That was just the ollie.
Never mind.
Lean back.
You're leaving the challenge area. I don't know that I've ever noticed that before. I guess I have fallen before I've come to that in every practice run that I did. We're at 1:20.
Oh, that's an easy one. Sorry, making it confusing.
I know it's hard
okay.
picking one that you're comfortable with.
One that I know I can get done. 1 minute left.
Do some grinds.
Or come back here and get this manual.
Did
There it is.
Yes! Oh man.
Good job.
"25 seconds left." Wow.
Nice.
Well done.
You just got to use the wall.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
Just a kick flip. Damn it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. All right. Let's see. That got you to 27 points.
Wow.
Yes.
And that middle of the, like, toward the end there where you just found the double ollies, where you got to just stand in place and do them, that's what pushed you over the 21, was that, like, look, I can just ollie in place and do nothing.
Nice. Nice. Way to go, dude.
Oh, man, that secures...
I'm glad you can choose moves in that game.
Spot.
Well, no one ever knows to do that ollie ollie one.
That's right. Let's see. Crystal Bubbles, you are our next up on here.
Yeah.
This is playing for funds, because now, well, you can't push GTA below Mr. Thomas or Boba Fett, but I'm ready when you are.
I've already done 2.
Great, I'll give you those 2 points.
Cool.
Go ahead and start up. Let's see how well we do here.
I've already started.
Wait, who am I watching? Oh,
Me,
I'm on the
hopefully.
wrong one. No, I'm watching Danny.
Oh, should I start again?
No, it's fine. How many points did you give yourself? 15? You said?
27.
It's all right. All right,
Yeah.
27 points.
And my game froze.
Uh-oh.
Ah, screw this.
I like this purple skateboard.
Oh my gosh.
Is that one? That's 3 total, or was that 4 total?
This would be 4th.
That's 4th. All right.
Oops. Didn't read instructions. Wrong side. What?
I don't know. That looked right to me. Front side. Oh, I think you did back side again. There we go.
Just don't jump. It's all right. It's fine. Jumping is fair.
But you showed that trash can. What's what?
Yeah. Take that, trash can.
That's the trick. You got to go for the trash cans.
What is even that? Yeah.
There it is.
Actually, but the menus. High ollie over rail.
Which it just counts as an ollie, so it doesn't care if you make ouch
Okay.
over the rail.
Done.
Such as we learned from Wolf.
That feels so much like cheating. What am I even doing? Front side. Wow, you can do it in place.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Done.
Take that one as well.
Oh, stop kick flipping.
You've pulled the Baba Fett. Kick flip when all you want to do is jump with your
The
cool
Baba
skateboard.
Fett curse.
Just want to clear the grass, that's all.
Am I even doing it right?
No. Oh, pay attention to the name of the trick.
Nolly.
Wolf is sitting there with his monocle and his cup of tea. No, peasant.
Ah, goodness.
Walk the plank, why don't you?
Just the opposite of what you're doing with an ollie.
Yeah.
Ollie, I think you meant nolly.
Oh
wait, that is an actual thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Nice. Two more points there. Oh, you gotta get a nose grab in there.
That's not the one.
Nope, that was a fake ollie, it said.
Well, it looked real. I'll start again. Fine.
Fine, I'll skate to your statue.
Okay.
And a nose grab.
How do you even... All right, forget this. You know what? Screw this.
Yes. Maybe. I'm just gonna sit here.
There we go.
There it is.
Get off!
No! Get off the.
Okay, go on. Okay, all right. Siri, like, what is wrong with you?
I
Right,
need just
fine.
a hair more momentum.
Do I get cool points for that one?
It looked cool to me, but it was not game points. And it was no skating on the side of your skateboard.
Ah.
Skating along the vertical of a stair.
Okay.
We're at 2.5 minutes left. You gotta not jump the rail. That's my pro skateboard tip. There we go. Boom, boom.
Yep, no.
Back-to-back ollies. Those 2 free points.
Oh, what the hell's an ollie?
Off the nose. Off the nose. That one.
Cool.
Minute 20.
Seriously?
I thought that was it. I don't know. "30 seconds left."
No. Sure. What is this random one?
It's a frontside 360. That's what all the cool kids do. Off their skate
How
ramps.
about smash their face?
Oh
into
my
the
god.
ground?
Backside 360 to nap time.
Yeah. All right. There's that timer. Let's
Ultra's
see.
over.
22 points. Slides you in.
Wow!
Slides you in above Boba Fett into 3rd place.
Nice.
Very good.
All right. Well done. Targ, I'm going to find you and actually watch your stream for when I'm supposed to now.
That'd be nice.
Let me know.
All right. I am ready. 8 minutes on the clock. Couldn't get cool blue colored hair.
No.
Wait.
I searched for colored hair. You would think for a skating game they would have colored hair.
Yeah.
I know,
Actually,
right?
I was super
just missed the
disappointed they
Jenko
had
teams.
one female.
You wanted Jenkos?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, that was my high school experience. I could fit an entire cereal box in my back pocket. I'm not
Can't
joking.
skate in Jenkos.
I mean, we did.
One does not simply skate in Jenkos.
Target out to a speedy set of 10 points.
Love the roses on the board. That's sweet.
She's quick.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I like zoned out.
That's okay. You're in your skate zone.
Oops, I did a front side.
That's the mistake everyone's made here.
My second is not looking secure right now.
Yeah, Target's not out of range, but would need all 8 points, I think, to make this happen. But at this pace, Targaryen could be giving Wolfbox a run for his money.
This is tricky. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's not do that one. What? Wait. Ah.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to do that one.
A couple of my friends said that this is like the equivalent of a game that is like Tech Deck. Remember the Tech Deck?
Yeah.
Oh,
boards?
God, yeah.
Those.
Those were
Oh,
after
man.
my time.
Stacking up solid points. My middle school teacher days, I saw a lot of tech decks. In a drawer.
Go on.
Boom, boom. And we are capping this off with strong points.
Wait.
And then I jinxed it all. Ruined everything because I talked.
Yep. It's okay.
Wow.
They always do that to us.
I should have paid attention to what that one was. What?
Oh,
What the hell?
just hey, wow.
Oh.
Those mailboxes.
1, 2.
What?
Fig treat.
Whatever. I get what it wants me to do, but that's it.
We're looking at 3 minutes left. That gets you to 30 points. You're closing in on Wolfbox.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you got this.
What? Oh my god.
Gotta keep all 4 wheels on the ground.
front side again. Jeez.
That's 35. You got a minute and a half.
Oh. Stop it.
Then I'm gonna just run into this pole. You don't do what I want? Fine.
There we go.
All right.
Now the back side is...
1 minute.
inside.
8.
Oh, you got this.
8 points left.
Two power side.
Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, no, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna let you finish this line just because. Oh. All right, that was a total of 41.
No way.
Right up on top of Wolfbox is 33.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
All right, let's see. That means Wolfox secures first place for 8 points. Targaryoke picks up the 6 points, pushing Targaryoke up to 26 total. Let's see here. GTA picks up the 4. Boba Fett picks up the 3. Mr. Thomas picks up the 2. Crystal Bubbles picks up 1 point. And
What? Hang on, what?
wait, hold on. No, I did all these wrong. Why did I do? Wait,
Travis!
he didn't come last. I went down my line, but I didn't do things right. Let's see here. Crystal Bubbles, that's deleted.
Fourth.
That's deleted. Hold on. I messed
That's
that
it.
up.
We need to redo this.
All right. GTA still secures the 4 points.
Everything worked out the way that I thought it would.
Crystal Bubbles gets the 3 points. Boba Fett gets the 2 points. And Mr. Thomas gets the wooden spoon.
The wooden spoon.
Wooden spoon. That puts the final standing in our Grand Prix at Wolfbox with 52 points in first place, facing GTA at 30 points in second place. Third place actually snuck out in this round by Targaryoke with 26 and Boba Fett at 25 in for fourth place. Mr. Thomas in fifth at 20 and Crystal Bubbles in at 15th points.
Incredible.
In our sixth place.
Nice.
This was really fun. I hope everyone watching had a great time. I hope that you all who played had a great time. And when we get a PAX in person, I hope that you come join all the Omeganauts who come to the rounds and hang out and become part of that bit. I think because it wasn't Ben and Tara in here with me, we didn't get you the Facebook invites to get you part of the actual Omeganaut Facebook group.
Oh,
but
we
I will
got
have
him.
them.
Yeah, I got in.
All right, well done.
They found us.
Because I had no ability to do that. I stay out of that group so you can just be mad at me and not giving you extra seconds in Sonic and things like that, and I don't ever have to see it. It was great. Thank you so much for joining us tomorrow. Let's see. I'm going to just double check my schedule to make sure that I say it right. No, I won't because my window went away. I believe it is 6:30 tomorrow. No, it's not 6:30 tomorrow. I'm going to bring up the actual schedule. It's higher or lower because thumbs up could mean anything when it comes to that. PAX schedule, PAX Online. My window's real weird and small right now. Sunday the 20th. It's on my phone. It's at 6:45 Pacific time. Higher by 15 minutes. Wolfox and GTA will battle out in a game that they still yet don't know, and I won't even give to them until just before tomorrow. So tune in, see if Wolfox can keep his domination run, or if GTA can sneak in from behind and take him out at the knees. Thank you for joining us. Register to vote. Check your registration. Call your mom. Support Child's Play. All that
Catch
business.
me on Twitch.
Catch us on Twitch and things like
Hit me
that.
up on YouTube. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate
Listen
it.
to Human
Thanks.
Teeth Parade.
Human Teeth
Parade.
Parade. All those bits. We've wrapped up. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
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 Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
My name is Eve Crevichet, and I'm the executive director of Take This, a mental health nonprofit that serves the game industry. You may know Take This as a PAX attendee in the past from our AFK rooms, which are a feature of in-person conventions. And here we are at PAX Online with AFK Online. And one of the reasons that's so important is because just like in a regular in-person convention, a space that you can go to relax and quiet your mind and take a break from the intensity of the convention is important here too. And the reason we care about this, and the reason this is something even to talk about, is because an online convention, not only is it new, but it's also a pretty intense experience in ways that we're not used to. And so I'm here to help you identify some ways to take care of yourself, stay calm, and feel like you have your tools for self-care. So I encourage you to remember, even though PAX Online is a 24/7 convention for 9 days, that it's okay to miss things. You will, in fact, miss many things. It's okay to feel like you're not finding your friends. You will, in fact, not always find your friends online. It's okay to feel like this is strange. It's okay to feel distracted. And it's probably going to happen. Manage your expectations and understand that this is a strange experience and a strange new way of working. It's fine. It's okay. And take breaks. Walk away. Give yourself the opportunity to rest and recharge. Just like at a regular convention, the same basic self-care principles apply. Get enough sleep, eat proper meals, drink plenty of water, and walk away from your screen. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take this lovely mug of tea, which I drink every morning, and I'm going to turn off my camera, step away from my computer, and sip it. I hope you have a great time at PAX Online, and I hope you visit AFK Online, which you can find through the PAX website. There's an AFK page, and there's a link to AFK Online right there. And come visit if you need it. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Soundtrack Scramble, the panel of real-time music arrangement mayhem. Today we have 6 amazing and inspiring composers here that are going to be randomly assigned a piece of famous video game music on the spot. They will then have about 40 minutes-ish to rearrange that piece so that it fits a completely different emotion or feeling that they have also been randomly assigned. But before we get started, just a couple of quick housekeeping bits. This panel is being pre-recorded. However, most, if not all of us, will be in the chat while it's airing so that we can answer questions and chat with you all. So be on the lookout for us there. And now, before I have each of the panelists introduce themselves, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Josh Altman. I use he, him pronouns, and I am a co-founder of a small game studio called Digital Daydream. According to Spotify, my most listened genre of music this year is video game soundtrack music. And as such, I feel truly honored to be sharing a virtual stage with each of these composers. So let me hand it on over to them. I'll just go in order of how you've appeared on my Zoom screen. So let's start with Hassan.
Hi, I'm Hassan Durant. I'm a composer out of North Carolina. I have been listening to Louis Cole all day to prepare for this. Yeah, super excited to get started.
Awesome. Larissa?
Hi, my name is Larissa Okada. I am excited to write spoopy music.
Priscilla?
Hi, I'm Priscilla Snow. I'm a composer and sound designer, and currently based out of Seattle, but in about like handful of days, I don't want to count them, I'll be based in Montreal. So I've got a lot of boxes behind me right now. So
Awesome. Joshua?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Joshua here. Yeah, I'm just like everyone here. I'm a music composer, sound designer. I'm also based in North Carolina as well. So excited to be here and hanging out with everyone.
Awesome. Lena?
Hi, I'm Lena Rain, composer. I'm based in Seattle, so also with Priscilla until she moves. But yeah, just composing.
Awesome. Andrew?
Hi, my name is Andrew Prallo. I'm based in Los Angeles, California.
Awesome. Cool. So for the audience out there, how it's going to work, we're going to go down the line in the order that you introduced yourselves, I suppose. And for each of you, we're going to spin the wheel of music, and you'll get your randomly assigned game music. We already took care of randomly assigning musical feelings to each of the panelists beforehand. That way they could go ahead and set up their workstations ahead of time. And as soon as your music has been picked, you can go ahead and start composing. After we've picked everyone's music, I will start going around and checking in with each panelist, and we'll ask about the process of how rearranging something like this would go. And then after about 40-ish minutes, we'll come together and show everyone's final product, and we'll wrap up with a few thank yous and closing notes. So let's get started with the wheel of music. Okay, here we go. The wheel of music. I'm just going to go again in the order that y'all are appearing on my screen. So let's start with Hassan. I'm going to spin the wheel for you, and that will be your theme. Here we go. I'm so excited.
Yes!
Nice.
Winning already, man.
I know. The best theme.
Right off the bat, We Shop Music. Hassan, you were assigned the musical feeling of funky or sexy, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, or both. Could be
Or
both.
both. So we will be hearing some funky or sexy We Shop music. Incredibly exciting. If you want to go ahead and get started, you are more than welcome to. Next on my screen, I see Larissa. Larissa, you are up.
Yay! Yay! I love Kirby.
That's very exciting. Larissa, I think you had Spoopy
Yes.
for your assigned feelings, so we're going to hear some Spoopy Kirby Gourmet Race. Also incredibly exciting. So next in the order, we have Priscilla. Priscilla, your theme was triumphant and inspirational. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Let's see what happens. Oh, looks like some Super Mario 64.
Hey.
Bomb on Battlefield.
Okay.
Bomb on Battlefield, but triumphant or inspirational. Is that good, or you think that's too close?
I am not like super familiar with the song, so I would defer to someone who is more familiar with it.
I think triumphant. I think it works because the original is really just like funky and goofy, so I think that totally works.
Cool.
Let's go with it. Triumphant, Bomb on Battlefield. Alrighty. Next, I have Joshua. Joshua, I believe you had Big and Loud. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. What music are we going to hear big and loud? Legend of Zelda Overworld.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, cool,
Alright.
cool. Can do. Do you accept this challenge?
Yeah, I'm not entirely familiar with it. I mean, I'm familiar with Legend of Zelda, but not that particular theme. So, I mean,
It's actually already pretty big and loud. I think I might vote that we re-roll if you're good with that.
that's fine with me. I mean,
Let's re-roll that.
okay.
Which Final Fantasy theme is this? One-Winged Angel.
I know that one, and yeah, that one's big and loud.
That one's also big and loud. One more re-roll. The wheel wants all the big and loud songs.
I feel like I have to clap like Wheel of Fortune anytime.
Yeah,
this
right.
goes.
We got Megalovania again. Okay. Vampire Killer.
I'm not familiar
That one
with
can
this
be bigger and louder. While it's
Okay.
already a little big and loud, at least the original one that I have in my mind, I think that melody can be bigger and louder.
Roger
Got
that.
it.
Roger that.
Let's do it. Alrighty. Castlevania Vampire Killer, but bigger and louder. Lena, let's do, I believe you had Solemn. Is that correct?
Solemn, yeah.
Solemn.
Very, very sad.
Tetris.
Very depressing. Oh, okay. It's gonna be the most depressing Tetris theme you've ever heard.
It's going to be a very introspective Tetris. We'll see what happens. That's very exciting. Alrighty. Solemn Tetris. And Andrew, remind me which feeling you had.
Nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Fascinating. What nostalgic version of something are we going to hear? Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing. All right.
Animal Crossing. Is that already too nostalgic, you think? It's a little nostalgic. Are you familiar with that theme?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? You want to take that on, or do you want to try to make that more nostalgic, or do you want a different one?
I'll go for it. I love Animal Crossing.
Awesome. Cool. We'll hear an even more nostalgic New Horizons theme. Go for it. Okay. So now I think we're going to go back around the circle and start checking in with some folks. We'll start with Hassan, even though not very much time has elapsed, but we'll see if maybe Hassan has any ideas of what they might be doing so far. So, what are your thoughts here? Remind me of your combination.
So I'm doing funky and or sexy, and the theme is the Wii Shop theme. Sort of just getting started, but I already feel like maybe I'll take up the tempo a little bit. And I'm thinking of maybe a Latin bass rhythm with
okay,
some funk percussion, or maybe the other way around. I'm still trying stuff out.
Nice. Awesome. Well, I'm going to let you start digging into that, and I'm going to move around the rotation a little bit.
Hello.
Hello there. If you wouldn't mind sharing your screen real quick.
Sure.
So remind me of your combination real quick.
I'll talk over here, I guess. I got Kirby. So the main Kirby theme with spooky.
With spooky music. It's already sounding pretty darn spooky.
Yeah.
I love it. So what are some of the thoughts that you're having? It definitely seems like you're maybe using some instrument and some voice choices to make it feel spooky. What are some other things that you think you're going to use to try to make it feel spooky?
I don't want it to get like too heavy and slow. I still want to add in some funny beats to make it a little bit more comically spooky.
Nice. Some
But-
cartoon spooky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Kirby fun.
Kirby fun. Heck yeah. What are those instruments that you've got going on there already? It sounded like some mallet type percussion instruments.
Yeah, I always like to like start with a pad or some kind of ambience to set the tone so I can feel it more. And then I thought like a music box from Spitfire.
Music box.
Like I'm using augmented chords to invert the intervals. Theory.
Heck yeah. That's
Yeah.
awesome. And the music box is some classic spooky feel, instant spooky feel to any theme.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's awesome. Cool. Well, I'll let you continue working and I'll be back in the rotation in just a little bit.
Okay.
So
remind me of your combination again.
Yes, I've got Bop-'em Battlefield from the Nintendo 64.
Nice.
And I'm making it triumphant and inspirational. So,
inspirational.
Right. I
Cool.
just brought a copy of the kind of top line into the strings, and what I'm going to do is kind of like delete most of this and start expanding it.
Sure.
And make it very dramatic. I want it to be very like heavy and full, and I want it to kind of start slow and build. So it's got that big, like triumphant, like
Cool. So even an increase in tempo, maybe?
Possibly. Yeah.
Cool.
I am considering it. I want to do lay down some pads and strings and then start to like bring in a little bit of percussion, maybe some timpani and orchestra hits, and do
some
that.
classic,
Yeah. Hurrah.
maybe March heroic kind of feeling.
Yeah, and kind of I'd like to see how cinematic I can get it, basically.
Nice.
Let's see if I can
Heck
take
yeah.
this, like jaunty little player piano sounding thing to
We're gonna hear a triumphant inspirational version
yeah,
of
like
some.
something that would fit in the timely Snyder cut or something. Who knows? We'll see. We replace it with this.
Awesome.
Anyway, yeah, we'll see where I get, but that's the goal.
Heck yeah. Great. Well, I'll let you keep working, and I will be back in just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. Would you remind me which combination that you had?
So I've got Somber and the Tetris theme.
Somber Tetris theme. I'm so
Yeah.
excited. So tell me about what, if you have any ideas flowing, what the general idea is going to be.
So I kind of came preloaded with a bit of a palette for Somber. I've got sort of, the dark and sort of emotional piano stuff going on that I tend to like to write in. And then I also have an English horn and some synth stuff that I'm just kind of playing around with. So I started just kind of by noodling around with English horn, just kind of playing the melody, and it kind of like turned into this kind of cool intro. And then it kind of leads into a bit more of a piano thing that I'm going to segue out of in a sec.
Nice.
Should I play?
That's awesome. If you wouldn't mind, that would be great.
For sure. Oops, let me turn off my click here.
That's fantastic. Wow, fantastic.
Fast forward a little bit here.
Oh,
Just kind of it's some basic stuff to start, but
that's fantastic. Some stark piano with some lush chords underneath.
yeah, the blocks are falling real slow, like tears in the rain.
Like the slight offset of some of the octaves to give that teardrop kind of feel.
Oh yeah, I might get some synths in there too. See
Ooh.
what's happening. See what's happening.
That's fantastic. That's very exciting. Oh, I can't wait to hear more. I will be back in a little bit to hear some more.
All right, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, will you remind me real quick before you start playing some stuff what your combination was?
Nostalgic Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Nostalgic Animal Crossing New Horizons. Fantastic. So what? How are you going to translate the New Horizons theme into something even more nostalgic?
First I started building textures, then I reharmonized it first, and now I'm going through. I'm adding like recording a bunch of trumpets, and then I'm gonna probably go back through and just start. I'm gonna start layering now and like get the full theme laid out. Am I supposed to show what I have so far, or?
If you'd like to, absolutely.
Sure, yeah.
If you want to just give us some highlights, maybe of some different ideas that are in there.
Sure, yeah. Let's see.
Awesome.
That's pretty much where I have it going so far. And then I gotta just like kind of bring in the melody.
Nice. Heck yeah. So it sounds like you've laid out a very nostalgic is a good word for it. A kind of texture with, is it mostly trumpet there? That's like some reverb trumpet that's kind of laying out that.
Yeah, I have like a bunch of trumpet recordings I just made really quick. And then everything else is just like guitar, and I'm just kind of looping stuff as quick as possible right now to get it done as quick as possible.
Heck yeah. As soon as those chords hit, you can definitely get the nostalgic feel.
Cool. Yeah. I'm doing the trumpet as a round, like as a canon. So that's probably how I'll continue. I just have to figure out the best way to go about it. And then maybe I'll kind of have a build towards the end. Well, I'm not sure yet. It kind of depends on how far I get.
Sure. Heck yeah. All right. So progress. What kind of changes have you made?
So the tempo is definitely faster. So I just like play.
Absolutely. Show us some stuff. Wow, that is definitely some funkier versions of the Wii channel music, or the Wii Shop channel music. That is fantastic. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did there?
Sure. First off, definitely made it faster. I started off with a Latin style groove in the bass, and then adding like syncopated stabs, like it's pretty common in funk type music. So here,
yeah, absolutely.
Just like little things like that, just to make it a little spicier. Yeah, and of course, adding saxophones, because saxophones always make things both sexier and funkier.
Accomplishing both at the same time.
Yeah,
amazing. Fantastic. And what did you have going on in the percussion there? Was there a little bit of percussion, or was I imagining that?
Yeah, so I've got some shakers going. Then also just a very basic funk type rhythm. I'll probably end up relying on some pre-made rhythms because I'm bad at doing drums quickly, but just to get
Speed
something in
is
there
the
for
game.
now.
Whatever gets it done, right? Fantastic. That's definitely some progress on the funk.
Really make this small.
All right, so last time we had some general melody laid out and some in general spooky pads going, just laying out the spooky feel. What kind of ideas do you have flowing now?
I took it a little longer. I still want to go with funny, but it's turning into a little bit more serious than I wanted. But
It's turning darker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need a counter melody. Something like that, but like inserted earlier. Like,
nice.
Quantize. But yeah, I need a counter melody.
What makes you think that you need that counter melody? Is it just when you hear the melody, you feel like there needs to be something interacting with it? What makes you think that?
Yeah, it's a little too, like, when you're tiptoeing through a spooky castle, there's got to be like unexpected elements, in my opinion, that pop out and are like, boo, but the counter melody would have that kind of vibe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One thing that I like that also accomplishes that same kind of thing you just mentioned, the constant changing of the instruments, the trading of the melody through the different instruments there at the end. Yeah, I like that that honestly evoked the visual of like walking through a haunted house where this thing pops out first and then something else pops out from the other side. With the different changing of the like timbres of the different instruments. That's really awesome. It sounds like you've in addition to the music box, you had some like some woodwinds. Were there some woodwinds in there?
Yeah, I want to incorporate them sooner. I feel like it really grounds stuff. Yeah, so it starts with the music box with the melody, just a short kind of pre-statement of it, and then I take it into the xylophone with the harp, and then the music box takes over from the xylo, and then and then it goes into flute and clarinet, supported by the tuba.
Awesome tuba, fantastic.
Yeah.
Lots of winds in there. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Awesome. Well,
Thanks.
I will be looking forward to hearing more soon. How's it going? Do you feel like you're making some progress on some triumphant Super Mario 64 music?
I'm still in the slow start. So.
No worries. Nice.
I like this synth as a starting point.
Nice.
So I'm trying to build up some atmosphere. I haven't even listened to that. I just I want to slowly kind of bring in the like second little piece there. I still need to like stretch it and like apply a better instrument there. But
sure. It sounds like you're bringing in some kind of darker elements, I guess would be a word for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to mellow out the player piano vibe.
Yeah, sure. Any way you can counter the player piano vibe.
Yeah. And once I get this like intro here, I'm gonna come in with like some percussion, and then try to hopefully then kind of like bring the tempo up a little bit and kind of like bring it back up and maybe make it, inspirational.
Heck yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Cool. Well, thank you. We'll check in again soon. My mic has been slowly falling. I'm noticing myself slowly hunching. Awesome. Sounds great. Cool. So remind us all real quick what your combination was.
Okay, so my combination is Big and Loud with Castlevania Vampire Killer.
like for Vampire Killer, right? Nice.
Yeah.
So walk me through what your kind of general idea was, how you turning Vampire Killer into something that's even bigger and louder.
Well, I mean, when I first listened to it, it sounded like a boss theme. You know, it had some very powerful chord progressions going on.
Sure.
So I started with the piano, just to solo that real quick, and just did something really basic. I'm kind of extending the first half of the melody, because like a lot of 16-bit music, it kind of it changes really fast, and I felt like if I stayed on there, it would be a little, you know, just be kind of cool. So
Sure.
so this is what the piano's doing so far. So nothing,
Awesome.
you know, nothing
really
crazy.
sets the chord progression, sets it in our ears, what key we're in, that kind of thing.
Right, exactly. Like I said, it's very strong. So essentially what I've done, I mean, do you want me to like play the whole thing, or how do you? I don't
Totally
know
up to
the
you. Yeah,
format.
just show us what ideas you've got laid out, and we'll go along for the ride.
Okay. So what I've done so far is I've added choir and strings. I'm playing around with some ideas right now, but this is what I have so far.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. So again,
Heck
still
yeah.
playing with stuff. So I wanted
That's
something,
awesome.
you know, big and loud, right?
Sure. Yeah. So you're definitely, obviously you're using some a palette of instruments that immediately evoke just big and epic and loud, right? With the choir that you've got there, the drum set immediately just kind of drives home that kind of rock feel, right?
Oh man, if I had the time, oh my gosh. But yeah. I mean, it's Castlevania. Castlevania is it's a big, dark, epic fantasy kind of scenario. So I wanted to encapsulate that as much as possible, you know, capture that. So I mean, everything is like, that was like super messy because I haven't cleaned anything. But you know, this is a blitz. So what are you
It's
gonna
already
do, right?
sounding great. And a blitz it is. And it sounds great. I'm looking forward to hearing some more. I'll be back in just a little bit to check in.
Roger that.
Adding a little bit more to it here.
That's a lot more layers. Wow. Cool.
A few. So I've started kind of kept the arrangement going with a piano part, and added some sort of synth parts going here. There's actually a electric piano. I've kind of applied a lot of effects to.
Cool.
And then some little cymbal roll. A little synth kind of flare thing.
Nice. Plenty of reverb and echo.
Yeah. And then add a little sort of counter melody here with the English horn.
Oh, fantastic.
Twist.
Ooh. Ooh. A little change up.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Would anything in particular inspire you for the little change up there, or did you just want to mix up the chords a little bit?
I like messing things up, but I get bored if it's, too predictable. So I just like to kind of mess it up a little bit and kind of see where the chords want to go. So
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I got that sort of like intrigue, kind of, an emotional journey, and you're not just sitting in one place for too long.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like that there's because the melody is so elongated, there's all this space that each kind of gesture sits on. That's very, very somber.
Yeah. It's that very much, kind of sink into those feelings for a bit. And so each, if it's a melody that has like a lot of long notes, like you really get a chance to kind of play around those notes and do some interesting things. So in this case, it's got a lot of texture.
Absolutely.
It's going to keep layering into that. And it's already a minute long, which is kind of ridiculous because it's a slow emotional piece. So I'm just going to kind of build up the emotion a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to like get too many more, parts of the melody going, but
sure. Not too many more iterations.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, are you adding, there's lots of reverb going on in there. Are you applying separate bits of reverb to the particular instruments, or are you kind of doing a reverb on the master track? Or
Everyone's got their own reverb. I've got Valhalla is sort of my go-to reverb, but some of them are copied across. Like I copied the piano in English form, but if I wanted to adjust them individually, like I could do that.
Nice.
Like the you can see the mix is all the way at the top here. So like for this part here, it's just really far back there, just kind of almost just becomes a synth. It's an electric piano, but it's got like a lot of effects and stuff, and just kind of sitting way back there. And the one thing I'm going to do is actually go back in and add some more reverb to the cymbal roll, which is just a pretty simple dry thing, but I really want to let it take up all the space.
Sure. Add into that crescendo there. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. Well,
Cool.
thank you. We'll be back again very soon. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
So tell us about your progress on a even more nostalgic Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Cool. I started adding the full melody, also as a canon, and kind of been trying to bring it out so it's not super ambient. So I have it here's where I have it at like right now. So I just kind of have it going in the background with some voices and then piano. I'm just kind of trying to get the mix right now.
Fantastic. Heck yeah. So you, it sounds like lots of layers of vocal in there that are doing the melody along with maybe a pad underneath as well. You filling out the chord with the voices as well?
Yeah. I just have a lot of, the pad is kind of the trumpets. I just have a ton of delay on the trumpets right now. So it turns into over time and kind of swells back down and then back up.
Cool. And what is the, is that some kind of synth that almost sounds like a kind of digital effect that is happening over top? It's almost reminiscent of like a rewind effect at some moments.
Oh, that's like all guitar.
It's all guitar. Nice.
I have kind of everything going into my Kemper right now. So I just was looping a bunch of stuff way at the beginning of this session. I just kind of build a basis to what this will be.
The texture is so thick, and because it's slowed, the melody is slowed down a little bit. That definitely helps. Mm-hmm. It reminds me of like a dream sequence almost. Like as if you were like remembering something from your childhood in that kind of nostalgic way. Yeah, that's really fantastic. Cool. Well, yeah, I think we're going to go for I'm probably going to make just one more round. Hassan?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you? And how is the funkiness coming?
It is coming. It kind of turned into jazz in the second half. They're related. So here's what I have so far. I'm trying to work on the B section, but here's what I have so far.
Ooh. Okay, changing it up.
That's where we are now.
Heck yeah. Tell me a little bit about what you did there right at the end when it changes up a bit. What was your thought process there?
My thought process was that I wanted an exciting way to lead back into the A section. And just honestly, this is going to be very disappointing. That just popped into my head.
An exciting way indeed. Some quick changes out of nowhere. I love the. Sounds like you had the melody changed to a different voice for the kind of, I guess you would call it a B section question mark. Nice.
I used a Mellotron-ish sounding flute. Very famous instrument that's way more expensive than I can actually access. So synthesizers are the next best thing.
Fantastic. And was there a change in the kind of bass groove going on down there again? Would you play that B section again?
Yeah, it's still rough, but just to give a different sort of rhythmic vibe.
Fantastic. Well, we're getting towards wrapping up here.
How much longer do you think?
I'm probably gonna finish up this round of talking, and then we'll do some presentations.
Cool. Sounds good.
Awesome. We're back to Spooky Kirby.
Yeah.
Would you mind sharing your screen and we can go through with some last bits that you might have added?
Sure. Yeah, the time really flies by.
I can imagine. Y'all are killing it.
It's fun though. Yeah.
I'm glad. So tell me where your head's at. What are some of the things you've been aiming to do here, and what are you trying to accomplish?
So I just added a bunch of string layers. I can hear someone singing.
Oh, I think that might be Hassan. I'm gonna mute Hassan.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I basically
Sorry
use
about that.
this.
You're saying?
Oh no, I just use strings as counter melodies support and stuff.
Got the counter melody in there. Cool.
Yeah.
Can you play the counter melody for us?
Sure. It helps move things along too to have like staccato eighth notes.
Heck yeah. Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow. So the kind of the rhythms going on there in the bottom really create a more driving feel that I don't think I noticed last time. It's really driving forward there now.
Yeah, before it was just kind of like sitting and soup, and now we need to like push it along.
Nice. What's your thought process now? What are you aiming to achieve, and how are you going to do that?
I want to finish out some, like, at least through the body of the harp and xylo, like this section. I know how to use Cubase. This section. I want to at least flesh out the strings that last couple measures. And then I guess I'll just like check levels and make sure things are balanced and add in as much as I can before the time's out.
Awesome. Exciting stuff.
Hello.
Hello. I am so excited. We are on our final round here now, I think. How are you feeling about Triumphant Inspirational Bomb on Battlefield?
I'm not feeling particularly triumphant or inspirational.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm excited to hear it though. Would you mind sharing your screen?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yep.
Awesome.
So I've started changing some stuff around. Started to get some timpani in there. Now I'm trying to figure out the this and not being super fruitful with it.
I'm feeling pretty inspired. It reminds me of the kind of texture that's being laid out there makes me think of like the sun coming up, if that makes any sense. Like
Right.
it's the beginning of some movie and a dramatic scene has been set and something big's about to happen, something big and inspirational perhaps.
Yeah, there's like I'm trying to find a particular sound to get like a good transition in there.
Sure.
Yeah, I like the kind of like wideness of it at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I like the combination of those sounds. I'm struggling to find good percussion that I like on here. And I'm trying to bring in that like next little bit where it kind of takes it from it kind of goes from this bit where it's so that's this little part.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to bring this in so that I can get to this.
Nice. That little
So I want to just bring
first
in
kinda-
a little bit of that.
Sure.
And I may end up using a little piano to bring it in, just to cut through some of the like pads and like kind of fuller sounds. We'll see.
Cool. Heck yeah. That's super exciting. Awesome. Well, I am excited to see the final product in just a little bit.
Bye. Hello?
Hello there.
Hey,
How
hey.
goes it?
It goes, sir.
Would you mind sharing your screen and telling us what all you have been doing with making the vampire killer theme even bigger and louder?
Well, I'm trying to add some more elements in. I just added a baseline and it's repeating. I mean, kind of short on time, so I wanted to do as much as I could in a short span of time. So I actually lowered the tempo because I didn't feel like it was impactful enough the way that it was. So I've added a baseline here, and yeah, this is what I have so far.
Cool.
You ready? Sorry.
Let's do it.
Sure. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So that's
awesome. That I think that that baseline is new, right? I don't remember hearing that the baseline last time.
Just added that in. Hey, right when you said Joshua, you're up next.
That definitely hits that drives it forward, no question, right? Was your intent with the baseline to try to keep it feeling like it's moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to give it another element of movement. Yeah, like I want to get some. I mean, there's already some harmonic stuff going on in here, but I think the next thing I'm going to do is add a little piano stuff to it.
Cool. What's your goal with the piano there? What's your thought with the piano?
So like essentially it has this, it has that sort of thing going on. So I wanted to add like something like that, to kind of give it some extra, of course I'll
filling out the chords, giving it some more oomph.
Yeah. Just a little, something, I felt like it to get that, those initial chords, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to get the power, right? The thing that makes it big and loud.
Heck yeah.
I'm trying to get that in there.
Awesome.
All right, we're back in it.
Nice.
Save here live.
All right, last one. What is going on here?
So I added some more stuff.
More stuff?
I decided it needed a beat and a bass. So
heck yeah.
So basically I just kind of this is fun. Thing that I like to do. I realized that I was basically like writing the Celeste Resurrections version of the Tetris theme because it just kind of ended up sounding that way. So just like, sure, you can just put a slowed down breakbeat in here or whatever. So like this loop, I think this is kind of the bass loop. It doesn't sound like that anymore. Got a little glitchy fun stuff in there, kind of bouncing all over the place. So when the English horn is done here, it kind of goes right into that.
It jumps right in.
And then I put a little prophet bass in here, just kind of just give it a little bit of a sub bass.
Yeah, those little murmurs from down below.
And a little reverse thing. A little space.
Fantastic.
Gives you one
awesome.
More.
Well, heck yeah. I think we're about to wrap up. If you want to put on a couple finishing touches, I'm going to chat with Andrew and we'll all present.
Great. Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Would you like to give me a final wrap up before we start working on presentations?
Oh, sure. I just kind of spent most of it mastering it and getting the mix sounding better.
Nice.
And trying to get rid of a lot of the high-end hiss on some of the mics. And then I have it go into like this ending section now with so there's like the part I've been shown before. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. And then it kind of goes into like this outro thing.
Awesome.
Pretty much what
Heck
I have
yeah.
now.
A nice little a kind of lulled fade out. That's really nice.
Thanks.
Heck yeah. And so I saw that it sounds like towards the end there, was that the same melody from the beginning coming back in at the end there? Kind of like reprise.
Yeah, I brought in the first 4 notes. Or I guess like the first 8 notes of the New Horizons theme.
Nice. Awesome. Well, I'm going to step out now and give y'all like another couple of minutes to kind of wrap up and just prepare to present. And then we'll all get back in the chat and do some presenting. I think, are we all ready? Are we all back and ready?
Andrew looks like he's in the zone.
Oh, I'm here.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I guess let's go from the top then. We'll do the same order. We'll have you just present. You can narrate for us if you like. The audio does tend to pick up better if while it's playing, you let it just play through without narration. But if on the beginning and end you want to add some commentary, please do so. So Hassan, would you like to start us off with the funky Wii Shop music?
Yeah. I'll just play it first.
Go for it. Would you mind sharing your screen while you do it as well?
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Digging that Mellotron
That
lead.
is great.
Yeah, so that was Wii Shop channel, but a little bit faster, a little bit more percussion. Like someone pointed out, Mellotron, I tried to add that in there. Just like a lot of little rhythmic touches to just bump it up a notch in the funkiness factor. I tried out something on a clav, but it didn't sound right. But if I had, then it would have been ultimate funk.
Fantastic. That is really, really awesome. Well done. Well done. Really fantastic. And that is funky Wii Shop channel music. It has been done. Don't say it hasn't. Alrighty. Let's go down the list. Larissa, would you mind sharing your screen?
Got the Spooky Kirby.
Spooky Kirby. I am so excited. Wow. Yeah, I'll let you take it away. Fantastic.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Very spoopy.
That
Really, I'm expecting Kirby to just have a crossover with Luigi's Mansion. Now. Just
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be so good.
Kirby
Also-
swallowed Luigi's Mansion or something and turned into a spooky Kirby.
That'd be cool.
The way that ends makes me think it's like the beginning of an episode of something spooky. It sounds like it's leading into like, now it's time for a spooky Kirby show.
Scooby Doo and Kirby.
Also, Exorcist anime bells. Is
Oh,
that...
it sounds like The Exorcist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's
fair.
great.
But also anime.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Spooky Kirby. It has now been done. It has now been done. All right, Priscilla, would you like to share your screen?
So I got inspirational Bob-omb Battlefield. So I tried to take it from like straight up player piano to something a little more fitting. I wish I had like another 40 minutes to work on this, but give it.
I love it. That's so good. The sun
was
is coming up.
nice.
It's like the movie is starting. The sun is coming up. I am inspired.
Start of a
Awesome,
new,
awesome
beautiful
work.
new day for the bombs.
Yes.
Another day on Bomb Battlefield.
For the battle.
Bob-omb Wars.
Inspirational Bomb Battlefield. It has been done. It has now been done. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Joshua, would you? So for Joshua, we're getting in to bigger and louder. Castlevania.
Oh,
Vampire
nice.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. That was actually my first time hearing it, so I was like, all right, how am I gonna do this? All right, so I'll just play it, and I'll talk about it after.
Sure.
My gosh.
Fantastic. Wow.
I wish I had like 40 more minutes. I was like, come on. I just wanted to keep going.
Just going. Yeah. Oh, the choir is so good in there.
The choir.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here." It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
find a way to expand it because I felt bad because I didn't get that far into the song. I mean, it was probably maybe about like 30 to maybe 40 seconds worth of of a progression, but I was like, I'm not gonna be able to get to that. So here we are.
Yeah.
Fantastic. If you thought Castlevania couldn't be bigger and louder, you've just been proven wrong.
Oh my gosh.
There it is. Fantastic. Lena, would you like to share your screen? Take it away.
I'll just play this and then talk about it after. And this is Tetris theme, but somber and quite sad.
I love where it ends too. That is fantastic.
It's daring to go on, but I just wanted to focus on polishing up what I had so far. But yeah, kind of accidentally made.
Oh, I was gonna say I like that it feels like sad anime tunes to chill out to. Like it's,
totally.
it's really it's great.
Is there a Tetris anime? There has to be.
I mean, there's that.
It has to be by now. Like each of the pieces is a character, and it's
fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just imagining though, like some girl just like crying in front of a window, and then there's like Tetris pieces slowly falling outside.
Where there would be rain on the window.
Tetris raindrops.
Her window disappears.
Oh no! It just started playing it. There we go.
Fantastic. There it is. The new soundtrack for Somber Tetris. Cool. Andrew, would you mind sharing your screen?
All right. I did Animal Crossing New Horizon nostalgic version. Hopefully this isn't. I was having troubles with clipping, so I have it down 60 dB. Hopefully that solves that problem. I'm going to mute myself before I play it. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Really well done.
I feel like I just watched a dream sequence of when I was playing Animal Crossing.
Calmness out behind the counter, just dreaming.
Slow overhead shot of everyone waving on the island.
And burns.
Fantastic. If Animal Crossing was not already nostalgic, now it's even more nostalgic. There it is. Fantastic. That wraps up the main chunk of our panel. Just a couple thank yous before we go. Firstly, I would like to thank each of our wonderful panelists. Thank you all for your patience with putting together a panel in a completely remote fashion. And thank you for riding along with this very strange idea. I had a lot of fun. And secondly, thank you to Soren. Soren made this great program called HQ Streamer 2 that we use to make the audio happen for getting the audio back and forth to some of us. And Soren was a great help. Soren personally helped me out in making sure that everything worked. It's a great program and it's free that you can find it online if you just Google the letters HQ and Streamer. It's a great free program for music collabing. And lastly, thank you to the Penny Arcade staff who are putting together the first ever PAX Online, which I imagine is no small task rather. And they've been killing it. They've been incredibly helpful. So thank you to all of them. That concludes the panel. Thank you all for watching and hope y'all are staying safe and y'all have a good one. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Soundtrack Scramble, the panel of real-time music arrangement mayhem. Today we have 6 amazing and inspiring composers here that are going to be randomly assigned a piece of famous video game music on the spot. They will then have about 40 minutes-ish to rearrange that piece so that it fits a completely different emotion or feeling that they have also been randomly assigned. But before we get started, just a couple of quick housekeeping bits. This panel is being pre-recorded. However,
Alex, you know better than anyone else here. What's the name of this panel?
There's this panel. The theme park is Bankrupt.
That's right. You blew it.
I think.
Your theme park is Bankrupt. The panel.
I blew it? No, wait.
No.
I got it right.
It's
okay,
called,
so
you blew it. Your theme park is Bankrupt.
Okay, I blew it. The theme park is Bankrupt, and we have Jesse Cox in charge of it.
loosely in charge.
Why'd you do this to me? This is you set me up for failure.
He's
this is so wrong.
Or is failure success?
Right. In this case,
is failure success?
If you're trying to fail and you succeed in failing, then
All right,
you've succeeded.
All right.
Yeah, so we have
there is an old book about video game called The Art of Failure, and it's all about how games are basically a bunch of failures.
That's true.
Yeah.
We should go around and introduce ourselves because not everyone knows probably who everyone is. By the time PAX rolls around, they'll have forgotten, right? But
yeah.
So let's start off with maybe our sacrificial lamb at the wheel of madness, Jesse Cox. Say
It
hi.
has been, I'm gonna say, 10 years since I've played this game. So
shame.
This will be a lot of fun. This will be a lot of fun. Can't
Poor
wait.
shame.
Can't wait. Can't wait to remember how to be good at video games. Super excited. Super excited, everybody.
Why don't we pass it over? Alex, why don't you give yourself a quick intro so everyone knows who you are, what you do?
Hi, I'm Alex Nichiporchik. I run Tiny Build. We make games and hats, apparently. And we have assembled an all-stars panel here of experts of running theme parks, I guess, or running
But not
them
very
into the ground.
well. We're
Yeah.
really good at specifically just like
Yeah.
New Jersey action park levels of quality where it's
This was a theme. You thought I had theme park experience?
Yes. That's on your resume.
I hate to go-
That's on your LinkedIn. No. Oh, wait.
Well, obviously, everyone lies, right?
all right. And
Yeah.
we also have Chell. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Chell Wong, which is short for Mitchell, and I'm a composer. I worked on a game called Kine, as well as I currently work in a mobile game studio called Zelda Games, and I do some freelancing for some other indie games. I co-organize Game Out of Boston. I do a charity album every year called the Charity EP Jam for able gamers. I do some stuff for Boston Fig. And last time I played Roller Coaster Tycoon, I think was like 15 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Sounds about right, yeah.
This is bad news. We're totally screwed.
And we have, and then Yifat.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm the least most famous person here. My name is Ifat. I am a university professor, actually, mostly in York University in Canada. I mostly make weird experimental games and occasionally talk about them. Currently, I'm doing work with the Amazon Alexa. I'm trying to make a game in which you make Alexa cry.
We have someone qualified on the panel.
Yeah, all my games are like that. So I think my most famous game was that I made a thing in Excel that got like 2 stories, articles somewhere. But yeah, I guess I'm here because I like to talk about game pitches.
And also because you're the only one with like relevant academic experience.
Yeah.
Theme parks?
Okay,
You're carrying all of this.
So one, I haven't played Roller Coaster Tycoon, but I do play Planet Coaster. I'm also a 3D modeler originally.
Nice.
So I also watched a lot of Defunctland in preparation for this.
I guess last and least, it's me, Hunter Bond. I work at Berserk Studio. We made a game that's very loud and very pink called Just Shapes and Beats. I'm our marketing guy and resident wizard. I also am going to be the chaos coordinator because I have this wheel here. How does the wheel work? You'll find out later.
Do we know if it actually spins?
Oh, yeah, I built it. Of course it spins.
Yeah, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've yet to actually spin it. I just want to point that out. You keep saying it spins.
Yeah.
All right. Whoa.
Okay.
Weird. It
Too
looked
much
like
spin.
No, I can make it spin more. You want more? I got more.
Whoa!
Yeah, we
We're
got
all now hypnotized.
Yeah, we got enough spin. All right. So we will be messing with Jesse as Jesse attempts to play the game. There's also a tiny wheel, which you can get by spinning the larger wheel. So at some point, we may need to bring out the smaller, tinier wheel with even weirder problems. Can we get? So I guess the goal is: do we want to do it every 5 minutes? What do you think's gonna? Hey, Jesse doesn't get to say.
I feel like we should just increase frequency.
Okay, so let's.
Like if we wanna.
We'll start it at 5,
all the
and then
way.
it'll be 4, and then it'll be 3.
All right. Set timer for 5 minutes.
Let's do it.
Okay, 5 minutes and counting.
This
All right.
is bad. All right. Well, I mean, you notice that so far my park is just a series of cars, and
And
I don't.
bikes.
There's no people here, so this is worrisome. I don't know why there are all these cars. It's troublesome.
Can you build like the cars in like as a statue?
Yeah, as like a. What is this? The spider ride? Oh my god!
I don't want to overreach.
Slap
but
that baby down.
If I had a theme park, step 1 would be a door. I don't know if we're.
Wait, do we not have a door?
Counter.
Probably some sort of way to charge people. Otherwise,
And some way for the people in the car to come in.
yeah. Otherwise, you just have like a field with hippie cars in it.
If
people,
I was starting this theme park, I would put a giant spider ride down.
That's
I would. Here's the
First
thing.
and
I would
foremost.
too. I would.
How much money do we
absolutely
have?
the same.
$10,000.
Okay.
Oh boy, it's an optimistic game. What kind of?
So
What
we
an
got,
economy!
like,
Well, I
Hey,
mean, the
the
game
point of
did
the
come
game
out.
is we have to
some time ago.
bankrupt.
Well, maybe. We'll see if we can bankrupt Jesse doing his hardest.
What is this footpath? Oh my god. All right, well.
No.
Cannot wood footpath. Construction not possible. Well,
Unpause the game. Okay. Oh, thank God.
That explains things.
That explains everything.
This is a very strong start.
Strong start. But also, have you ever wanted a spider ride?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We all have.
Right slap in the middle.
Push it back one so that there is an entrance and an exit spot.
Yeah.
All right.
Scene
Just
transition.
terrify them the moment they come in.
Yeah, the first thing that people when they come to this
Wait,
rock
now you gotta
concert at
click
Woodstock-
an entrance and an exit.
That's
I'm
right.
thinking like
Or a kiosk. Yeah, that works too.
Gonna go from a more avant-garde kind of experience where it's you just kind of flow through it like Burning Man, or
yeah, like the path is like that, and then they can walk in, right? They can just like go into it.
Yeah, the spider ride is
They go
the
into the
entrance to the
spider. They
park.
go into the spider.
No, but you gotta put down the
Arachnophobia.
entrance door and an exit door. Bring that. How do you bring that window back?
Whoa. To my spider ride?
yeah.
Yeah, like there's a door, they come in, there's the spider ride. And then they
then
have
they
to
have
go
to
out
exit.
through the spider ride.
I think you gotta go back to the first window. Wait,
Is the name of this park mandatory spider ride? Like it's not a good brand.
Castle
But
entrance, log.
It's a moving target for
abstract
brand.
entrance. Yeah.
Ooh.
but there's no
Okay.
entrance.
But like it's
Click
there.
the construct. No. Click the construction button, which is I'm pointing at the screen like you can see me pointing.
Oh, Jesse,
under
you
the
only
red
got-
flag. I think it's under the red flag.
You got 2 minutes before we start messing with you.
Yeah.
Get
So
busy.
now that you have the entrance, see on the bottom click that button and then click some. Yeah, see there. That's how people get in. Yeah, and then you drop that somewhere, and then you got to make an exit somewhere else.
Exit
Same
is
place.
like. Why is the exit going in?
No, well, the exit has to go out.
But
It
why
has
is it
to
pointing in?
Yeah, it's pointing in.
because it's
Is it?
gotta, and then you can make paths out of it. So yeah,
Gotcha.
so
Oh,
that
see, I knew
that-
what I was doing. It's fine.
Yeah.
This is fine.
So that walkway that you made doesn't actually do anything, but it's funny. So
Which
now
is
you have to
good.
connect that to another path.
Oh, that's
I
fine.
mean,
yeah.
it's very
I can
fitting with
bulldoze
like
Bankrupt
this
yet?
walkway.
the Woodstock theme.
We're speed running this
Sorry.
bankruptcy right now.
There we go. All right. See,
Oh.
now it's in. Now it's in there, and I got my walkway, so people can come into the ride, and then when they
can
leave,
walk.
they immediately can enter into my next ride, which I call. This is you have to go You have no choices in my amusement park. When you come to my amusement park, you have to go one ride to the next.
Jesse Cox's
that.
mandatory fun amusement park. Come on down.
It's linear storytelling.
All right, what's
After
next?
you're done with the spider, the next thing you want to do is go to Pretzel Town. Pretzel Town, that's good stuff, right? Whatever that is, that pretzel, and that's got
Looks really yummy. Yeah.
Whether you like
It's
it or
like
not.
when you go into Disney, like the buildings change sides, so it gives you a sense of depth. So
Right.
this is the same, but spider.
All right, here's the thing. So far, no one wants to come to my amusement
Wait,
park. And I
where's
don't know why.
where's the front entrance?
You need the front entrance.
Yeah, there is no
Isn't
front
this it?
entrance.
There's
Isn't
no
this
front
the
entrance?
No, you're gonna need one of those.
Park closed.
Oh,
What do you
park
mean?
closed.
You
Open
need
park.
to open
Oh,
it.
open
How
it.
do you
Open
open
it.
the park?
We need to go bankrupt.
The park is
Park
open.
There we go. Woo!
All right, we did it.
We're in
Park
business.
open! Everyone's coming now. All right. Next up.
One spider attraction and pretzel.
Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Spins the wheel.
All right,
Oh.
it's time. Hold on. 1 second. We're gonna get this ready. It's wheel time, y'all. All right.
I have to wait. All right, I'm pausing. This is going great. So far, my spider amusement ride is
Oh,
doing
that's not great. It's definitely
what is-
5 minutes of play with eyes closed, where we have to tell you how to do it.
Okay.
Let's
Set
go with
timer for
60
5
seconds.
minutes.
This is a
Yeah.
tough start. We'll go 60 seconds.
5 minutes and counting.
But still, 5 minutes till the next spin wheel.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right, eyes closed.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Move your mouse to the left.
And up a little. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Click.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
click.
click.
Oh yeah. That's. It's not working. Are you
Did
clicking?
you click?
Yes, I'm clicking.
Maybe a double.
Okay, all right.
Clicking.
Move your mouse a little bit
Oh,
higher
we
up.
need to unpause the game.
Oh,
Okay.
you're right.
All right. So up, left, a little bit. All right. Left a little more.
Left.
Left.
Left. No. Click.
Yeah. There
Click.
we go. Yeah.
Click.
You getting there?
Okay, we're good.
All right.
Yeah,
Move
now,
your
now
mouse.
he can click.
Now down. Up.
This is
click. Oh my
Uh,
god, that's big. Okay. Move way down.
Yeah, like keep your mouse going.
Right here,
Further down.
right here.
Okay, all right. Now pause. Shit. Back up. I swore. Back up.
Just
stop. Okay.
Okay,
up a tiny bit. Yeah, click. No. Click.
Kick.
All right,
No,
now
no,
go to the
30
go
seconds.
To the, oh jeez. Go to
Just
the right.
click.
No, not yet. No, he has to get
No.
it to the path. Oh god, how do you spin that?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
How do
all
you
right. This is
Why
good.
is this so long?
Oh, keep going. That's keep going away.
What happens if it clicks now?
It can't because it's gonna hit a bus.
Yeah, go to the right
Yeah.
further. Just like keep going.
It just kills the people. It's not
I put my faith in
you.
you.
So you
You
gotta,
gotta
just
move further
go
to the right.
Yeah,
Further
yeah.
to the right.
To the right, and then up like upright. Keep going.
Okay, it beeped.
Yeah, do it.
Open your eyes.
Click.
Just click.
Click.
No, he can't. It's too long. Why is this stupid roller coaster so long?
I opened my eyes to tragedy. What?
This is really good.
There we go.
There we go. Yep. There you
Okay,
got
okay.
it.
Let me fix this.
Man, we could have made him build so many things, and then he'd have
We
to
have
deal
completely
with it.
wasted
Can't
this
construct
opportunity.
this way.
This is too
Marquee
big.
is in the way.
This is too big.
It's too
bad
big. It's
design.
called
What
the
were you
Goliath.
doing?
We were trying to get.
That's
you
even
to where-
bigger.
Look, I feel
This
like.
one, this is
Okay,
is
this
the
one.
beefy
This
Oh,
one's gonna
it's
start.
not bigger.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wait, so you can't like if
Wait,
if
where's
I
the
want to
entrance?
get rid of the buses,
Wait,
I
wait,
can
spin
deal with
around.
the buses.
There we go.
Oh,
There we
there's the
go.
entrance.
Do we have any guests yet?
That's the entrance.
Do we have any
pull up-
guests?
yeah.
I mean, I think
Ah!
we're still paused. Are we paused?
No, we're not paused.
No, you have done a good
just
job
paused
at
it, I
unpausing.
think.
You're gonna need. I think you got to put lines though, right? You have to put like
No,
a line
first he has to
block.
put down the ride, and then he has to make
Yeah,
the
yeah,
entrance
and
and
then
the exit,
make
and
the
then he
lines
can make
towards
the
it.
lines.
All right,
All right.
ride down.
The ride is down.
So go open, get an entrance.
Yeah.
No, actually, it already has an entrance and an exit. You see those weird
okay.
gray tents? So now he just needs to make a line
Because
to
the
that
line is
gray
not a
walk
path.
path.
Yeah, make the
Yeah, yeah.
the walk paths to it.
This gray walk path.
No, there's the line, which is a different one.
Whoa!
Here. Yeah, start there. Okay. And then, there we go. Where are the people?
Says this ride is closed. Don't worry, I'll open it.
Don't test it though, because that would. We don't have time for that.
Well, it's a default. It's a pre-constructed roller coaster, so
It's
it
a
should work.
well-known ride.
That's
yeah.
why
Oh
you
wait,
just-
did we turn down the spider ride? I don't think we did.
No, the spider ride is closed? Question mark.
We're gonna need to open
Yeah.
the spider ride.
Open the spider
Okay,
ride.
perfect.
Then people will-
That will explain things.
Okay, the
They can't
spider ride
get
is
into the
done.
park
It's
through
open.
closed gate.
Unpause is the theme park paused or no? I think we're open.
No, we're open.
We have $11 and 0 guests.
We're doing
It's
good.
fine. No,
Strong
we're
start.
not going to go bankrupt. We only have $11 left. How much does this roller coaster cost?
All of the dollars.
Apparently $9,000.
We have nothing left for advertising.
We're not gonna need it with
We have a pretzel stand. It's all good.
mandatory fun. First, you got to go through the spider ride. Then you got to eat the pretzels.
Then you go on the roller coaster and then you can't
Once you
exit.
get here, you're done.
You have good point. There's no way out either. You can't get out of this park.
We just. How did we lose money?
What do you mean?
Where are the
God, we
people?
bankrupt already.
Isn't
I
there
don't
a
know.
front
Can we
gate?
just make it?
Do you have to put like a
Wait.
entrance?
Is our park open?
Yeah.
Park is open. Where are the people?
Do we have to put like a park?
You guys don't have a
entrance,
park-
or this one is the thingy.
Jesse, you did not put a park entrance in, did you? Or is that what
No,
that
it's
little
literally
thing-
right there. It's this
Oh.
awkward car front.
Is it open though?
It is open.
Yeah, it is.
All
We
right,
just
the
got
price of
nobody
admission,
coming.
0 admissions. How is no one coming to this park?
Okay, 5 minutes. Spin the wheel.
Oh no.
Oh jeez.
All right.
I can't. Can I do anything?
Hold on.
It doesn't matter. We have a wheel.
All right, but
What
while
if
he
we
spins
dump
the wheel,
this
put
car?
another ride down. While he spins the wheel, before things
There's
go,
no money for that.
it's okay. We just go further into bankruptcy.
All right, the ride we need to put down is
Lines to nowhere.
this ride.
Sorry, you're gonna need
It
to
feels
put
like
that.
that's already accomplished.
Yeah.
Wait, Hunter, what is it?
Lines to nowhere. Just some
We
lines.
already have that.
Oh, I guess we're all right. Hold on, let me spin it again for now.
Oh my god, you actually can't construct? I thought you could go further into debt and then make it back. We literally can't make anything. We have 2 guests.
Is open.
We have 2 guests.
Oh!
We have money again.
You get a reprieve for
we
delete
lost
the
money.
bathrooms because you don't have any bathrooms yet.
Oh my
so
god,
you're
you're right.
We don't need to. It's fine.
Well,
There
if
are
you had them,
tanks.
we wouldn't have them anyway, so it's fine.
Do I have to develop a bathroom?
Yeah, it's one of these. It's
timer
it's
for 5
scroll
minutes.
down. Oh, no, it's to the right. Yeah. There we go.
5 minutes.
All right.
$225 for just dig a hole.
Spin the bathroom.
We're trying to be like a.
There we go.
An epically terrible.
Oh
theme
my
park.
god, we can't build the bathroom.
This is Woodstock. There's woods. They're fine.
Yeah.
Look at what are all these tents for? What?
Look at all these cars.
I mean, no, just keep
the
it.
bathroom's on stilts.
You just
This is-
want, you know.
You need to climb.
The bathroom,
Okay, we have money again?
Hey, we're making
We have
money.
11 guests.
Oh,
We're
they're
making
coming.
money. We made $13.
No, that's because they saw the spider ride and they were like, "Oh my god!"
Let me
This-
pay this
all right.
park in exposure.
Yeah.
Look at this. Here's the problem. Most of the people haven't even made it to the spider.
Oh my god.
No,
yo,
there's
why
one
is
guy
this
going.
so
Oh no, where did he
hard?
stop? No, he's still going. The guy
They're enjoying
to
the
the right
car. Look
top.
at them. They're taking photos of the cars. This is wonderful.
I mean, we're
Drag
making
and drop
money.
someone. Wait, literally pick up someone and put him in between the rides.
That's a good point.
Then he has to ride something.
Just make him like it.
Nathan T, come on, Nathan T.
I think
We're-
we
pick him up, pick him up.
We have
Great
almost
scenery.
enough for
Great
the
scenery.
bathroom.
Use that little claw icon and pick him up and drag him to the funky queue lines.
Is the spider ride like open and rideable?
I don't know, but put him past the spider line.
Oh, just
See,
take
now
off.
he's
No,
escaping.
he's running away.
Yeah. So if you put him behind the spider line, then he has to ride the roller coaster or buy a pretzel.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm a genius.
Can you
Where does this line go?
Can you imagine being one of those like people that just have
No, where does this pathway go?
coming from the sky and picking you up?
Yeah, where did this go? It just
Where?
goes to a tent.
Did you just go in to check out that tent? I think
What
Jesse...
are these tents even?
Oh, somebody went another roller coaster.
Yeah, he's going on the roller coaster.
They're on the roller coaster.
This client.
We have
Wait.
$123. That's halfway to a bathroom.
We even have like people enjoying our park.
I can't believe it worked out, Jesse. You crazy.
Why don't they go this way? What is the problem?
I think you need to make an alternate path for people scared of
But
the
like
spider ride.
legitimately, where does that path go?
I feel
Where
like
does
we're
it
already
end?
kind of bankrupt.
We're doing it.
Where does
No,
it
like-
come from?
$183. If anything, this is a story of success.
Yeah,
This
we-
is
Yeah.
a success story that you didn't see coming. You thought, boy, this is failure. That's failure written all
We
over it.
just
the next spin
need
is coming.
12
The next
more
spin is
dollars
coming.
to buy a bathroom.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real sad. if
$2
delete-
more dollars.
Delete
I
all
feel like I put
bathrooms
the
comes up
entrance
right
the
after we
wrong
get
way
that
here. How
bathroom.
do
It's
I-
gonna be devastating.
I definitely. All right.
This is a story about moxie and lack
So-
of business acumen.
I think we can buy a bathroom now. Wait, no, don't delete the pretzel stall.
It's faced the wrong way, I think.
Oh, well, in that case, that's your fault.
I think you can rotate them, right?
It's
No.
not,
You have to
because
demolish
now-
it first.
Ah,
Because now, bathroom.
All right.
come on down to Jesse Cox's
Let's go.
mandatory fun park with its brand new bathroom.
Once they get here, they can't leave, which is great.
Price is right.
Yeah, he did
Guess
try to
how
leave
much
just
a
now.
new bathroom is.
So just drag everyone into the park.
Also,
They can't leave, right?
We have a bathroom, but no janitors. Janitors
Yes.
come later.
It seems like they're trying to enter, but then they're leaving.
We have
Look
no
at that. Yeah, yeah.
mechanics.
Just drag them in.
Drag them into
This is
Drag
so
them into the park.
cool.
Oh my god, no, wait, delete the dirt path in front of them and make it a
Yeah,
queue
yeah.
path?
If you wanted to just go, I think you can. Does this game have like
Landscaping, I think it does.
landscaping tools?
It does, and it's quite robust for something from like the early, like what is it, the late 90s?
Well, it's because the guy who coded it was a crazy person, and he hand coded the entire game in assembly. Like it's not
Why don't people do that anymore, huh?
because it's crazy. It's a
I don't
crazy
know.
thing to do.
Nobody.
Sleeping
All right. So go to your dirt path in the top right, or yeah, see that path thing in the top right of your menu.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, click that path, and then you wanna. What do you want? What are those?
Really? What do you?
Go like this.
What are?
No,
that
now
doesn't-
they can exit.
Okay.
That's not the plan.
Look at the footpaths. There's two types. Can you hover over them and see what they are? Oh yeah. Click that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, click it and hold it down, and you want to click one of these.
Okay.
And put that in
Oh,
front of
spin wheel
put it there.
time.
There we go. That's a queue door right there.
It's wheelie time.
It's wheel time.
No one wants to ride the spider.
Why is it not?
Wait, one person's in queue.
Oh, we were so close to Tiny Wheel. Oh, nothing means anything. Everything is free. I'm going to need you to set all the prices to 0 for 5 minutes.
What the fuck, Hunter?
How do I do that?
You have to click each individual ride and the bathroom. Oh no, our bathrooms cost
No,
money. Yeah.
you should be able to.
It's
jump
already
in.
free. All right, so
Like,
go to
everything
the
is
park.
free,
You
but
gotta
the
go to the front
bathroom is
entrance of the park.
No, we need to make the bathroom cost like $200 though.
Yeah,
Okay,
like,
we'll make an
everything is
exception
free
for the bathroom. Everything is
but, like,
free.
Yeah, except
Not
the bathroom.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, then you'll get vandalism, and then you have to hire police, and I don't want to hire the police.
We're going to need 5 more minutes on the clock, Alex.
I just said that. Yep.
Use the
Perfect.
bathroom, park entrance is free.
I'm on top of the clock.
Back to cool.
Free park entrance.
How are we making money still?
We've
70
already made
people went in.
$670
Yeah,
from the
this
park
is
admission.
this was not part of the plan.
We're not doing great, though. This is...
You thought I would fail with my awesome spider, but you were wrong.
We're like an off season in the middle of some suburb in the woods kind of park where you're like, it's not really like, look, most people live. Most people live. We're trying to say, has anyone ever heard of Action Park? The one where they made a slide where it had a loop in it. It was like
the Action Park, was that the one that like half of the people like got injured or something?
Yeah, because they put
eventually they
a loop-de-loop in a water slide.
Yeah, and eventually like they had to close, but it was so like dangerous on the slides there that it became kind of like a thing where people went because it was so dangerous.
The owner's son tested that ride. So the owner of Action Park, who has like no degrees in architecture, designed like a full loop into a water slide. And a couple of things they didn't consider. One of them is
gravity.
Well, gravity is a big one.
Yeah.
But also that dirt just settles in the bottom of that loop.
Oh,
So when
no.
you're just riding it, you just get a nice little sandpaper effect for free. But his son tested it by putting on like full hockey pads and just sent him down it.
Wait, so it's a water slide where you
sounds
slide
like
without
a very-
like anything under yourself, right?
And I think it actually
Like a circle, yeah,
survived
you
quite
okay.
a long time until like finally too many people got injured, so they had to close.
Yeah, it was like hundreds of people in the first year they had it.
Yeah.
So good.
That sounds like it needs a beep pulp, but let's see if I can pull it up.
There we go.
That was
Can I
a
start
sad
charging
version.
money again?
I don't know. The timer hasn't gone off yet.
Oh
No, it
my
hasn't gone off yet.
God, how
So
Wait,
much
is the bathroom closed?
No, the bathroom's $2. Oh.
Yep. Damn it, Jesse.
This is going great.
Just ahead. Oh,
Welcome to our new theme park. We have a bathroom, but it's closed.
$2 to get in.
We
by
also,
the way.
it costs
So here's
money,
the
but it's
problem,
closed.
because unfortunately there was no admission cost. We're not getting money, which means we can't afford even another bathroom.
See, that was the problem with the wheel. The wheel's not your friend, all right? The wheel is not here to make Jesse's life easy.
I'm
The wheel's
upset
here
by
to
the fact
bankrupt
that
you.
The reviews are like not good for my spider ride. I thought for sure spider ride would be great.
What if you make it like slower or less spoopy? Is there like a
What if you
children-friendly
put in
spider ride?
It's just a teacup.
Yeah,
I just
a
realized it's just a
with
teacup
spiders.
ride with a
Yeah.
spider on top.
Yeah, it's the teacup ride with spiders.
Arachnophobia is real common, okay? It's not good business sense. That's all I'm saying.
It's also just teacups.
Yeah,
I'm
nobody really
so
likes
over
teacups, Jesse. That was a dive into bankruptcy and
But
nosedive.
it's a
Okay,
spider!
wait.
Aw.
We now have even less money.
Look, the wheels, again, it's not a good
Is
wheel.
timer
There's
working?
only one good thing on all of the
Yeah,
wheels.
it is.
I just
What is the good thing on the wheel?
You get to use a cheat code.
Okay.
There are cheat codes in this game?
There are 100% cheat codes.
Of course, it's
never
a
knew.
game from the 90s. Of course, it's cheap.
People are just walking into the woods rather than
Well, the bathroom was
Go to my
closed, so
rides.
We already have paths to nowhere.
rather than just go to my rides. People are just walking around.
Hey,
Oh my God.
you can charge people to go to a natural park. Yeah,
Look at
just a
this.
national
Look at how
park.
excited these people would be paying customers right now. Oh, this is bad. This is bad news.
How long we got?
Just $64.
we
You
got
can
like
build
less than a
half of-
minute. So
like
let's
a
go off.
corner of a bathroom.
I think we can do this. I understand
stalled
that.
out.
Look, we're having some setbacks. It's the off season, and we're not charging money. And it's a risky move, okay? But I think it's going to pay off in exposure.
I don't. We did have 80 guests at one point. Oh, we're going back up.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh,
No, we're going down.
Oh, timer.
We're at negative $3.
oh,
It's
we're,
wheelie time,
oh
y'all.
God, we're bankrupt again.
Oh, it's wheelie time. Oh, wheelie
Okay,
time.
put the
You
money
can
up.
start
Put the
charging
money up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put the money back, unless. Oh, you gotta delete all the bathrooms.
Our one source of income.
The income of the rest.
The wheel has spoken.
Just turn it off. Just turn it off. Oh, okay. Well, I guess.
It's
Well, that
okay.
made you money.
No, it
That's
says
not fair.
no. You lose money because it costs $225 to build, and you only get $167 back.
Well, it's
New
liquidating
ride.
assets.
Can't even afford to build another
Tough
bathroom.
times.
Hey, look, they have all
Now we can afford to
schools
build
around.
another
They
bathroom.
can go to the bathroom there.
All right. We have enough money to build a food thing.
We do not. We need $330.
I feel like every
wait, hover
wheel.
over them. All of them? No, one of them costs 200.
Oh, that's
Hats!
souvenir. What is that?
Hats. Just sell hats.
Sell
Or-
hats?
Sell hats. It's good
T-shirts.
business.
The
Gotta
flower
get
fire
hats.
T-shirt. That seems like a
Put
thing.
it
sell
put
them.
it near the front of the park so that all
Right.
these weird
Oh,
meanders.
put it way back there. Yeah. This is like
Yeah.
a Grateful Dead concert. You got to be
I'm
selling like brownies
smart.
and stuff in the parking lot before they even get into the show.
I have good business sense. Can you delete cars?
No.
I feel like you
Dang.
should be like. I just kind of want to raise all
Oh,
this
shit.
weird like
Set timer for
bar
5 minutes.
area.
Okay.
All right. Tick tock. Tick
TikTok.
tock.
Or wait, T-shirts literally only $3.
It was the 90s. It was a different time.
Yeah.
And apartments cost $5, and everybody had Doc Martens. 90s.
People don't think I remember the
Excuse
90s.
me,
I
my
remember
my
the 90s.
90s Doc Martin survived for 15 years.
Oh, those are
Wait,
good
have,
Doc Martens.
have you all seen Croc Martens, which are just
Oh,
Doc Martens but with
no.
croc holes?
Oh, no. Croc holes is a concerning conglomeration of words. I don't like croc holes.
Jesse, how much money we got?
$136.
All right.
And 10 cents.
And 10 cents. Here's the thing.
We're rich.
Not, I mean, like, rich
Just
in
for
friendship.
inflation, that's like $1 billion.
When I was in first grade, I thought that was a lot of money. I thought you could buy a TV with that much money, and I guess technically you can.
I don't want to
Nowadays you probably
say
can.
that it's all Jesse's fault for picking the one with cars for some reason, but it's probably a little Jesse's fault for picking the one with cars for
It
some
wasn't.
reason.
I thought Woodstock would be fun.
That's what they said about Woodstock, but that...
That's
The cars
people
are
thought
part
that
of the
Firefest was going to be Woodstock 2.0, and it was not.
Wasn't there like a Woodstock in 2000? Which
Yeah.
Was, like, horrendous?
Oh,
Yeah.
many
Yeah.
terrible choices have been
I
made.
remember like MTV talking about it,
Oh, yeah.
and
I
was,
remember MTV
Remember MTV?
Yeah,
I remember
so,
music
Remember
videos.
places.
so maybe Alex will remember. I had MTV Europe,
Oh, yeah.
different
Uh-huh.
MTVs, and because I was in Israel at that time, we had MTV Europe, but there was the Turkish version, so we had all the commercials from Turkey.
Turkish.
Oh, I had the semi-legal one pirated from a cable from the UK, essentially in Latvia, that had like the
Latvian
British
MTV?
version. No,
Yeah,
there was no
no,
Latvian MTV.
we
just
had
we
it
got a
legal.
cable from the UK, got all the way to
Yeah.
Latvia, and we just watched
we
that.
had it
was really confused.
Pirates. But it was like
Celebrity deathmatch.
all the
You're doing too good,
commercials were-
Jesse. It's
all the
coming.
commercials were
It's
in
coming.
Turkey. It was great.
It's coming for you.
I just want to build anything else.
Before
Literally anything else. Can I build? I can't. Oh, I can build this spiral slide.
Yeah, do it.
Do a good spiral slide.
Do it before the timer comes up, because otherwise, you got to get you got to put lines.
Park it. Oh, you're right. Yeah, you need the doors. No, go back. Go back.
Yeah. Put it right
Back
there.
up one more. Oh.
Oh.
What do you mean?
So you got to put entrance and exit.
Yeah, because you need an entrance and an exit, but you also need the pathway to it.
So at the bottom of that thing on the left,
All right,
click entrance.
Here's what you can do. Yeah, put
and
it.
then put it somewhere. Yep.
Not there. Move it to the other side. Yeah. Like here.
Yeah.
That works too, I guess.
Kind of go. That'll be fine. And
yeah.
then,
And now you need to make an exit. That
you can do
actually
that.
is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
now
now
you
you
just
get a
need a queue pathing. No, the other one.
Yep.
That one, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna make a dirt path leading up to it.
But
No, but if you have a
want the
queue path, then
you want the queue. Trust us. I've seen what happens when we let you go solo. You trust me.
yeah.
You
All
need
right,
it.
all right. Now make it the path thing.
There you go. Oh, this is our first legitimately queued ride. Hey, people
Okay.
might like it. Give them more line. Let them line up
Yeah.
for that slide.
I just
You
spent
know how
all of
many
your money on
people
that.
want to ride
Yeah,
that
you do
slide?
Oh, you're going dirt path.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now dirt path.
Yeah, I think that will work.
Yeah,
Now, is
people are
it-
gonna see this dirt path and they're gonna say, "Wow, that
But
looks like it's definitely going to a good ride."
Gone.
Now, quick question: is it open?
It is open now.
Are we
Whoa!
charging for it?
No. This is part of. This is cost of. This is free.
All right,
Cost of
so I
admission
think
gets you on the slide.
different parks have like different rules. There's this one desert park where admission to the park is free, but every ride costs something. This seems to be the opposite, where you can only charge for auxiliary things like shirts and foods, but you can't charge for rides. You can only charge for admission.
Interesting.
Well, what if it's been a rough year? What if
Why
we
don't-
bump it to 11?
You put that admission up a
You
little
think,
bit.
you think they'll notice that guy? I got him as he was coming in the door. That idiot! What a dummy!
Dynamic
Just enough
pricing
money.
right there. Smart.
We're doing great. We're gonna double the prices.
I charged more money. More people are coming. The fools! This is a racket. Oh,
Okay, try to double it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's lean
The
in.
fact that this park is actually functioning is amazing.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Oh, what's that mean? Let me go ahead and bring out the wheel.
Yeah.
Which of these wheel backgrounds is most? I like wheelie time. It's wheelie time.
It's wheelie time.
It's
spin the wheel.
wheelie time. Is this
Tiny wheel. Tiny wheel.
Tiny wheel.
No one has any
Whoa.
thoughts.
Come
no
on.
one cares about t-shirts.
Come on, Tiny Wheel. You can do it. I believe in you. It's Tiny Wheel time.
Tiny wheel time!
Oh, what's that mean?
That means I have to use this smaller
Oh.
secondary wheel.
It's an MLM
I
scheme.
prefer with this giant horn.
Let's see. Oh, you got to rename all the rides. I need you to get in there.
Nothing.
But it's inconvenient. You gotta
Set
name the
timer for
rides.
5 minutes.
So the name tag on the right side of the menu. There it is. You could just name it like Spider Bitch or something. Or one bitch ass spider ride.
Jesse, I call Jesse's Folly is what we're gonna call that spider ride. It's just
folly.
There was talking about bad rides that closed because people got hurt. There was a ride. I don't remember
Jesse's-
which part that was called Son of the Beast. Son of the Beast.
What?
Tiny Bildo.
Presents.
Wow.
Presents. Oh my god. J-E-E-E-S-S-E. Oh my god. This is the hardest I've ever had to work to make a thing happen. Okay.
Yeah, make those plug.
Go.
Make those plug.
All right. Now we need
Go.
to rename the slide.
It's Tiny Build presents Slide.
Tiny Bill presents Jesse's redemption arc.
You know how much it annoys me that you're typing capital
My
T?
keyboard, I think, is broken. What is happening?
Oh yeah, see, everybody thought that rename the rides was gonna be easy, but joke's on you. I knew.
I guess I was wrong.
Wait, how do we have so many people?
because we made it cost more, and they're like, hey.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, now we have to rename
Doesn't
the
seem to
roller coaster
like
because
it?
we still only have 3 rides.
Yeah, but how are you making money? Like, Jesus Christ.
That entry fee.
He's a genius.
People
Everyone
heard about
wants
that
the
spider
t-shirt.
ride. Word's getting around.
Yeah, no, everybody wants the t-shirts. That's like.
Ew.
No, I didn't. My hands are off the keyboard. Look, this isn't happening. I didn't do this.
I
Just
say you
press enter.
OK.
Just press
Okay.
enter.
We did it.
Okay.
Okay. Wow,
Now
it
we need
actually
some
got
more.
rid of all those E's.
We're gonna need
We
some
have enough
colors.
money to make a ride.
Yeah, it's right time.
How do we have enough? We are the best. Oh my! And by we, I mean me.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
impressed
Without
that
our
you are
guidance, this
actually
would
making
have
this
gone bankrupt.
This is amazing.
Oh, flower power ride. Oh my God! Can I just wait a hot sec for the flower power ride?
I mean, if you wait too
Just double the
long-
prices.
No.
Double the prices.
If you wait too long,
I
Jesse.
can't double the prices.
You
Why
could
not?
double the
Power
price.
Power ride another teacup?
No, I think it's bumper cars.
Okay.
People
Bumper
love
cars
bumper
are fun,
I
yeah.
love bumper cars. Did
Yeah,
the prices
bumper
go
cars.
up? Oh no, it's for a different ride.
Yeah, this is 5. This is, I think, one of those drop rides, which I'm a huge fan of.
All right, we just need 2 more people.
Come on, there's 2 people in this dumb town stupid enough to buy a ticket to this place. Come on.
2 more people.
Oh my goodness, 1
It's actually a
person.
car
1
museum.
more person or 3 T-shirts.
Come on.
Oh.
Wait, we don't have any more bathrooms.
Yeah, no, you deleted that.
There's woods. They can do it in the woods around
The,
it.
the wheel said. The wheel said no
They
bathroom.
can do it on the ride.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this woods.
We have the money.
All right, here we go. This is a pro tip stream. If you ever want to tune in and really see how to run a park organically, like we're going for the grassroots approach to this park.
No,
By
back it up.
God.
Back it up. You need space for the queues. Remember.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. Just spread out. All right, you're going too compact.
Not enough.
What do you mean? Oh, okay. Thank God. I was like, you need no. Put on the. Oh, okay. You need queues, man.
I mean, like, yeah, but like, you know, well, it's
Put a
fine.
queue. Put a
How's
queue
that
onto
queue
that
working
path.
out for the other ride? There are like 2 people in it.
But they can't line up if there's no queue.
Yeah, just put a queue.
They
to the
can't
little
wait
path.
for the ride, and that's why
Playing
they just
solo
bounce
bumper
off.
cars, right? By yourself. That's fun.
Oh God.
What are we doing now?
I don't know, but you need to make a path out of the exit.
Yeah.
And because I don't want anyone to, you know, get confused.
Dirt road.
Yeah.
This is the scorched earth path out.
This is the kind of theme park where like all the background music is just like one person on a broken calliope, like boop, 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 boop.
Oh, I can break out my recorder right now if you want.
This is like
Yeah, you got
not the
some-
most attractive
It's pretty
park
good.
I've ever seen.
I like it.
You have like a minor key kind of creepy vibe you got there,
This
Chell? 'Cause
looks
that's-
like a proper Soviet
I will
park.
literally get my recorder for you right now. Ah, dang it.
This is good.
Okay. Here's my recorder.
Kids are coming to bumper car. This kid is by himself in a bumper car. This is
Let's
the
go.
worst bumper car ride I have ever seen. This poor kid. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Oh, tick-tock. Tick-tock on the clock. You know what that means. Oh, it's wheel time, y'all. What? I'm gonna let this one spin. Let Jesse stew a little. What will happen? What will your fate be?
No
one
one
knows.
knows.
Except the wheel.
Oh, I linked to the wrong place. Oh,
Uh-oh.
That's why I told you to
Uh-oh.
make the path.
No, we already did tiny wheel. Hold on.
No, you can
already-
say tiny wheel
Oh,
again.
I guess we tiny wheel it. Look, the wheel said tiny wheel.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah.
You don't argue with the wheel. The wheel is
So
the
now
truth.
we see this. We have $9.
Spin the big wheel. All right.
What? Why do you have that on the tiny wheel?
We gotta go back to the big wheel.
This is bad design, Hunter.
This is beautiful design. It's doing exactly what I want. Okay, so we gotta go to the tiny wheel. Hold on.
Again? Why?
Timer for 4 minutes.
Oh, you get to use a cheat code. All right.
Okay.
Oh wow.
What are the cheat codes?
All right, you got to rename one of your park goers. 1 second. So grab one of them. Just grab a guy and name him John Mace, M-A-C-E, and he will pay double for every.
J-O-N-H?
Yeah, J-O-H-N, like John.
M-A-C-E?
M-A-C-E. We're gonna leave it up to you. You name a few people John Mace. There'd be multiple John Maces in the park. We need money. All right, things are getting.
Name everyone John Mace.
Wait. Here's the trick. You make a little island of a bunch of food stalls and just like
a bunch of
one
John
square
Maces.
path around it, and they get stuck and they have to buy everything there. They'll become very upset, but they'll also make us lucrative money.
Shell, do you perhaps play Sims with like
people there? I don't know if you can see that. Your park just received an award for being the safest park in the country.
Wow!
did it.
I guess if you only have 4 rides, you can't have too many liabilities.
Yeah, but who has the reward? Me, not Disney. Get out of here.
Do we have a timer going, Alex?
Yes, we do.
All
I
right.
actually cut 1 minute off it because of your MLM scheme with the wheels.
Look, I was deeply hoping I was going to get a recursive tiny wheel, big wheel loop, and it happened.
Yeah, I think there was like 5 minutes of that would have been amazing. Just like.
Glad I stuck to my
I
guns.
say we quadruple the tickets prices.
At this point, let's see what happens. Look, let's see if we can fleece them.
I mean,
right?
there are over 150 people in the park.
We also just got an award. All right, look, come on down to Jesse
are the
Cox's
safest park.
mandatory funatorium.
Costs you $8,000 per day, and go, oh, awesome! Sounds like Disney.
Oh, can
Justin
I click him?
H.
Yeah.
Did you pause it or is it just frozen?
I did pause it because I was gonna try and cheat, and the people walking in. I was gonna raise this to 5,000, and then they would pay double, and then I would be a millionaire.
I think they would just
think that's how
bounce
that
off the
works.
door.
Oh, so good. Didn't work. You weren't able to do it.
Oh, but what I have learned is that I can just raise the price to 15 now, and look at that, idiots.
Yeah. Oh man, $15 for the world's safest park.
Did your audio
Sounds
get
like a
quieter,
bargain.
Jesse? I don't hear the dulcet tones.
My hello?
There we go.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello,
Can I
gamers?
get quieter? What
Team?
happened?
You got a little quieter, and I need full Jesse. You're down here.
I want
I'm
to
gonna
let you
need
know that everything that's happening on my computer right now, I may, it may just be cutting my volume. I don't know what's going on.
It's like
This could be it for me.
it's just screen goes black. That's the end of the panel. We did it.
Yeah.
All right, I have 480. Oh, look at this! Look at this
Whoa.
ride! People are
Let's
enjoying my
go.
park, and you laughed at me.
You have to rename the
I didn't have we didn't have problem with the flower power. I think we had problem with the
I think
spider.
the next challenge should be the last one for the time constraints that we have for
All right.
right?
I got my
like
We
tiny
need to
maybe
wheel.
bankrupt.
Maybe like go like crazy and do like a challenge every minute.
Just
Oh my
try and make it
God.
go bankrupt.
Just keep on spinning.
All right. Look,
Yeah.
you don't have to
Yeah,
tell me
you
to
know-
spin those.
Yeah,
wheels.
let's
Yeah,
go
yeah,
all the
yeah. Let's
way.
do it.
All right. Let's see what
Mr.
Like
happens.
he
Please
won.
spin that
He's
wheel.
making money.
Yeah, this is unacceptable.
Yeah.
This everything. Nothing means anything. Everything is free.
I cannot believe it.
Maybe let's go ahead and see. So everything's got to be free. You're gonna make it free. Let's
Yep.
see what else we got. No, that one came up again. All right.
I was making 50.
You got to make some lines to nowhere. Oh, I lost the hat. We're in it now. I'll just do 5 of them all at once. Log flume. I don't know how that's
What?
going to articulate, but that's
You
what
just
it
gotta
says.
build a log flume. Wait, do we have the
Right.
money for a log flume?
Any money you have left has to go to a log flume. That's the rule.
Yeah, we have close to $400.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think it's enough for a log flume.
Well, unfortunately, that probably means we got to delete some stuff to make some money for a log flume, which is.
I don't have.
I think the cards need to go, the bumper cars.
The bumper cars are doing pretty good, but what if it was a log flume?
I don't have.
No,
I
you
don't have the
cannot
option.
delete the bumper cars. If anything, you have to delete the spider.
I'm gonna just
Yeah,
keep
you
spinning.
have to delete the spider. I think that's like your...
No, wait, no. People are lining up for the spider.
Wait,
How
we're
much
not
is-
trying
Well,
to
exactly.
succeed,
We need to
right?
bankrupt the park.
Yeah, but
Hunter.
bumper cars are doing too good. So we're
Hunter,
gonna-
I don't think we even have access to a log flume.
I don't think I have.
Oh, delete an attraction.
No, it's not in the water
Oh,
rights.
it's not in the water rights.
Okay, well then, log flume just
crap.
means whatever. It's a philosophical thing. It's not an actionable thing. Just
I suppose so.
Just
I'm
log
gonna
flume.
delete. All right, attraction deleted. Done. Yeah.
All right, and then last but not least,
Paths to nowhere.
no,
This is
you already did.
booty.
Double paths to nowhere doesn't work. All right, one more. Come on. Come on, wheel.
Okay, that's a weird turn.
Oh, it really wants you to delete another attraction, but it's in the middle, so I'm going to keep going. Look, this is a 2020 quality wheel. Wow, it just really, really wants you to delete an attraction.
It's saying something. Yeah,
Oh.
we gotta listen to it.
You got to
Oh,
play with switched hands. Sorry, Jesse. I'm gonna need you to control the mouse with your other hand.
Cool. Cool. So cool.
It's gonna go great.
So cool. This is just the coolest. This is so cool.
This is my favorite thing. This is like producing something where I don't have to do it like hands-on. I get to tell you how to do it. And then you.
Coolest.
How's the park
I
doing?
ran out of
Do we-
money. I have $3.10
We're
left.
doing it.
But here's the thing. I have 196 guests at the safest theme park
Wait,
in America.
Question: is everything still free?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
We've
that's
been
why
at
you only have
$3 for a
$3.
while.
That's the thing, is we're trying to fail, right? At
You
the very
also-
end.
You also spend whatever money you had on building roads.
Well, I was
Nothing.
told to build paths to nowhere.
That
we
is
need
true.
the longest road bonus.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. A lot of the tiny wheel ones don't even come up because we ran this park so bad. We don't have mechanics to fire.
Oh, golly.
We didn't even hire mechanics, and we're still the safest park. What does that say? You're welcome, America.
Oh no. Oh boy. How are we doing? Have we failed yet?
I am minus
Oh, minus, yep.
$46.90.
We did it. We did it,
We
everybody.
did it, boys.
I feel like we did it. If I were to immediately turn the prices back on, I would make a fortune.
Unfortunately, though, I don't know if that's in the cards. Wheel says
Imagine-
Wheel says no.
imagine-
There's no item that says turn the monetization back on. So
If you get in for free, you have to pay double when you leave. Imagine that.
That'd be amazing.
How long we got on the clock for the rest of the recording, Alex? Where
Yeah,
are we
I
at?
know.
I think
Can I redeem myself?
yeah. We give Jesse a chance to redeem himself.
We have failed. We did it. Now Jesse can try to redeem
Oh
himself.
no, this was a failure from the start. I'm just where
I
can
think
I
the
redeem
saddest
myself?
thing is that we only have 4 rides.
How are there 200 people in the
I
park?
mean, I give credit to Jesse. I think you managed well to actually make money until we made.
Oh, I'm so sad. I forgot to use the one I made for Tiny Wheel. I had a Tiny Wheel thing this whole
Aw.
time.
God, Hunter.
Ah,
Oh, I
just
forgot to change the
Can I
background
charge
of my
people
room.
again?
Now everyone knows
Yes.
what my room looks like.
make some
All right,
money.
hold on, let me try to mouse over here.
Can it be?
do
Can
this.
it be $100?
Okay, I'll change my background.
There we go.
Thing that only Canadian will understand.
Got to charge him the Skrilla.
Oh, you passed the nice number.
Nice. nice. I'm glad we did it. We were able to. When I heard the premise of the panel was,
Ooh.
could we almost fail the whole time? I was like, that's going to be tough. These games are so easy. But then
Yes.
Jesse came in like a master, clutched it.
Whoa, everyone
That
just
was a really clutch play.
speed ran out of here. Wait, what's the
Yeah.
bottom line say? I can't read it.
It says
Minus-
we're at your park entrance fee's too high.
Oh,
That may be true.
Oh.
All right, maybe you got to lower it then.
Go to nice.
I mean, like you're charging Disney price for,
Oh.
you know.
We wish we were charging
In the
Disney
90s.
prices.
though.
Yeah.
What can I charge where people are going to be like, great
Or-
deal?
30 bucks.
You're
Good,
charging
Barry.
29.
Disney for action
About-
park.
22. Can I do 22.59? No. All right, $20. Let's see what happens. This
20
is a
smackers.
$20 park. Oh, people coming back now. See, that I hit him with a 20, and now everything's changed. They heard about my bumper cars and giant spider. And they heard about
Yeah,
Tiny
spider.
World
And
presents
the
slide.
organic bathrooms that are
I mean,
Is
in
it
the
just
forest.
called
I'm
Tiny?
quite sure you're making probably the most money from the big ride that took all of your money.
What are you
I'm already
doing?
at $121. You thought I was bad at this, but I am so good.
I feel like we almost need a bathroom at some point, though. But that's just me. I like to see a bathroom now and then. You know?
Ride attraction available. Hot dog stall.
Oh, man.
That's not a
'cause-
log flume.
See, it's sad because now you could have done Oops All Hot Dogs, which is one of the options. Not sure how that articulates.
All hot dog stalls. It could happen. We could build that hot dog stall.
Now you've
Oh man,
unlocked
it's gonna
it.
be like food row. People could eat food. See, the reason why people don't have to go to the bathroom is because there's no food.
Right, that's true. Well, you're gonna have to call Food Row Flavor Town. Otherwise, I'm out of this project. I'm pulling out.
I mean, it's a camping park. You know, people come in. They don't really have anything to eat. So
And what are the point of all these fancy
then
cars
they
if
go
you're
to
not
the
going to just
bathroom in
use
the
them?
woods.
Oh, a cash machine. That was our problem. We took all their money at the door. They didn't have any money to spend.
Oh, makes
All right,
sense.
bathroom or ATM?
You gotta go ATM at that
Oh,
point.
ATM.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, yeah. Pooping's for cowards.
All right, we'll
Oh,
put the
no.
ATM right here, so they can see there and stop for cash. Is it open? Yeah, it's open right now. It is. Perfect, idiots. Yeah, oh no.
All these people are juking it so hard.
Come on, you know you want to go there and
I
do a thing.
honestly can't wait to see Jesse play Cartel Tycoon. So this worked to build a drug empire.
This was his application.
Does that
right? This
actually
is his-
exist?
Oh yeah, that's the game we're working on.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of like you
Have
build
you,
a
have
Pablo
anyone
Escobar
seen
empire.
the airplane one, where you're just living, flying, an airplane sim?
I haven't.
The
Not the
flight
Microsoft
simulator?
one that you're just basically in an airplane.
Yeah, Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
I heard people are using it right now to go see
Track the storms.
weather. Yeah, track the storm. That's neat.
That's so.
It's very weird. They're like, yeah, if your house gets destroyed in the storm, it'll update it. That's cool, right? And you're like, I don't know if that's cool.
No,
That's not great.
That's too. Yeah, it's too much. What is there like a speed up button?
There might
be. Because sometimes you just don't want to wait for people, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Look at this park. Look at this beautiful park. Look
it's
at
beautiful,
this beautiful
especially
park.
those dirt paths.
I don't.
Whoa.
Nowhere.
Wait.
Did I have this the entire
What?
time?
We have a concert venue?
Oh, because you picked Woodstock. That makes sense. I'm proud of us.
We've had this park since April, and we only just learned.
One of the groundskeepers like goes out east. He's like, Steve, did you know we have a giant amphitheater like through the woods?
I think that's a great place to end.
Yeah, we did it.
We did. We
This is
broke
a solid
Jesse.
cliffhanger. Yeah.
What's gonna happen next? Find out next year.
I have more guests than I ever had before. So
201.
More, you have almost as many guesses as you have dollars.
And you're making money.
All right, everyone. I think we should do this again next year. I'll bring a new wheel. There'll be.
Hopefully Victoria can join us this time.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
I'll bring a D20 next time.
That's right. Yeah, we get some D20 rolling.
We
get like,
can completely do like procedurally generated.
yeah,
play.
3 levels of wheels. The smaller
Yeah.
wheel
Oh
is
my
going to be
God.
this big, and that one's just going to determine which of the other recursive methods you go back to. So you just, we did it.
We did.
Well, does
We
anyone
absolutely
have
did.
any clothing? Jesse, where you at? Where's your headspace right now? How are you feeling after this hour?
I'm feeling like a man who just built a hot dog stall on top of an ATM. Is how I'm feeling.
It's a pretty 2020 vibe. I'm
I
into
didn't
it.
mean I didn't mean for that to happen.
Wait,
And
is
here
it
we
actually
are.
on top? You can
Yes,
change your camera
it's built
angle.
on top of the. That's not what I wanted to happen, but here we are.
It's an exclusive hot dog stand. You gotta want it.
An overlapping one.
Maybe I thought it would go here. There we go. All right, there we go. See,
And now we have more guests than dollars.
That's
did it.
true.
Well, they're gonna buy hot dogs, and they need the ATM so they can buy hot dogs because they paid like $22.
I'm glad we see eye to eye. We're doing so well with this. I mean, like, what if they had pretzel? They have French fries. They have hot dogs. No, not yet. They don't have hot dogs because we don't have enough money. But one day they'll have hot dogs. Fizzy drink shop. What's better than fizzy drinks and French fries?
I like this shop with the Coke, the giant cans.
Yeah, look, this guy's eating a thing. Probably fries.
There are no trash cans.
Well, that's, on them.
I feel like I've learned some lessons today, everyone. I think that really the friendship and success of this park was the relationships we made along the way, right? Like, in a way, the park failed, but in another, less true way,
we won. God, he's huge.
As friends.
How do I? Hold on.
Oh, I think you.
Hold on.
The drummer is
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
I guess we're gonna end it with a giant Ringo Starr animatronic.
Why
Yes,
is this
that's
a
what
thing
this
I
was
can
missing.
buy?
There we go.
Are these like the animatronics that are like, welcome to the park, welcome to the park. Yes, this is amazing.
Bingo. It's Ringo.
I feel like you should save this park, and if we are running this next year, we have
Just
to run
boot it up in its
same
current-
exact
Just do it
park.
every year.
Not enough money. We're broke.
We did it twice.
We can't pay it.
Finally did it.
Giant robots that play music.
All right.
All right.
And that's kids how you don't run a theme park.
Yeah.
So, does anybody have any outro pitches or anything they want to say before we leave? Alex, you got business things? I don't know what business is.
Yeah, I mean, I just, this was a trial run. If I want to trust Jesse, was playtesting Cartel Tycoon. That was also my plug.
It's a maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
you guys are working on your new game, right?
Yeah, it's basically this, but you manage a drug cartel, which is very kid friendly.
Same thing.
But I feel like with the mechanics of where you get caught by the DEA, Jesse, we will need to do some training. We'll need a montage.
Does anybody else have anything? Why don't we let everybody know
socials?
where they can go check out if anyone who thought you were funny or wants to see more of you for some reason. Cho, where can they find you on the internet?
I'm M Wong Audio on Twitter and Instagram. My website is Mitchell Wong Audio, but that's spelled MITCHEL because I only have one L because I'm not a llama.
Bifa?
I mean, I'm on social media. I don't know if I'm a particularly interesting person on social media, but I am there. Just my name. Google me, you'll find it.
Oh, that's a good flex. I like that.
Not a lot of people have my name.
You get an eye doctor in Austin, Texas if you Google my name.
Nice.
Like, not a very common name for some reason. I don't know how.
How about Jesse? I've this is the first time I've really heard of you, so you want to maybe plug?
He's an upcoming YouTuber.
Yeah, you're getting started in content, right?
Hi, my name is Jesse Cox. You probably heard of me. I'm a professional roller coaster tycoon, and Tycoon 2. I'm a junior, Tycoon Junior, and I play roller coaster tycoon professionally. This is my 23rd year of playing it, and I'm looking forward to 23 more. Really excited.
I have to say, like half of this is me showing this panel to my students, and then they think I'm actually cool.
Perfect.
I'm so sorry. That's not.
No. I need all the credit I can get.
You can find me on the internet at Bond Hunter Bond. I work for Berserk Studio. You can find our Twitter at BERZERK. Buy our games. Just Shapes and Beats is great. I like having food for rent and money and all that. So, Alex, hey, where do you find Tiny Build? Is Tiny Build hard to find?
Yeah, you just search for Tiny Build or my last name, Nishporchik, which is very easy to spell and remember. If you see memes on the Tiny Build accounts, that's me posting.
Nice. We did it. I'm proud of us.
We're so professional.
Yeah. All right. Is that it? Did we do it?
The cat showed up earlier. I'm sorry. It's been very. He has a lot of opinion today, so.
I have a lot of things to go think about after this. I need to go catch up to Jesse in professionalism of roller coaster tycooning. Going to go train like a Rocky montage.
I'm going to become a professional roller coaster tycoon 2 coach and raise the next league of esports.
Oh, that's good. I like that. All right, everybody.
All right, awesome.
Planet Coaster, which I think that was made by the same people as Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Oh, dang. I didn't even know that.
What?
Yeah.
Me neither.
All
But
right.
in 3D.
All right, awesome. Let's
Cool.
go
We did it.
stop this recording.
Did anyone see what just happened?
No.
Never mind. All right, we're good.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
And welcome to a very special one shot of Court of Cups for PAX Online. I'm so excited to introduce you to a slice of our chronicle as well as our coterie. But before we get into it, let's introduce who our vampires are, as well as who they play. See what I did there?
I get it.
Take it away, Tabitha.
My name is Tabitha Sheehan. I work for Child's Play Charity. I play Ulrika Drager, and she is a hacker. She's goth, and she's charismatic.
Lydia.